The moment these words were spoken, a burly man slowly walked out of the crowd and stood in front of everyone in Shuguang. Ha ha ha, there's a show to watch. Wang Zhendong laughed loudly. Yi Tianxin also looked over with interest. He wanted to see how these guys from Linxian solved the problem, especially the young man named Jiang Cheng who led them. What will you do? The three members of Doomsday Team 2 also stared at Jiang Cheng and others curiously. Zhang Wenba asked curiously, Captain, what is the situation of this Shuguang base? Why does it sound like it was personally invited by the commander-in-chief? Stop talking nonsense and watch. Lu Ziyun said calmly. Oh, Zhang Wenba shrank his head and shut up wisely. Except these people. The awakened people in the other bases all looked like they were watching the show. Brother, okay, if it's a man, just FCK him. That's right, this is all bullying. Can you bear it? It can't be a soft-footed shrimp. Just when everyone was booing, Jiang Cheng raised his head and looked indifferently at the man blocking the way. He is in his early 30s, with a cropped haircut and looks somewhat capable, of course, if it weren't for the wrinkles on his face and yellow teeth. Seeing Jiang Cheng, the man grinned widely and said, Boy, if you have the ability, just step over me. Otherwise, get out of here and go back to where I came from. Having said this, his eyes moved to the women behind Jiang Cheng, his eyes full of excitement as he said, Of course, they can stay. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's face instantly turned cold, and he faintly uttered one word. Get out. Yo, look, he's angry. The man pointed and laughed, then stopped laughing and mocked. How about I get out? Jiang Cheng didn't bother to waste any more words and said directly, Luo Fan, tell him to shut up. Yes, Chief. Luo Fan couldn't help it long ago. If he wasn't afraid of what Jiang Cheng would say, he would have gone up to do it. Now that he got permission, he stepped forward, raised his hand, and activated his telekinesis. The man who was still joking immediately stopped breathing. His tall body of over 1.9 meters was slowly lifted up. He covered his neck with his hands, his face flushed, and his feet struggled to get off the ground. You let go. Noisy. Luo Fan said two words lightly and waved his right hand. Whoosh! The strong man flew straight away and hit the wall more than 50 meters away. Gulu. Seeing this scene, the awakened people in the rest of the base swallowed hard. Captain Hao Shan was defeated. No way. This is incredible. You know, the person who was just thrown away was the deputy captain of Jilu base, Hao Shan. The strength has reached the peak level of the first level and is only one step away from the second level. Because Hao Shan often joins forces with surrounding counties and cities to fight, he has a good reputation among various bases in Chu province. Such a big boss was thrown away in the blink of an eye, and he was still thrown away without any ability to fight back. For a moment, everyone had a new feeling towards Linxian, an inconspicuous small city, and the little-known Shuguang base. Understanding. Seeing that the obstructionists were being cleared away, Luo Fan glanced around and said, Anyone who is short-sighted or unconvinced, get out of here. When doing things in Shuguang, what matters is neatness. Luo Fan didn't want to deal with Hao Shan and then run out of another big mountain. He had to deal with it completely and build up the prestige of their dawn. Su Wenwu, from the Dezeo base, are not very convinced. Everyone is here to support. Why do you enjoy special treatment? A man walked out of the crowd and then said to everyone, Are there any brothers? Those who are dissatisfied, come out and let's do it together. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people walked out. Li Dongyu, and old Yuan Ji are not convinced either. Rin Changzai, Yang base, do not accept it. After a while, there were 23 people standing in front of Luo Fan. Jiang Cheng secretly opened the Eye of Data and took a look. It was found that this group of people were basically at the highest level of the first level, and most of them were below the first level and somewhere in the middle. Only the guy named Su Wenwu actually had the strength of the second level. That monster dares to stand up and jump around. After saying this to himself, Jiang Cheng secretly sneered in his heart. This group of people were unlucky when they faced Luo Fan. Seeing the two sides getting more and more fierce, Zhang Wenba couldn't help but swallowed his saliva even though he had the strength of the first level. He lowered his voice and said to Zhou Hao, who was bandaged next to him, and Lu Ziyun, who was standing silently, Old Zhou, Captain, if we face these people, can we win? Zhou Hao shook his head fiercely and said, "Fighting so many awakened people, unless we are crazy." Lu Ziyun remained silent. She mentally rehearsed the battle with this group of people, but there was only one outcome, and they would lose miserably and ugly. But Wang Zhendong became more and more interested. There are a total of 23 awakened ones, including one who is below the second level. This kind of competition will definitely make him happy. Yi Tianxin looked a little bored. It's just 23 pieces of garbage. How much of this kind of garbage can he clean up? The real battle depends on the high-level awakeners. At this time, seeing more than 20 people behind him, Su Wenwu became more confident for a moment, pointed at Luo Fan, and said, "Boy, have you seen that? We are not convinced." "Really?" Luo Fan smiled coldly and said slowly, "Then I will beat you until you surrender." "Brothers, did you hear that? This thing said that it will beat us into submission. Can we agree?" Su Wenwu took the opportunity to encourage him. "Of course not. Kill him. Teach him a lesson." After everyone shouted angrily, Su Wenwu immediately said, "Then do it." After the words fell, more than 20 people rushed towards Luo Fan. "Don't overestimate your ability." Luo Fan glanced at these people lightly, raised one hand, palm facing outward, and slowly said, "Repulsion." After the words fell, an invisible ripple of a fist instantly shot out from his palm, rushing straight towards the group of awakened people. In an instant, those awakened people who rushed to the front, without exception, flew backwards and hit the iron wall of the base just a few dozen meters away and lost consciousness. And with this move, more than half of the 23 people were eliminated, leaving only 11 people, just as everyone was fighting. At the same time, in the general command room, an old man and a dozen generals were all looking at the projection screen on the wall. When they saw Luo Fan kill more than a dozen awakened people in one blow, everyone was shocked. One of them even stood up and said, 12 awakened people were killed in one blow? This is too abnormal." Another one also hurriedly said, "Commander-in-Chief, I strongly request that such talents be included in our Chudu base." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Such talents have extremely far-reaching significance for the future development of the base." Just when everyone was talking, the old man waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "Okay, everyone be quiet." After speaking, everyone sat back again. The old man just laughed and said, "Do you think this commander doesn't want to? Do you know which base this person is from? Isn't it just a county-level idle base? Our Chudu has more resources. Are you afraid that we can't compare?" A general said proudly, "As a city with a large population, Chudu has natural advantages. Whether it is the number of zombie crystals stored or weapons and ammunition, they are all ranked among the top in the entire Great Zhou." The old man sighed helplessly and said, "Xiao Zhou, this commander has also wanted to do it. It would be great if it was as simple as you said." These words attracted the attention of everyone sitting below. Everyone's face was full of questions. What does the commander-in-chief mean by this? "Zhou Gui, do you still remember the batch of pistols that the base allocated to you last time?" The old man asked. "I remember. They are extremely powerful and can penetrate the first-order mutants." Zhou Gui did not understand what the commander-in-chief meant. "They provided them." The old man said lightly. "How is it possible? A little Lin Xian can make such firearms." Zhou Gui looked unconvinced. The old man nodded and continued. "Not only that, they also provided submachine guns that penetrate mutants, potions that can strengthen the human body, and armor that defends against first-order mutants." At this point, the old man glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "A base that can produce such items, do you think we can be their talents?" Hearing this, everyone present was silent. "Yes. What does Chu have? It's nothing more than conventional weapons such as airplanes and cannons. Although these weapons are powerful, they are particularly cumbersome when facing flexible high-level mutant zombies. On the contrary, only the powerful individual combat capability like the Doomsday Squad can become a killer against zombies. But to make a killer like the Doomsday Squad, those seriously injured and dying soldiers need to devour zombie crystals to gamble on the 1,000th chance of fate. Compared with the other party, what qualifications do they have to poach other people? Thinking of this, everyone was a little aggrieved. But this is an unchangeable fact. For a long time, a middle-aged general suddenly said, "Commander-in-Chief, in this case, we must have a good relationship with Shuguang." Not only that, we also need to increase cooperation with Guang to improve the individual combat capability of our soldiers. Another general said. Hearing this, the old man smiled and said, "Do you still need to say it? This time I invited the leader of Guang to come here. One is to resist zombies, and the other is for future cooperation. Of course, all this is based on the fact that Guang can defeat that zombie." Speaking of the zombie, the generals present fell silent again. At the same time, at the gate of the base, hiss! With just one move, half of them were killed, which made Su Wenwu gasp. However, when he thought that he was at least a second-level awakener, he regained his confidence and shouted at Luo Fan, "Brothers, don't be afraid. Such a powerful move must take time to accumulate power. As long as we take advantage of this time, we will definitely kill him by surprise." As soon as these words came out, the 10 awakeners who were originally shocked by Luo Fan's move and wanted to withdraw from the battlefield regained their courage. Captain Su is right. Let's go together and catch him off guard. Revenge for the brothers. While shouting, everyone swarmed up again. Luo Fan looked at these people who didn't know what they were doing and shook his head secretly. I have seen stupid people, but I have never seen such stupid people who were used as guns by others without knowing it. If it weren't for the leader's reminder, he would have killed this group of people long ago. As for now, who? After a light breath, Luo Fan raised his hand again and said lightly, "Repulsion." After that, an invisible wave flew out from his palm and hit the 10 people who rushed over. No surprises. Ah! Ah! With a few screams, the 10 awakened people all vomited blood and flew backwards and hit the wall unconscious. After dealing with the flies in front of him, Luo Fan turned his head to look at Su Wenwu, the only one still standing, and said indifferently, "Are you willing to admit defeat, or do I have to kill you? I admit that you are very strong. Judging from the strength of your attack, you should also be the second level." Su Wenwu took a few steps forward slowly, and then continued, "But unfortunately, I am also the second level, and I will not necessarily lose to you. Then there is nothing to talk about." After that, Luo Fan raised his hand directly. Repulsion. The wave flew out and rushed straight towards Su Wenwu. "You have supernatural powers, don't I have any?" Feeling the strong wind coming towards him, Su Wenwu shouted angrily, "Beast transformation, subgod species, iron-armored war turtle." After he finished speaking, Su Wenwu's body began to swell, and his clothes were torn because of his sudden increase in size. Not long after, a giant turtle with a black tortoise shell on its back, gray-green scales on its limbs and long claws, and a head as big as a millstone, about 5 meters long. The giant turtle spoke in human language. "Even a second-level Death Crusher can't break my tortoise shell, and even a second-level Death Harvester can't penetrate my defense. What's there to be afraid of with your mere repulsive force wave?" The moment he finished speaking, the repulsive force wave came. Su Wenwu directly retracted his limbs into the tortoise shell, thinking that he could rest easy. But the next moment, strong vibrations were transmitted from the tortoise shell, and he felt that his internal organs were about to be shattered. However, at this moment, the harsh words had been spoken, and he could not afford to lose the face of the Juju base. So he had to endure the pain in his body. A few seconds later, the vibration disappeared. Su Wenwu just breathed a sigh of relief, slowly poked his head out of the tortoise shell, looked at Luo Fan and laughed. "See, with your attack, you still want to hurt me, do?" Before he finished speaking, with a wow, a fishy sweetness surged from his throat and sprayed out of his mouth. Su Wenwu's eyes went black at the moment he spit out blood, and the last thought popped up in his mind. "I actually lost." Then he fainted. It is clear who will win and who will lose in this fight. 3 moves to kill 23 awakeners, including 1 second-level one. This is too abnormal. Zhou Hao's jaw almost dropped in surprise. Zhang Wenba was also stunned for a long time without saying a word. Only Lu Ziyun's eyes flickered, her hands clenched into fists, and her silver teeth gritted secretly. You know, when the Doomsday Team 2 was formed, they selected the best awakeners in the army. The weakest in the second team was Zhou Hao, whose strength was at the first level. Zhang Wenba, whose strength was at the peak of the first level. But in the face of the help from 2 consecutive bases, he was beaten without any ability to fight back. Is there really a problem with their training method? Lu Ziyun couldn't figure it out. Except for the Doomsday team too. Jiu Si, who was always calm, was also extremely shocked. 3 moves to kill 23 Awakeners in a second. Such strength is probably only matched by the Doomsday Team 1. And it seems that he is just an ordinary member of the Shuguang team. I really don't know what kind of strength their leader Jiang Cheng will have. Jiu Si looked at Jiang Cheng with a pair of calm eyes, trying to see through this young guy. As if he felt Jiu Si's gaze, Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. At the moment when their eyes met, Jiu Si turned his head and looked elsewhere, and announced at the same time, Luo Fan wins. The result was announced. The awakened people who did not take action were shocked and secretly glad that they did not follow Su Wenwu, the idiot, to make a move. Now, everyone should have no objection to the special treatment of the Shuguang base. Jiu Si looked around and said again. Everyone bowed their heads and said nothing. And at this moment, a rough and bold voice sounded. Ha! Really good. You are very strong. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice at the same time. When they saw the bald man standing up, about 1.9 meters tall, carrying a heavy machine gun on his shoulders, and his arms were muscular like hills, they all showed a playful look on their faces. Didn't you see that he killed more than 20 people in 3 moves? Going like this is simply courting death. Wang Zhendong didn't know what the others thought. Anyway, he was excited after watching Luo Fan's battle, and his fighting spirit rose. He walked straight forward and said, Your name is Luo Fan, right? My name is Wang Zhendong, from Huangshan Base. Do you dare to fight? Luo Fan was a little annoyed with this voice. He just wanted to clear the obstacles for the base quickly. Unexpectedly, just after solving Su Wenwu, another fly ran out. He was almost annoyed. Looking up, the moment he saw the other party, Luo Fan swept away his impatience just now. His eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up, saying, Try it. How bold. Just by your words. I promise to be gentler later. Seeing Luo Fan's response, Wang Zhendong laughed loudly. And right now, another lazy voice sounded. What? Count me in. Wang Zhendong and Luo Fan were both stunned, and then looked sideways. I found a handsome man slowly raising his hand and saying with a smile, You won't refuse, right? Wang Zhendong was silent for half a second, and then laughed loudly. Okay, you are one of them, but we have to be on a first-come, first-served basis. It doesn't matter, you go first. Yi Tianxin waved his hand disapprovingly, then leaned aside and returned to his lazy state. Saw this big man and young man appearing out of nowhere. This side of dawn. Chief, who do you think will win, Luo Fan or them? Lin Ro asked in a low voice. Yes, Brother Jiang. I smell a very dangerous smell from this guy. Since Wang Chong inherited Yi Senga's superpower, his sense of smell has become extremely sensitive. He can not only smell the smell within a 10-mile radius, but also you can also judge the opponent's strength from the taste. Lu Xinru and Zhang Ye also looked at Jiang Cheng curiously. Jiang Cheng directly opened the data eye and looked at the bald man first. Name, Wang Zhendong. Race, human race. Level 2 and above. Wisdom 18. Power, 900. Agility, 50. Spirit 28. Power, Rebound Claw. Comprehensive Combat Power, 991. Good Guy, Strength Attribute is 900, Agility is 50, and Spirit is 28. Where did this guy come from? Jiang Cheng secretly thought to himself and continued to look down. When he saw the Rebound Claw in the Special Ability column, he frowned slightly. Rebound Claw? Does it mean rebounding the opponent's ability? He had never seen the other party perform his abilities, so he could only make guesses from the information column. Look at what that guy is capable of. Jiang Cheng looked at Yi Tianxin again. Name, Yi Tianxin. Race, human race. Level, 2nd level and above. Wisdom 30. Power, 1300. Agility, 80. Spirit 50. Superpower, Eye of Time Stopping. Comprehensive Combat Power, 1460. Is this the 2nd level? Jiang Cheng almost cursed. Strength 1300, what is the concept? Equivalent to 130,000 kilograms of strength. The agility reached 560 meters per second. And what the hell is that superpower, Eye of Stopping Time? Never seen it before. Jiang Cheng was absolutely sure at this time that if he faced Wang Zhendong, Luo Fan still had a slight chance of winning. But if he faced Yi Tianxin, he would definitely lose. So he said to everyone, "Of these two people, anyone Luo Fan faces is dangerous. Of course, the most dangerous one is that young man. You are no match for him together." "How is that possible?" Lin Ro was a little unconvinced. Wang Chong, Lu Xinru, and Zhang Yu were not as excited as Lin Ro, but they were also slightly dissatisfied. "This bald man has the strength of the second level, and that young man is also the second level. What do you think now?" Jiang Cheng explained helplessly, spreading his hands. After the words fell, everyone fell silent. With their strength at the first level, they really can't beat others at the second level. There is a huge gap. Just when everyone was discussing, Luo Fan raised his head and looked proudly, and said, "Stop talking nonsense, and let's get started." Judging from the aura emanating from this bald man, he is definitely a master, and since he entered Dawn, his strength has improved, so it's time to give his current strength a try. "No problem." Wang Zhendong responded readily, and then the two of them looked at Jiuxiai. After all, this is someone else's territory, and if you want to fight, you must get the owner's permission. Juicy nodded expressionlessly and ordered the soldiers beside him. "Move out of the way, you two." "Yes." The soldiers responded to the call, divided into two teams, and isolated the surrounding awakened people backwards. After a while, a huge field was vacated. Wang Zhendong and Luo Fan both walked slowly towards the field. The two stood opposite each other. For a moment, because of the aura of the two of them, the air around them became a little solid. "Edge?" Zhang Wenba asked Lu Ziyun with great interest. "Captain, who do you think will win?" Lu Ziyun was silent for a moment and then shook her head. To be honest, she was at the second level of strength. After fighting Wang Zhendong, she blindly guessed that the opponent's strength should be at the second level. Luo Fan could instantly kill 23 first-level awakened people with 3 moves, and one of them was a second-level awakened person. The strength of these second-level awakened people was similar to hers, so Luo Fan was also very likely to be an upper-level awakened person. Who? On the second level versus on the second level. Let her guess the outcome, but she really can't tell. Okay. Zhang Wenba was speechless again at Lu Ziyun's silence. He felt that today's captain must have been beaten to autism, so he turned to look at the bandaged Zhou Hao and said, "Old Zhou, what do you think?" "I guess Wang Zhendong wins. This guy's superpower should be a rebound attack, which naturally suppresses Luo Fan's abilities." Zhou Hao thought for a while. "I think so too," Zhang Wenba said with deep understanding. But at this time, Lu Ziyun suddenly said, "I don't think so. Although Wang Zhendong can rebound and attack, his ability is most likely limited to those hands. As long as the opponent finds the flaw, he may not be unable to win." "Really? Captain, why don't we make a bet? Just 3 first-order mutant crystals, and I'll beat Wang Zhendong." Zhang Wenba said disapprovingly. "Then I will suppress Wang Zhendong," Zhou Hao said quickly when he saw this. "Those are 3 first-order mutant crystals." "No problem," Lu Ziyun said calmly. Between conversations, Luo Fan stared at Wang Zhendong, took the lead to take action, raised his hand, and said lightly, "Repulsion." A circle of invisible ripples spread out from the palm of the hand, heading towards Wang Zhendong's middle gate at an extremely exaggerated speed with the sound of howling wind. "Well done." Wang Zhendong laughed loudly and did not dodge or avoid. Instead, he raised his palm as well, making Luo Fan frown slightly. What does this guy mean? While thinking in my heart, the vision rises sharply. After the ripple hit the palm of Wang Zhendong's hand hard, it instantly expanded in a circle, then rebounded strangely, heading straight towards Luo Fan. What? Luo Fan's pupil shrank. He did not expect that Wang Zhendong could rebound his attack, and from the perspective of power, it seemed to be stronger. Don't dare to be careless. He hurriedly raised his hands, palms forward, and shouted, "Double repulsion." 2 ripples shot out instantly from his hand and rushed straight towards the circle of ripples that was bounced back by Wang Zhendong. The next moment, ripples collided on both sides. Bang! The sound of gas explosions instantly sounded in the air, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt, and strong winds spread from the center of the explosion to the surrounding areas. For a while, the wind was blowing with flying sand and rocks, making it difficult to open one's eyes. However, when the dust stirred up by the sand and stones was about to spread to Shuguang, Jiang Cheng pulled Jiuxiai back beside him. then blocked it in front of everyone, and said calmly, "Wind wall." Moment. A transparent wall formed by a hurricane stood in front of everyone, isolating the yellow dust. Zhou Xi looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise, but his expression soon returned to normal. The wind and sand blew for about 10 seconds before they dispersed. Everyone looked towards the clearing again. I saw two figures intertwined together, and there was a sonic boom. Psychic wave fist. Luo Fan secretly thought, attached his mind power to his fist, and hit Wang Zhendong in the face. He had already seen from the move just now that Wang Zhendong's hands had the ability to bounce energy waves. As for whether other parts of the body can rebound, it still needs to be tested. Nice attack. Luo Fan was very fast, but not as fast as him. He could clearly see the trajectory of the punch. While smiling and speaking, he raised his arm, loosened his fist into a palm, and struck it. Bang! The moment the telekinetic wave punch hit him, Luo Fan immediately felt a countershock force spread from his forearm, and he quickly retreated backwards. At the same time, he used his telekinesis to forcibly offset the force. However, he also consumed a lot of mental energy. Wait until you stabilize your body. Luo Fan's chest rose and fell violently, and he opened his mouth to breathe heavily. His face was slightly pale, and sweat kept falling from his forehead. He had obviously spent a lot of energy. On the other hand, Wang Zhendong was still smiling and extremely calm. This guy is faster than me. Every time I take a shot, I can be caught by his hands, but the way I catch it is in the palm of my hand. It can be seen from this that this guy's ability lies in his hands. If you want to defeat him, you have to be faster than him and attack his other parts, otherwise you will definitely lose. While Luo Fan was breathing heavily, his mind was running wildly, analyzing the gap between him and Wang Zhendong. Wang Zhendong crossed his chest with one hand and hooked his fingers with the other hand. Boy, come on, the attack just now was good. It hit me very well. Yeah. Luo Fan grinned and forced a smile, then took a deep breath, forced himself to calm his breathing, and said with a smile, "Then you have to catch the next attack." After saying that, I thought to myself, it seems that we have to use that trick. Come on, I'll wait and see. Wang Zhendong's voice was like a bell. He crossed his arms and laughed. Zhou Hao and Zhang Wenba, who were standing on one side, looked proud. Zhang Wenba smiled and said, "Captain, look at this Luo Fan. His steps are sloppy and his face is pale. It's obvious that he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Don't default on your debt for a while." "Captain, he." Zhou Hao also rubbed his hands in embarrassment. Lu Xun simply turned away, leaving the two of them with the back of their heads, and said calmly, "The battle is not over yet. There is no telling who will win." TCH, the captain is just tough talking. Zhang Wenba curled his lips secretly. As for the people at dawn, Lin Ro said with a worried look, "Chief, is Luo Fan going to lose? Damn it, this Wang Zhendong is too strong." Wang Chong sighed. Lu Xinru and Zhang Ye frowned and remained silent. As a member of Shuguang, Luo Fan didn't want the other party to lose. After all, it was Shuguang's face that lost. Jiang Cheng listened and said calmly, "Looking at it, with Luo Fan's intelligence, he should have discovered the other party's flaws." Yeah. Everyone was confused and looked towards the open space again. At this time, Luo Fan stared at Wang Zhendong with sharp eyes and thought. In an instant, a black Tang Dao appeared in his palm. Holding the knife in both hands, he slowly raised it in front of his chest. At the same time, the internal energy of Xianyuan Gong in his dantian continued to surge towards the blade, and an invisible power spread out around him. The first of the 3 demon-killing swords is to kill the demon. Luo Fan shouted angrily, and the Tang sword instantly emitted bursts of white light. He stepped on it with one foot, and the ground cracked. His body was ejected like a cannonball. The blade even cut through the air, making a whistling sound, and went straight to the door in front of Wang Zhendong. Because of Xianyuan Gong, his physical attributes have also been improved by 20%, which means that the original strength attribute of 863 has been increased to 1035.6. The agility attribute of 55.5 has also been increased to 66.6. Whether in terms of strength or agility, he has a head start on Wang Zhendong. This move, seeing Luo Fan coming, the smile on Wang Zhendong's face disappeared instantly, and turned into an extremely solemn one. Has it been seen through? His special power is the Claw of Rebound, which as the name suggests can rebound all material energy. Of course, the limitation is that the ability is only in his hands, and the rest of the body cannot rebound attacks. If this knife was struck, he would probably be seriously injured. You have a good eye? Wang Zhendong secretly thought. His toes touched the ground instantly, his body swooped up, and he grabbed the Tang Dao with both hands. Well done. When Luo Fan saw this, the power of the Tang Dao in his hand continued unabated, and he struck straight at Wang Zhendong. The next moment, zheng, the sound of metal clanking sounded. Looking suddenly, I saw that the Tang knife was caught by a pair of big hands, and in a moment, it made ripples. What a powerful power! Luo Fan felt the concussive force coming from his hand. He hurriedly put away the knife and retreated backwards. When he stabilized his body, he shouted coldly again. The second sword of the 3 swords to destroy the demon, subdue the devil. Above the Tang's sword energy surged, and the blade extended several meters. He stepped forward and slashed out again. Good boy. Seeing Luo Fan attack again, Wang Zhendong grinned to cover up his numb hands. In the face of energy bombs, he can ignore the rebound, but in the face of attacks from weapons like Tang Dao, although he can rebound, he will also be counterattacked by its power. A pair of palms has already reached its limit under the force of up to 200,000 kilograms. But he won't give in so easily. An angry shout, rebound claw. The words fell. 5-finger hooks, with a faint blue halo exuding on them, grabbed Luo Fan's Tang Dao. This time, Luo Fan sneered. The moment he rushed towards him, his right foot pointed towards the ground. His body quickly changed direction, turned into an afterimage, and disappeared in front of Wang Zhendong in the blink of an eye. What? Where are the people? Luo Fan disappeared from his sight. Wang Zhendong was immediately shocked. His pupils shrank, and he squinted frantically to look for traces of Luo Fan. The next second, his neck felt cold, and a Tang knife was placed across his shoulder, while a cold voice sounded behind him. You lost. This voice made Wang Zhendong's shoulders tremble. His face was dull, and his raised paws froze in place. He stayed like this for a few seconds. A long sigh. Hey, I lost. The blue light from his claws dispersed, and Wang Zhendong also put away his posture, lowering his head and saying a little disappointed. Seeing the opponent admitting defeat, Luo Fan immediately sheathed his sword, but staring at Wang Zhendong's lonely back, feeling confused, he couldn't help but said, You are very strong. You are the strongest person I have met besides the leader. Yeah. After these words, Wang Zhendong felt much better. He turned to look at Luo Fan, forced a smile, and said loudly, You are also very good. I, Wang Zhendong, am convinced that I lost. Having said this, he couldn't help but ask, I want to ask, how strong is your leader? If Luo Fan, who is so powerful, can say these words, then the leader of Dawn must be something special. Luo Fan thought for a while and didn't know how to describe it. He just said 2 words, very strong. Puff. Hearing these words, Lin Ro burst out laughing. The other 2 girls even smiled. Wang Chong smiled from ear to ear. On the other hand, Wang Zhendong was slightly stunned, then laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Good. You are worthy of being Brother Luo Fan. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this time, Zhu Ci announced the result in time. Dawn base, Luo Fan wins. Everyone was shocked by this. They saw the strength of the bald man just now. He was at least a 2nd-level awakener. They didn't expect him to lose like this. Excluding these people, Lu Ziyun of the Doomsday Team, too, also looked at Luo Fan with a very complicated look. You know, Wang Zhendong beat her so hard that she had no power to fight back before, but now she was defeated by this member from Dawn. How strong must the leader of Dawn be? At this moment, she deeply understood the old saying of the great Zhou dynasty. There are people outside people, and there are mountains outside mountains. Thinking of this, Lu Ziyun swept away the decadence of failure and turned to Zhang Wenba and Zhou Hao behind her and spread her hands. I won. Zhang Wenba and Zhou Hao were still immersed in the battle just now, but Lu Ziyun's voice brought them back to their senses. When they saw the hands stretched out in front of them, Zhang Wenba and Zhou Hao looked at each other and cried, Captain, I'm willing to admit defeat, Give it to you. Lu Ziyun said lightly. Okay. Zhang Wenba and Zhou Hao had to admit that they were unlucky. They both took out 3 gray crystals from their pockets and handed them over. Lu Ziyun took the 6 first-level mutant crystals into her pocket without hesitation and then smiled. Not bad. I just earned 6 first-level crystals for free. Captain, Zhang Wenba and Zhou Hao looked even more miserable after hearing this. However, just when everyone thought the battle was over and no one would take action again, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. Yawn. It's finally my turn. Oh my god, with such strength, he still dares to take action? Should I say that this kid is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers? Or is he arrogant? Anyway, I saw this fight, and I got scared. Everyone looked at the young man who was speaking and started talking. Juicy Eye was surprised. Logically speaking, in this battle with Doluo Fan's second-level strength, no one should be asking for trouble. Does this person have a backup plan? The second team of Doomsday. Zhou Hao looked at the young man, standing at the corner with a complicated face. It was this man. If Major Jussi hadn't stopped him, he might have died. And it's an instant kill with one move. Captain, who do you think is better, Yi Tianxin or Luo Fan? Zhou Hao asked complicatedly. Zhang Wenba also cast a questioning look. Lu Ziyun smiled, stretched out a hand, and said, What are you betting on? Team leader. Zhou Hao and Zhang Wenba both had expressions on their faces. Apparently, the 3 first-level zombie crystals just now made them still feel pain. No bet, no bet. Lu Ziyun retracted her palm half-jokingly, turned to look at Yi Tianxin, thought for a while, and said, I can still see some depth against Wang Zhendong, but facing this people, I can't see through it at all. Even the captain can't see through it? Zhou Hao and Zhang Wenba looked at each other with horror on their faces. Doesn't that mean that this person's strength is most likely level 3? I don't know. Lu Ziyun shook her head, then looked at Zhou Hao and asked, By the way, Zhou Hao, when you fought against him, did you see what he was capable of? Zhou Hao recalled it and shook his head. At the same time, this side of dawn, Jiang Cheng looked at Yi Tianxin, who was strolling into the arena, and said with a serious face, If nothing unexpected happens, if Luo Fan accepts this, he will definitely lose. Damn it, Luo Fan is obviously so strong. Wang Chang didn't believe it. The other 3 women also didn't believe it. Especially Lin Ro, she was present at the fight between Dad and Luo Fan. With such a powerful strength, his father was powerless against Luo Fan. Wang Zhendong, who now had the claw of rebound, was defeated by Luo Fan. And this young man looked similar to Wang Zhendong. What do you think of Luo Fan? Fan won't lose, right? Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Let's see if Luo Fan agrees first. If he agrees, you will know the result. TCH, you know how to sell things. Lin Ro pouted and complained with a look of displeasure. And at this time, Yi Tianxin, who had been watching the battle for a long time, stretched himself out, his short hair fluttering in the wind, looking a little unruly. His evil eyes looked at Luo Fan with a smile and said with a smile, Next, it's my turn. Brother Luo Fan won't refuse, right? As he spoke, he came slowly with his pockets in his pockets. This man's aura is so weird. Luo Fan frowned and looked at Yi Tianxin, who was walking towards him with confusion. To be honest, this was the first time that he couldn't see the depth of a person clearly. Even when facing Wang Zhendong, he didn't feel like he was unsure, but the pride in his heart did not allow him to retreat easily, so he said indifferently, Of course not. That's great. Yi Tianxin said with excitement on his face. But doing this makes Luo Fan more complicated. Just when his mind was confused and he didn't know what to do, a clear voice sounded. Wait a minute. I have something to tell Luo Fan. Hearing the sound, everyone turned to look. It was discovered that it was the leader of Shuguang, the young man who was invisible to everyone. Luo Fan also turned around at this time. When he saw Jiang Cheng raising his hand and speaking, he felt relieved and walked towards Jiang Cheng. When he walked up to him, Jiang Cheng patted him on the shoulder and said in a low voice, This person's ability is very strange. He is the Eye of Time stopping. I guess it may have something to do with stopping time. You'd better be careful. Also, his strength is estimated to be over 120,000 kilograms. If you take action, it's best to catch him by surprise. You will win with one move. Well, I understand. Luo Fan nodded gratefully. He said why he felt uncomfortable looking at Yi Tianxin's eyes. It turned out that this guy's ability was in his eyes. And does time stopping mean that you can stop the time around you? Luo Fan was a little confused, but at least he knew some information about the other party, which gave him a little confidence. After Luo Fan left, Lin Ro asked, Chief, what is the eye of time and time that you just told Luo Fan? Jiang Cheng said angrily. If I knew, I wouldn't worry about Luo Fan. Oh, Lin Ro's cheeks puffed up immediately. The other side. Wang Zhendong saw that Yi Tianxin and Luo Fan were about to fight, and his previous decadence was gone, and his face was full of interest. He grinned and said loudly, Brother Luo Fan, FCK him. After listening to Wang Zhendong's words of encouragement, Luo Fan nodded and looked at Yi Tianxin with great solemnity. Yi Tianxin, on the other hand, had a lazy and casual look on his face, as if he was not the one participating in this competition, or this battle was easy for him. Looking at Luo Fan, he stretched out a hand and said with a smile, Please. Luo Fan nodded slightly, but for some reason, he felt an invisible pressure like Mount Tai, which made him nervous. Call. Taking a deep breath, Luo Fan forced himself to calm down and filtered Jiang Cheng's words again in his mind. No matter what, let's catch him off guard first. With my strength at the second level, I may not lose. Muttering to himself, Luo Fan and Yi Tianxin slowly walked to the middle of the open space. Then, Luo Fan directly took out the first-level Tang's sword in the space ring, and the internal energy burst out in an instant and continued to flow towards the Tang's sword. At the same time, he held the hilt tightly with both hands and used the strongest move directly. The third sword of the 3 swords to kill demons killed demons. Boom. As the internal energy surged, a huge momentum burst out from his body, causing the surrounding strong wind to stir around, blowing people unable to open their eyes. Bang! Take a big step. The ground collapsed. Luo Fan turned into a residual image and slashed with the sword. This move. Wang Zhendong on the side was stunned and speechless. For a long time, he just reacted and couldn't help but sighed. I really didn't expect that Brother Luo Fan actually had a trick up his sleeve. If I had used this trick at the beginning, I'm afraid I would have lost long ago. Thinking of this, Wang Zhendong admired Luo Fan even more. On the side of Doomsday Team 2, Lu Ziyan looked at the knife that Luo Fan slashed out, and her face was also horrified. This knife is stronger than the one he slashed at Wang Zhendong before. After muttering, Lu Ziyan sighed and shook her head. I didn't expect that he could still hold back when facing an opponent like Wang Zhendong. No wonder he was personally invited by the commander-in-chief. I'm afraid that even if Lin Yi was in person, he would not be as good as him. Speaking of Lin Yi, Lu Ziyun's eyes were filled with deep worry again. Just when everyone was amazed at how amazing Luo Fan's knife was, Yi Tianxin still looked calm. It's stronger than the previous knife. Did he hold back before? Interesting. It's a pity that he met me. Yi Tianxin put away his smile, and his heart was calm. Only when Luo Fan was less than 3 meters away from him, his half-closed eyes suddenly opened, and the red light flashed in his eyes, and he uttered 4 words lightly. Time is still. In a moment, a circle of red ripples spread outward from Yi Tianxin's eyeballs. Luo Fan just raised his head slightly, and when his eyes crossed, he felt a trance. When he reacted, there was a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he flew backwards. Boom. As the ground shook violently, everyone was busy looking around. I saw a deep pit with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters on the ground, and in the center of the pit, a figure was embedded in it. It was Luo Fan. There was another person who stepped on his chest and said with an evil smile, I'm sorry, you lost. What? Luo Fan, who defeated Wang Zhendong, was defeated like this? The onlookers were stunned when they saw this scene, and then started talking about it. Who is this person? How come I haven't seen it before? This is too strong. Wang Zhendong was also full of horror. When he came back to his senses, his expression was extremely solemn, and he murmured to himself, It seems that Chudu is still a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. When Lu Ziyun of the Doomsday Team 2 saw this scene, his heart felt like a huge wave. One move. Luo Fan lost in one move. This man's strength is simply abnormal. Dawn here. Lin Ro was also full of disbelief. She rubbed her eyes and looked over again, but she lost her voice and said, Luo Fan actually lost. The other women's faces were also full of shock. It took a long time to recover. Zhang Ye couldn't help but ask, Chief, what on earth did he do? Luo Fan is at the second level of strength. Yeah, I didn't even see clearly how this person took action. Lu Xinru frowned slightly. Facing everyone's questioning, Jiang Cheng's expression darkened for a moment. Then he said, I did see how he took action. Being able to kill Luo Fan instantly may have something to do with his superpower. What kind of superpower does he have? Brother Jiang. Wang Chang couldn't help but ask. The other women also looked over. Jiang Cheng said, his superpower is the Eye of Time Stopping, and its effect should be related to time. I need to ask Luo Fan to be sure. Eye of Time Stopping? Everyone looked at a loss when they heard this unfamiliar term. Usually, the abilities they come into contact with are either animal transformation or control of elements. This is the first time they have heard of this ability, just as everyone was speculating. In collapse. Ahem. Luo Fan's mouth was filled with blood, and his chest was heaving violently. After he calmed down a bit, he looked up with some difficulty at the young man who was stepping on his chest. When he saw the laziness on his face, a strong sense of humiliation instantly surged up. The pride I had in the past was shattered to pieces at this time. But he still forced himself to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. I lost. The right choice. Yi Tianxin smiled slightly, released his foot from Luo Fan's chest, turned around and walked to the side, while sighing coyly. Shu Guang, that's all. As soon as these words came out, the awakened people around were all talking about it. No, this person is going too far. We are all from the same province. There is no need to be so insulting. Hitting someone is not a slap in the face. Don here. Chief, this bastard has gone too far. How dare he? Lin Ro said angrily as her whole body was filled with moisture. Lu Xinru also had a face full of dissatisfaction, and her hands hanging on her chest glowed with a faint green light. Zhang Ye's eyes also shimmered pink. All the three of them needed was Jiang Cheng's order, and they would rush out without hesitation. Wang Chang on the side also simply said, Damn it, Brother Jiang, if you just say a word, I will definitely rush forward and help you do it. Seeing everyone's excitement, Jiu Xi immediately asked tentatively, Chief Jiang Cheng, do you need me? Jiang Cheng naturally understood what Jiu Xi meant. He shook his head and looked at Yi Tianxin in the open space. A murderous intent flashed through his eyes, but he still said, I won't bother you, Major Jiu Xi. Shu Guang will handle this matter properly. Yes. Jiu Xi heard this and nodded immediately without interfering. After speaking, Jiang Cheng cast a calm look at everyone and said, Wait a minute. After finishing speaking, Jiang Cheng looked at Luo Fan, who was lying in the depression. He was not in a hurry to take action. He wanted to see how Luo Fan would react. At this time, in the open space, Luo Fan's eyes were red, and his chest was filled with anger. Because he was too excited, the injuries on his body were instantly affected, and he coughed more violently. However, he gritted his teeth and forced his seriously injured body to stand up crookedly. He shouted at Yi Tianxin, who turned to leave. Stop. The words fell. Yi Tianxin paused. Without looking back, he said calmly, What? You don't accept it. Luo Fan's eyes were sharp, and he said, You defeated me. I, Luo Fan, am not someone who cannot afford to lose. I have nothing to say, but you should not insult my Dawn base. He. It seemed that he heard something funny. After a short silence, Yi Tianxin's shoulders couldn't stop shaking, and he laughed. As he went on, the laughter became more intense. At the end, he simply bent down and laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha. It's funny. It's so funny. Call. A long breath of relief. Yi Tianxin's laughter stopped abruptly. He turned his head and tilted it, staring at Luo Fan with his eyes flashing red, saying, Isn't it enough to prove that you are a waste of Shu Guang that you lost to me? Or, speaking of this, Yi Tianxin raised his right hand and pointed at Lin Ro, then Zhang Ye and Lu Xinru. He pointed at all the people in Shu Guang one by one, and finally pointed at Jiang Cheng, saying lightly, Who of them can beat me? After these words, Luo Fan could no longer bear it, and his anger turned into one sentence. Those who insult Shu Guang will die. After speaking, Luo Fan burst out with a powerful momentum and slowly raised his hands. A huge transparent spiral wave formed above him, rolling up the surrounding dust and leaves. When the power was completed, Luo Fan threw his hands and shouted, "Super, spiral telekinesis wave." The black tornado suddenly shot out. Looking at the black tornado in front of him, Yi Tianxin said with interest, "Oh, this is a new trick. Not over yet." Luo Fan shouted again, and controlled the Tang sword lying in the depression to fly back to his hand with his mind. Then he clenched his hands, poured his internal energy into the Tang sword frantically, and shouted again. The third move of the 3 swords to kill demons, killed demons. Bang! The ground cracked with a step. With full determination, he turned into a phantom and shot out. "It seems that you haven't figured out the gap between us." Yi Tianxin looked at Luo Fan, who was flying towards him, shook his head regretfully, and muttered to himself, "Why do you reckless men force me to kill you?" While muttering, Yi Tianxin suddenly raised his head, and on his handsome face, a pair of cold eyes without any emotion, the red light was bright, and he whispered, "Time, stand still." A strange red wave emanated from his pupils again, and at the same time, it met Luo Fan's sight. The next second, Luo Fan paused, and his sight became blurry again. Not good. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was not good. Although Luo Fan's movements were subtle, with his current agility of 152.35, he easily noticed that something was wrong. Originally, with Luo Fan's speed, the knife in his hand should have been cut on Yi Tianxin, but his body just froze in midair, as if petrified. However, it was too late for him to think about it. A step, swish, Jiu only felt a strong wind blowing by the side. Turning his head, he didn't know when Jiang Cheng disappeared by the side, and on this side of the open space. Go to hell. Yi Tianxin's face was ferocious, and he punched straight at Luo Fan's chest, but at the moment of hitting, his hand stopped moving. Looking down his arm, he found that his wrist was tightly grasped by a hand, and the owner of this hand was the leader of Dawn, the young man. What a great strength! Yi Tianxin was slightly startled and exerted more strength on his wrist, but he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the restraint of that hand, which made him even more frightened. You know, he has more than 120,000 kilograms of strength, and with the activation of supernatural powers, his strength will double. That is, more than 240,000 kilograms. But he can't break free with such strength. How strong is this person? At the same time, losing control of the red light, Luo Fan immediately regained his freedom. Jiang Cheng's other hand quickly reached out and grasped Luo Fan's wrist. In a moment, all the moves of the two were resolved. Seeing this scene, the people around were all shocked and speechless because they didn't see how Jiang Cheng attacked, nor did they see clearly how Luo Fan and Yi Tianxin attacked. They only felt a trance before their eyes, and then such a weird scene appeared. Gurgle. Zhang Wenba swallowed hard when he saw this and said, Captain, the strength of this leader of Shuguang is so strong that Captain Lin Yi is probably not his opponent. I didn't see how he attacked just now." Lu Ziyun nodded silently, agreeing with Zhang Wenba's words. To put it in a shameful way, she felt the same as Zhang Wenba. She only felt a blur in her vision, and she didn't even touch the opponent's movement trajectory. If they were to fight, she was 100% sure that she would be killed instantly. Not only the 3 people of Doomsday Team 2, but also the always belligerent Wang Jindong swallowed his saliva. He originally thought that he was strong enough, but then Luo Fan appeared. Luo Fan was already very strong, and then Yi Tianxin, who was even stronger, appeared. With these 2 people, he still had the courage to fight, but facing Jiang Cheng, he could not muster the desire to fight. After all, he was just belligerent and did not like to be abused. He muttered to himself, "Damn it! Is the leader of Shuguang so perverted?" Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Yi Tianxin was grabbed by the wrist, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. He said with a ferocious face, "If you have the ability, let me go. Let's fight one-on-one. Do you dare?" Heh. Jiang Cheng laughed sarcastically. Why not? As he said that, he turned to Luo Fan, who was still in shock, and said, "Old Luo, you did a good job. Leave it to me next." But the leader, Luo Fan did not want to give up. He lost the face of Shuguang, so he should earn it back himself, even if he died. Jiang Cheng shook his head and advised, "You have done a good job. Go down and leave the rest to me." Okay. Seeing Jiang Cheng emphasize again, Luo Fan hesitated and stopped insisting. Instead, before going back, he whispered in Jiang Cheng's ear, "Chief, be careful of his eyes." "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded. Luo Fan glared at Yi Tianxin fiercely and staggered away. After returning to the Shuguang people, everyone was concerned again. "Don't be so stubborn next time," Zhang Yi said. "I will treat you first," Lu Xinru said, her hands flashing with green light, covering Luo Fan. "Don't worry, the leader will avenge you," Lin Ro said seriously with a fist. Luo Fan was moved by what he heard. "Hey, you can let go now." Looking at Luo Fan returning to the team, Yi Tianxin suddenly said. Jiang Cheng immediately turned around and smiled and released his wrist. With his wrist free again, Yi Tianxin took several steps and retreated violently, keeping a distance from Jiang Cheng. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that he would kill him later. The battle between the two of them instantly attracted everyone's attention. In the command room, Xiang Lao stared at the big screen with interest. Just now, Luo Fan in the dawn brought him a huge surprise. Now, he wanted to see how strong Jiang Cheng, the leader of the dawn often mentioned by Miao Feng, was with Luo Fan. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Cheng slowly raised his hand and smiled. "Go ahead, or you will say that I bullied you." "You?" Yi Tianxin immediately broke his defense and stared at Jiang Cheng, gritting his teeth in hatred. Originally thought that this trip to Chu would be his show, but he didn't expect such a person to appear. Just stopping his move made him lose face. But then he thought this was only because he didn't use his superpowers on the other party, so the other party took advantage of the loophole. As long as he used his superpowers, the result would be the same as Luo Fan. No, it should be worse. Thinking of this, Yi Tianxin's angry heart calmed down again, and his handsome face smiled at Jiang Cheng and said, "Really? Then you have to let me go next time." "Of course." Jiang Cheng smiled. Listening, Yi Tianxin's smile gradually disappeared, and he sneered in his heart, "I will slowly torture you and let you die miserably." As he said that, he stepped on the ground with his right foot, and with the help of its force, Yi Tianxin lowered his body and raised his fist to dive out. Just an ordinary punch. Jiang Cheng was stunned, but quickly denied it. Yi Tianxin's ability is in those eyes, and from the last time he attacked Luo Fan, he also figured out the rules. The activation condition of the pair of time-stopping eyes is that the other party is staring at his eyes. In other words, as long as he doesn't look into the other person's eyes, he won't be hit. From this point of view, Yi Tianxin's intention is already very clear. First get close, then take action to control. The moment he figured it out, the fist wind has arrived. Jiang Cheng didn't even look at it, and raised his hand casually, and his forearm blocked the other person's fist. It caught it. Yi Tianxin was slightly surprised, and then kicked out with his right whip kick again. Bang! Jiang Cheng raised his leg to block it, and at the same time his eyes slowly swept towards Yi Tianxin. Feeling the other person's sight moving, Yi Tianxin was immediately ecstatic, and his half-closed eyes suddenly opened, and shouted, "I have time stop." The red light in his eyes flashed again, and a circle of ripples instantly enveloped Jiang Cheng from his eyeballs. Feeling the other person's red light, Jiang Cheng's body stiffened and stopped moving. Yi Tianxin laughed as he looked at him. "Ha! You are nothing more than that." He punched quickly and vigorously, with a sound of breaking through the air, and went straight to Jiang Cheng's chest, silently saying in his heart, "Today is the day you die." But when it was less than 10 centimeters away from his chest, Jiang Cheng, who had been motionless, suddenly turned his head, and a curve crossed his mouth, and slowly spit out 4 words towards Yi Tianxin. "Spirit, impact." This is... Looking at Jiang Cheng, who suddenly turned his head and smiled at him, Yi Tianxin felt an ominous feeling in his heart. And the next moment, Yi Tianxin only felt that his mind was in chaos, his vision was blurred, and his eyes rolled white unconsciously. This feeling lasted for about a second. When he woke up again, he only felt a pain in his lower abdomen. At the same time, Jiang Cheng's voice sounded in his ears. "With this punch, you will humiliate me, Luo Fan, a member of Shuguang." Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his body flew backwards unconsciously. It hasn't landed yet. Jiang Cheng's voice sounded again. With this punch, I will humiliate you, Shuguang. Then he felt the bones in his back burst. Boom. The body fell straight down. But before it hit the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen again. This punch will hit you for being too arrogant. Ah! Another mouthful of sticky blood mixed with broken pieces was spat out, and the body flew high into the sky. Repeatedly. He was like a rubber ball, being hit repeatedly and flying back and forth in the air at high speed. He didn't even know how many times he had been hit. He only felt that his vision was blurred. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken, and his limbs were damaged to varying degrees. Twisted, a handsome and evil face was beaten in a shape like a pig's head. After 3 minutes of hitting, boom, Yi Tianxin smashed a big hole into the ground, tilted his head, and immediately lost consciousness. See this scene. The awakened people watching all swallowed their saliva. This is too fierce. As a member of Shuguang, Luo Fan was moved by Jiang Cheng's venting anger for him and felt goosebumps on his back. He was secretly glad for his original choice. Otherwise, Yi Tianxin today would be him tomorrow. Lin Ro on the side didn't think so much and cheered. Good fight. Let this bastard see that we, Shuguang, are not so easy to mess with. Lu Xinru and Zhang Ye also said to themselves, great job. Wang Chang naturally burst into applause. On the contrary, it was the others. Gulu, Zhang Wenba of the Doomsday Team too swallowed hard and said, Captain, we should keep a low profile when we see the light of day in the future. Zhou Hao also raised his hand and said, I think so too. Lu Ziyun listened to the two people's speech, rolled her eyes unconsciously, and reprimanded. You are really worthless. But he secretly thought in his heart, do you still need to tell me? As for Wang Zhendong, he was sweating profusely, thinking about whether what he said during the previous battle with Luo Fan was too arrogant. Zhu Xi was also stunned for a while, until a faint voice sounded, bringing everyone back to their senses. The results can be announced. Zhu Xi reacted and hurriedly trotted over. When he saw Yi Tianxin lying in a deep pit with an inhuman appearance, he silently sympathized with him for half a second and then announced, I declare that Jiang Cheng wins. After finishing speaking, he quickly called to the soldiers beside him. You guys, hurry up and send this captain to the medical room. Yes, Major. Immediately 3 soldiers came over and jumped into the pit to pull Yi Tianxin away. But after pulling for a while, they found that Yi Tianxin was too deep, and his whole body was embedded in it, as if it had taken root. With their strength, they couldn't pull it up at all, so they had no choice but to shout to the top, Major, I can't pull him. This. After a brief silence, Zhu Xi looked at Jiang Cheng for help. Jiang Cheng nodded, pointed towards Yi Tianxin with one hand, and said calmly, Wind pressure. Call. Immediately, a pillar of wind rushed up from Yi Tianxin's back and flew him into the sky. However, because Jiang Cheng could control the force, he only lifted Yi Tianxin 5 or 6 meters high, just out of the collapse, and then faced vertically. It was like a puddle of rotten meat hitting the concrete pavement. Upon seeing this, the soldiers on the side immediately surrounded him and lifted Yi Tianxin up. Okay. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Xi and said, Many. Thank you very much. Zhu Xi looked at Yi Tianxin, who had been smashed into an inhuman shape, and spoke awkwardly. This hand caused a great shock to the hearts of the awakened people around him. Seeing Yi Tianxin being carried away, Zhu Xi just breathed a small sigh of relief and looked at Jiang Cheng and said, Chief Jiang Cheng, please follow me. Jiang Cheng nodded lightly, then motioned for everyone to follow him. Under the leadership of Zhu Xi, the awakened people who were still surrounding them quickly made room for the Shuguang people and collectively stood on the spot, watching the group of people go in. Until dawn, everyone's back disappears. The awakened ones who had been silent just now dared to speak. Call. As if he had been holding his breath for a long time, one of the awakened ones breathed a sigh of relief and then patted his chest and said, It's terrible. I almost suffocated to death just now. I'm still the same. I don't even dare to take a breath. I really want to go back to the base. It's so scary here. Is he the devil? At the same time, Zhu Xi led Jiang Cheng while introducing the general situation of the base. The commander-in-chief invites you here this time. I believe you have a general idea. However, I would like to explain the situation this time in detail to facilitate your future operations. After a pause, he continued, It's like this. More than half a month ago, we found this mutant codenamed Rage near the base. In order to prevent it from threatening the base, we led it to the Longjiang Bridge and prepared to block and annihilate it. Unfortunately, the opponent was very strong and we were no match for it, so it ran away. During this operation, 3 of our second-level Awakeners were seriously injured and dying, 13 first-level Awakeners died, and 158 ordinary soldiers died. Hearing this, for some reason, Lin Ro, who was following behind, suddenly felt uncomfortable. But she didn't interrupt. Jiang Cheng asked curiously, What's next? In the next week, this mutant was relatively quiet, but this week, for some reason, it gathered a large number of zombies to attack our base. Through thermal imaging scans, the number is at least 500,000, and the zombies around are still gathering. It is expected that there will be 1 million tomorrow. With the current strength of the Chudu base, it is impossible to stop it. So, this is why we invited awakened people from various bases to come. Millions of zombies. Hearing this, even Jiang Cheng couldn't help but be surprised. The most he killed was a zombie group of more than 10,000 zombies. He couldn't imagine 1 million zombies. However, such a large number of zombies must be related to high-level zombies. Among zombies, the levels are very clear. High-level zombies, even if they are only one small level higher, will unconditionally obey the orders of the other party. This seems to be related to their genes. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng asked, Do you know the level of this rage at present? According to our calculations, its strength should be at level 3. Of course, it may also be level 4. With our current level of technology, we can only calculate it to level 3. Zhu Xi shook his head. Jiang Cheng nodded silently. He already had a rough guess in his mind. This zombie is definitely not as simple as level 3. Of course, this is just the current situation. You need to discuss the details with the Commander-in-Chief first. Okay. Several people walked through the long corridor and took a full metal elevator. However, this elevator was different from ordinary elevators. Instead of going up and down vertically, it turned a few corners laterally and dropped down more than 10 floors. Bite. A doorbell rings. The elevator door opens. Juicy led a few people along another section of the corridor. Until the end, Jiu-Si stretched out his face. Iris scanning, identity confirmed, please come in. The mechanical sound sounded. The half-meter-thick metal gate in front of him slowly opened to both sides. Next, Jiu-Si opened 6 more gates in succession, until he reached the 7th one. Identity confirmation, please enter password. Jiu-Si immediately reached out and typed out a row of numbers. The password is correct, please come in. The mechanical sound fell, and the door slowly opened. This time is different from before. Inside the gate is a reception room, which is very spacious and bright. The floor is covered with red carpets, and the unique classical solid wood furniture of the Great Zhou dynasty is placed on it. Portraits of famous people are hung on the walls, and the ceiling is flashing with the Great Zhou dynasty flag. Everyone, please have some tea first. The Commander-in-Chief will be here soon. Juicy raised his hand to say please, then opened a door in the corner and walked in. Everyone in Shuguang sat down casually at Jiang Cheng's signal. I have to say, this decoration is really grand. Wang Chong squatted down on a chair and sighed. It's not bad. Luo Fan sat on a chair with a cold face, picked up a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp to hide his inner excitement. Lu Xinru and Zhang Yi circled the reception room, pointing to one place and nodding from time to time. Only Lin Ro was sitting on the chair with a complicated mood, her hands intertwined and squeezing each other, looking a little bored. Jiang Cheng was very keenly aware of Lin Ro's change, or he had felt it since he was in the corridor. However, because Zhu Si was present at the time, it was inconvenient to ask. Now Zhu Si left and walked up to take pictures. He patted Lin Ro on the shoulder and said with a smile, What are you thinking about? Oh. Feeling the movement on her shoulder, Lin Ro was slightly startled. When she saw that it was Jiang Cheng, she relaxed again and said with some distress, You also know that when I come this time, in addition to following you to support the Chuda base, I also one purpose is to see my brother Lin Yi. But I'm a little worried now that I haven't seen anyone. That's it. Jiang Cheng thought for a while, then smiled and said, after we finish talking about things later, I'll ask you a question. Yeah. Lin Ro nodded with a complicated mood. Looking at it, Jiang Cheng shook his head and laughed. But right now, an old voice came from not far away, the same as the voice on the screen before. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Jiang Cheng looked up. He is an old man with white beard and hair. Although his face is covered with the wind and frost of the years, he looks very strong and brave. He was obviously a handsome guy when he was young. Jusi dared to be around the old man. When Jiang Cheng looked over, Jusi quickly raised his hand and introduced, Commander-in-Chief, this is Jiang Cheng, the leader of Shuguang Base in Linxian City. After listening to the introduction, the old man looked Jiang Cheng up and down, especially when he looked into his eyes. His eyes lit up, he laughed and extended his hand. Sure enough, a hero comes from a young man. He is worthy of being a good son of our Dechu province. The Commander-in-Chief commends you. Jiang Cheng smiled and reached out to hold it. Well, this is an informal occasion, so there is no need to call me Commander-in-Chief. My surname is Xiang, and I am your elder by seniority. Just call me Mr. Xiang. Mr. Xiang said with a smile. Lao Xiang said so. There is nothing wrong with this kid. Jiang Cheng responded with a smile. Okay. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was neither humble nor arrogant, Mr. Xiang loved him even more. He held Jiang Cheng's hand and said, Since you guys call me Mr. Xiang, why don't you introduce these friends of yours to me? Certainly. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. He did not feel that kind of oppression towards the old man who was in charge of Chudu's military power. Instead, he felt a faint sense of intimacy. Or maybe because he has been a man for 2 generations, he has long been indifferent to identity, status, etc. He signaled to everyone in Shuguang's eyes. Several women, as well as Luo Fan and Wang Chong, quickly stepped forward and stood in a row. The first is Lu Xinru. To be honest, this was the first time she saw this old man who only existed in the news, and she was a little nervous for a moment. But in order not to lose face to Shuguang, he suppressed his trembling and said, Hello, I am the doctor at Shuguang Base, Lu Xinru. Oh, Miss Lu is a doctor? Mr. Xiang was slightly surprised. Well, Xinru's ability is healing, so I arranged for her to be responsible for the base's medical treatment. Jiang Cheng explained. The healing ability. Not bad. Mr. Xiang couldn't help but nodded, and then said, There are still a few injured team members in my base. I wonder if I can trouble Dr. Lu to come and take a look? This. Lu Xinru looked at Jiang Cheng in embarrassment. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly in agreement. Lu Xinru just nodded and said, Of course. Okay, then I'll thank Miss Lu in advance. Next, Mr. Xiang looked at Zhangya. Zhangya was not as restrained as Lu Xinru. She stretched out her hand dignifiedly and said, Hello, I am the chef at Shuguang Base, Zhangya. Yes. Mr. Xiang nodded and shook his hand, secretly surprised at how easily Zhangya faced him. You know, as a superior, most ordinary people would be so nervous that they would be speechless when they see him. But Zhangya was relaxed and at ease, without the slightest bit of nervousness. If it weren't for her excellent family background and long-term cultural influence, she would definitely not have such a good way of dealing with people. He couldn't help but look up to Zhangya. Next, Xiang Lao looked at Luo Fan again. Luo Fan just said lightly, Shuguang, Luo Fan. Xiang Lao smiled and nodded in response. Finally, he looked at Lin Ro. Lin Ro was a sheriff before. After seeing Mr. Xiang, she was habitually nervous and stuttered. I am the captain of the guard of the Shuguang Base, Lin Ro. Lin Ro. Mr. Xiang smiled and said, Speaking of which, there is also a soldier named Lin in my base, named Lin Yi, and you are from the same family. Yes, my brother is called Lin Yi. Hearing the 2 words Lin Yi, Lin Ro became excited, and then explained, and he joined the army early and is currently serving in the Chudu military region. Lin Yi is your brother? This is a bit troublesome. Mr. Xiang frowned, and Jiu Ci, beside him, also had a complicated expression. Jiang Cheng also saw the clues. Lin Ro looked at Mr. Xiang's expression, and the ominous feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. He hurriedly asked, Mr. Xiang, is there something wrong with my brother? This. Mr. Xiang hesitated and didn't know whether to say it. Jiu Ci said immediately, It's like this, Miss Lin. Captain Lin Ye's current situation is a bit complicated. We will tell you in detail later. Okay. Since the other party said so, Lin Ro could only nod helplessly. Jiang Cheng, looking at Lin Ro's distressed look, thought about it and said, Mr. Xiang, I think it is necessary to make it clear about the matter of Captain Lin Ro's brother in my base. Of course, if there are any adverse consequences, we will voluntarily bear them. Listening to Jiang Cheng speaking for her, Lin Ro immediately looked at Jiang Cheng gratefully, and Jiang Cheng also cast a reassuring look at Lin Ro, and then looked straight at Mr. Xiang. Facing Jiang Cheng's gaze, Zhou Xi said immediately, Chief Jiang Cheng, regarding Captain Lin Ye's matter, I think we can. Before Zhou Xi finished speaking, Mr. Xiang interrupted with a wave of his hand, and then sighed and said, Alas, you don't have to bear anything, but I'm afraid that you can't accept the result. What happened to my brother? Lin Ro's chest tightened, and her eyes turned red. Old Xiang sighed and said, Zhou Xi, tell them. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Zhou Xi nodded, looked at Lin Ro, and said calmly, It's like this. In the process of capturing Rage, all members of the 1st Doomsday Squadron, to which Captain Lin Yi belongs, were seriously injured and dying. They are still being rescued. Hearing these words, Lin Ro trembled, and she felt dizzy and almost fainted. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng supported her in time and did not fall down. After a moment of relaxation, Lin Ro suppressed her great sadness and said slowly, Can I see him? Of course. Old Xiang nodded, turned to Zhou Xi, and said, Take Miss Lin to see him. But Commander-in-Chief, it's a bit inappropriate, right? That's. Zhou Xi hesitated. The laboratory is a confidential place in Chuda Base. Xiang Lao naturally knows his concerns, but when he thinks that he will need to rely on Jiang Cheng to deal with the mutant next, the underground laboratory seems not so important. So he said, There is nothing inappropriate, go. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Zhou Xi nodded, looked at Jiang Cheng and others, and said, Please follow me. Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded. Xu Guang and his group followed Zhou Xi. After passing through several gates, they came to a place similar to the subway entrance. Zhou Xi introduced, This is a temporary laboratory built by our Chuda base. I hope that after you go in, no matter what you see, keep everything inside confidential. Don't worry, we still understand this. Jiang Cheng nodded. After getting the answer, Zhou Xi nodded and led everyone down from the subway entrance. It was not until he got down that Jiang Cheng could see this so-called laboratory clearly. It was a temporary laboratory built with sterile transparent materials, and people were shaking from time to time inside. Okay, please change into sterile clothes. Also, after you go in, no matter what you see, please keep quiet. After Zhou Xi gave a reminder, everyone put on sterile clothes and followed Zhou Xi into the laboratory. As soon as they entered, a staff member came up and looked at the unfamiliar face behind Zhou Xi and couldn't help asking, Major Zhou Xi, who are these people? Captain Lin Ye's relatives, the Commander-in-Chief, ordered. Zhou Xi replied, and then asked, What is Captain Lin Ye's current condition? The staff shook his head and said, The situation is not optimistic. With the current technology, it is difficult for us to recover him. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden commotion in the laboratory. Quick, Captain Lin Ye's cardiac arrest. Use the defibrillator quickly. Push 1 milligram of adrenaline. Hearing the word Lin Yi, Lin Ro immediately became excited. It's my brother Lin Yi. I want to go in. But before she took 2 steps, she was stopped by the staff. Miss, we are rescuing Captain Lin Yi. Please stay calm. Get out of my way. Lin Ro couldn't listen anymore. She pushed the staff aside and rushed inside. Jiang Cheng saw this and signaled to Lu Xinru. The two hurriedly followed. Seeing that they couldn't stop these people, the staff looked to Zhou Xi for help. Major Zhou Xi this. I'll go and inform the Commander-in-Chief. Zhou Xi said immediately. She had seen with her own eyes how strong Jiang Cheng's force was, so she could only report this to the Commander-in-Chief first. At this time, led by Jiang Cheng, the Shuguang people pulled open the sterile curtain and went directly into the laboratory. As soon as they entered, they saw a naked young man lying on the bed with his eyes closed. His body was full of unknown tubes and instruments, and around the young man were a group of white coats busy rescuing him. It seemed that they noticed the few people who suddenly broke in. Ho Yin, who was performing the rescue, looked at Jiang Cheng with some annoyance and cursed. "Who are you? Who let you in?" After saying that, he said to the staff beside him, "Get these irrelevant people out." "Yes, doctor." After receiving the order, several staff members pretended to surround him. "Please cooperate with us and don't interfere with our rescue." "Rescue?" Jiang Cheng sneered, pointed at the electrocardiogram that was about to turn into a horizontal line, and said sarcastically, "Is this the result of your rescue?" The staff blushed and stood there awkwardly, unable to speak. Seeing that the situation was urgent, Jiang Cheng didn't care about nonsense. He turned his wrist and took out 2 first-level gene enhancement potions from the space ring and threw them to Lu Xinru. "Say, Sister Xinru, Lin Yi is in your hands." "Okay." Lu Xinru caught the potion and walked quickly towards Lin Yi. Seeing the stranger approaching, Ho Yin became even more annoyed and cursed. "Why are you still standing there? Stop him." Listening, several workers looked at each other and surrounded him to stop him. But a group of ordinary people were no match for Jiang Cheng, the awakened one. In the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground and wailed, and Ho Yin himself was also restrained. The obstacle was cleared. Without saying a word, Lu Xinru took the first-level gene enhancement potion and injected it directly into Lin Ye's body. At the same time, she covered Lin Ye's chest with both hands. A light shout, "Treatment!" A faint green light shone from both palms and continued to penetrate into Lin Ye's body for repair. This time, she felt the effort for the first time, because through the healing light, it was found that Lin Ye's internal organs were almost all broken, and there were no intact bones. Even his heart was cracked. Only a pigeon egg-sized awakening crystal in his dantian emitted a bright light. Lu Xinru estimated that if it were not for the powerful energy contained in the awakening crystal, Lin Yi might have died long ago. However, although the current situation is critical, it is not to the point of no return, but it is a bit costly for her. "Let's start with the heart." Lu Xinru said secretly, closed her eyes, and covered the cracked heart with the healing light. It must be said that her healing ability is very effective. The cracks on the heart grew granulation at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, the heart has healed for the most part. While she was treating, "Who are you? Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Ho Yin was restrained by Jiang Cheng, and his hands could not move, so he could only yell wildly. Jiang Cheng was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot, and directly slapped Ho Yin, and then quietly waited for Lu Xinru to treat him. With the output of the healing light, 1 minute later, beep, the electrocardiogram, which was originally a straight line, suddenly jumped. Ho Yin was stunned when he heard it, and immediately turned his head. When he saw the broken line on the heartbeat graph, he excitedly said, "Quick, let me go. Lin Yi still has vital signs, and can still be saved." Jiang Cheng said lightly, "Okay, just watch honestly, and leave the matter of saving Lin Yi to us." "Leave it to you," Ho Yin muttered, and then looked at the hands covering Lin Yi with green light, and seemed to understand something, and his face flushed a little. But in order to avoid causing the other parties disgust, he was surprisingly honest and quiet. In the command room, after receiving Jiuxi's message, Xiang Lao frowned and said, "Okay, you stabilize them first. Don't do anything radical. I'll come right over." As he said that, he immediately picked up the satellite phone, dialed a number, and said, "This is the command room. I'm Xiang Chu. I order the Doomsday Team 2 to enter the laboratory immediately and stand by." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." After hanging up the phone, Xiang Lao rushed over immediately. Although the situation was urgent, his intuition told him that it was not a bad thing. At this time in the laboratory, with the heart repaired, the heartbeat resumed, and with the powerful repair effect of the 2 first-level gene enhancement drugs, combined with the treatment of Lu Xinru's healing light, Lin Ye's internal organs and bones were also repaired at a miraculous speed. Half an hour passed. With a long breath exhaled, Lu Xinru's face was pale, and she turned to Jiang Cheng and smiled miserably, saying, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission." After saying that, she collapsed backwards weakly. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng immediately let go of Ho Yin, took a step forward, and firmly hugged Lu Xinru, who was about to fall, then took out a bottle of spiritual water from the space ring. unscrewed it, and fed it into Lu Xinru's mouth, saying softly, "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Xinru." As the sweet spiritual water entered her mouth, Lu Xinru's pale face gradually turned red, and her physical strength was slowly recovering bit by bit. At this time, the fungus-proof door curtain was knocked open, and a group of people, led by Xiang Lao, followed by Zhu Xi, rushed in. However, the moment they saw Jiang Cheng, the entire Doomsday Team too collectively broke out in a cold sweat. On the Dawn side, Lin Ro, Zhang Ye, and Luo Fan looked at each other and immediately became alert. As a soldier of the Lincian base, Wang Cheng looked at both sides with some embarrassment and finally made up his mind and stood on Jiang Cheng's side. To be honest, his life was saved by Jiang Cheng, and his supernatural powers were given by Jiang Cheng. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng, their Lincian base would have ceased to exist long ago. And what about the Chuda base? He is a soldier, but he is more of a person. People know how to be grateful. He has already repaid Chuda's kindness with his life. For a while, the two sides were on the verge of a fight, and the atmosphere was a bit weird. As time passed by, Lu Xinru's physical strength was also half restored. Jiang Cheng saw that Lu Xinru was able to stand up, so he helped her up, then turned to look at the person who came, and said with a smile, "Xiang Lao, what do you mean?" "This." Xiang Chu looked at several laboratory staff members who fell to the ground and didn't know how to speak for a while. But at this moment, what am I doing?" A weak voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a naked young man slowly opening his eyes, struggling to support himself from the bed, and then looking around blankly, muttering, "Dr. Ho Yin, Xiang Lao," and when he saw a face with red eyes, Lin Ye's eyes were full of disbelief. "Sister, awake, awake." Ho Yan's face was full of disbelief when he saw this scene. Even though his vital signs had just dropped rapidly, he sat up directly now. You know, when Lin Yi was sent here, all his bones were broken, none of his organs were intact, and even his heart was damaged to varying degrees. It was only because of the strong vitality of the awakened that he was able to hold on until now. And according to the existing means of their base, it is impossible to wake him up at all. Could it be? Thinking of Lu Xinru's glowing hands before, Ho Yin was more certain of his guess in his heart. He didn't care about the pain in his arms, and hurriedly climbed up and said to the staff who were wailing on the ground, "Stop wailing for me. Get up quickly and check Captain Lin Yi." "Yes." The staff immediately stood up with pain and brought instruments to Lin Yi for testing one after another. Seeing this, Mr. Xiang looked at Lu Xinru, who was still a little weak, and recalled Lu Xinru's introduction before. He understood it instantly, broke the silence, and smiled awkwardly. "Jiang Xiao, you misunderstood. I heard Juicy say that you are treating Lin Yi, so I came to see." "Is that so?" Jiang Cheng said with a playful smile. As a superior, Mr. Xiang didn't know how many times he had faced serious situations, but he was not as nervous as this time when facing a young man. But his good psychological qualities still made him smile. "Of course." Then he sighed. "I really didn't expect that Jiang Xiaoyo's men would have such a strange ability. In this way, we will be more confident in dealing with rage." After that, he said to Juicy, "Take Doomsday Team 2 to the conference room to prepare. I will discuss with Jiang Xiaoyo's Dawn people about dealing with rage later." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Juicy responded and gestured to Doomsday Team 2. The three members of Doomsday Team 2 were eager to leave, and immediately smiled and nodded, and then hurriedly followed Juicy and left. Until they left the laboratory door, Zhang Wenbo patted his chest and said in shock, "Oh, I feel like I almost died." "Yeah, at that time I heard my ex-girlfriend in heaven calling me." Zhou Hao was also scared. Lu Ziyun was silent. Apart from fear, she was more excited. "Lin Yi, you finally woke up." In the laboratory, after a series of examinations, Lin Yi's vital signs were normal. Ho Yin looked at the data on the display screen and shook his head and sighed. "It's simply a medical miracle." After saying that, he looked at Lu Xinru again enthusiastically. He knew that all these miracles came from that green light, so he secretly planned in his heart that he must find an opportunity to have a good chat with this woman. At this time, Lin Yi had already put on his clothes. He thought he was really finished this time, but he didn't expect to be cured. Not only that, he also met his sister who he hadn't seen for more than a year. How should he tell his sister when he goes out later? Lin Yi was a little excited. Thinking of this, he pulled open the curtain with hesitation and walked out. When he saw the face in front of him that was 80% similar to him, he was ready to speak. But the next moment, snap! Suddenly, his handsome left cheek swelled up high, and there was a hand in front of his face that was in a slapping posture. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Lin Yi was not annoyed. Instead, he touched his swollen cheek with a smile and looked at Lin Ro, who was crying in front of him, and said, "Sister, your grip is still so strong." "You little bastard." Lin Ro cursed again, then cried out, hugged Lin Yi tightly, and cried, "You little bastard, do you know how worried I am about you? If you die, how can I explain to my parents?" At this point, Lin Ro cried even harder. Lin Yi looked at his sister who was crying while hugging him and didn't know how to answer for a while. As a soldier of Chudu, he can be said to have devoted himself completely to Chudu and even didn't care about his sister in Linxian. Thinking of this, he felt guilty and his nose was sore, but he still tried to hold it in and said, "Sister, how did you get here?" When asked here, Lin Ro's crying gradually subsided, and she let go of Lin Yi. With her red and swollen eyes and twitching shoulders, she said, "This is all thanks to my leader." Leader? Hearing these two words, Lin Yi's brain suddenly became a little insufficient. Lin Ro said seriously, "At that time, I was surrounded by zombies, and 2 colleagues died in succession. If it weren't for the leader, I would have died." As she said that, she pointed to Jiang Cheng and introduced, "This is the leader of the Dawn base where I am, Mr. Jiang Cheng." Dawn base. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Cheng with a slightly complicated expression, secretly looking up and down. Who on earth could make his always conceited sister so convinced? But to his disappointment, this person looked ordinary. Except for his slightly resolute appearance, the rest was ordinary. However, he still stretched out his hand and thanked. "Brother Jiang saved my sister's life. I, Lin Yi, will remember it in my heart. If you need it in the future, just tell Lin Yi." "Okay." Jiang Cheng smiled and held Lin Yi's hand. "Lin Yi, and these others." Lin Ro pulled Lin Yi to introduce to the Shuguang people beside him. "This is Zhang Ye from our base, and this is Luo Fan." Until she pointed to the pale and cold woman at the end and said hurriedly, "This is Dr. Lu Xinru Lu. If it weren't for her, you might have just—" "Did she save me?" Lin Yi finally reacted. He said why he could always smell a faint fragrance during his coma, and the broken bones and ruptured organs were miraculously restored. With his second-level power alone, he would never be able to do it. Looking at the woman again, she was wearing a white coat that wrapped her knees, but her calves, as smooth and beautiful as milk, were perfectly displayed, and her cold eyes and delicate facial features made Lin Yi feel moved for a while. Looking at Lin Yi, who was stunned, Lu Xinru frowned slightly, but because this was Lin Ro's younger brother, she nodded. "Hello, I'm Lin Yi." Lin Yi extended his hand blankly to introduce himself. "Lu Xinru." Lu Xinru said lightly, and felt that she had recovered most of her strength, so she turned around and walked behind Jiang Cheng. Lin Yi was not discouraged by the other party's attitude of keeping people at a distance, but instead a surge of enthusiasm surged. He must chase this woman. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, Xiang Lao's voice sounded at the right time. "Jiang Xiaoyu, look at the other members of the Doomsday Squad." Since Jiang Cheng can make Lin Yi, who was the most seriously injured, recover, Qiyue and Ziyi should not have too much problem, but he was a little embarrassed to speak directly like this, even though he had been in power for many years. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "I agree to Xiang Lao's request, but I have to make it clear in advance for the medical expenses." "Okay, Jiang Xiaoyu, as long as you have anything you want, as long as Chu has it, we will definitely satisfy you." Xiang Lao's eyes lit up and said quickly, "Just now, 2 first-level gene enhancement potions were consumed to treat Lin Yi. Each potion costs 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals. As you have seen Lin Yi's situation, our Dr. Lu has consumed a lot of physical strength because of treating Lin Yi. It will take at least a week for him to fully recover, so the treatment cost is naturally a little more expensive, just 10,000 zombie crystals." Jiang Cheng explained with a smile. Hearing this, the corners of Xiang Lao's mouth twitched fiercely. As early as in the information transmitted by Linxian base, he knew that Jiang Cheng was a stingy person without feelings. Now he saw that he was indeed worthy of his reputation. However, his Chuda base can still take out a mere 12,000 crystals, and this transaction is only profitable for him. After all, for the Chudu base of the Doomsday team, it is the main combat force. Losing any member of the team is not comparable to the value of a mere 12,000 crystals. He said generously, "No problem. We will pay the 12,000 crystals, but we will ask Jiang Xiaoyu for help with the other 2 team members. Of course, if Jiang has any extra medicines, we will take as many as you have." Mr. Xiang is generous. Jiang Cheng praised him, thinking that he is worthy of being the boss in charge of the provincial capital base. He is generous and generous. With one word, the other medicines are immediately sold. Thinking of this, he continued, "We will talk about the medicine in detail later. As for now, I need to ask about the doctor in my base." "No problem." Mr. Xiang nodded in response. He had personally tested the magic of these medicines a long time ago. The kind of strengthening of the body from the inside out. Even though he was nearly 80 years old and had countless hidden injuries in his body, in the Liangshan area, not only did his hidden injuries disappear, but also some problems caused by aging organs disappeared, and even the whole person looked 20 years younger. He must seize the opportunity to get such a good thing. Otherwise, if the old guys in other provincial capital bases know about it, they will go crazy. "Okay, wait a moment, Mr. Xiang," Jiang Cheng said, turned to look at Lu Xinru, and said with concern, "Sister Xinru, can you still make a move in your current situation? If not, we don't have to make money from these 10,000 crystal stones." "Make money, why not?" Lu Xinru glanced at Jiang Cheng lightly. After being nourished by the 5th-level spiritual water, she has already recovered more than half. With the current energy, it is not a problem to save another Lin Yi. Then Sister Xinru has worked hard. As they said, several people came to another bed. Lying on the bed was a woman with long blue hair. Her eyelashes were long and curved, and the thin and long tails of her eyes were closed. She was like a sleeping beauty in a fairy tale, lying quietly on the bed. Because of the instrument, her flat and fit belly was exposed, and only 2 close-fitting underwear were left on her body. "Ziyi." Lin Yi looked at his teammates on the bed and called softly, but what responded to him was the silent air and the beeping life monitor. "Miss Lu, I'll leave everything to you." Lin Yi looked at Lu Xinru for help. She could cure herself who was seriously injured and dying, and she could definitely save Ziyi. "Yes." Lu Xinru nodded lightly, and then signaled Jiang Cheng, dismissed everyone, and then took 2 first-level gene enhancement drugs from Jiang Cheng and injected them. It must be said that the effect of the first-level gene enhancement drug is still powerful. After just 2 injections, Ziye's eyelids began to tremble slightly, and the curve on the life monitor was also changing in the normal direction. But Lu Xinru knew that this was far from enough. She stretched out her hands, covered Ziye's lower abdomen, and said secretly, "Treatment." The next moment, a faint green halo emanated from her palms and began to explore the situation in Ziye's body bit by bit. Skull fracture, heart damage, ruptured internal organs, broken bones. Especially when she saw the gradually dimming awakening crystal with fine cracks in Ziye's lower abdomen, Lu Xinru realized that Ziye's condition was much worse than she thought. Releasing her hands, Lu Xinru looked at Jiang Cheng with some embarrassment. "Her body. How is it?" Jiang Cheng asked with a frown. Usually, Lu Xinru would not have such an expression unless it was an extremely serious situation. Lu Xinru took a deep breath and shook her head helplessly. "I can't do anything. The awakening crystal in her dantian is broken." "The awakening crystal is broken?" After hearing this, Jiang Cheng realized the seriousness of the problem of the woman lying on the bed. What does the awakening crystal represent? It is equivalent to the entire life essence of an awakener. Once it is broken, it will not only cause the loss of superpowers, but also endanger life. "How long can she last?" Jiang Cheng asked. Lu Xinru thought for a while and said, 3 minutes at most. "It's too late." Jiang Cheng calculated the distance between the Chudu base and Linxian. Even if he sprinted at full speed, he couldn't get back to Shuguang within 3 minutes. "Is there really no way to save her?" Jiang Cheng asked. Lu Xinru shook her head and said, "My healing ability can restore her body, but I have no way to deal with the awakening crystal." Is that so? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, lowering his head to think about how to repair the awakening crystal. The crystal of awakening condenses because the infection caused by the mutant virus invading the body stimulates the hidden super-energy genes in the human body, thereby releasing huge energy and fusing with the virus, and finally crystallizing in the dantian to form a unique crystal. In other words, the essence of the crystal of awakening is the virus. Under normal circumstances, the way for awakeners to improve their strength is to absorb virus crystals. But now in Ziye's case, this method is obviously inappropriate. Because her body is too weak, she can not only not absorb the pure virus carried by the zombie crystal, but she may also be transformed into a zombie due to virus infection. This situation has not been unheard of in Jiang Cheng. Wang Chong is a very good example, and even the virus vaccine almost failed. That's right. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the pure virus cannot be absorbed, what if it is an awakening potion? This thing is essentially a virus, but it is safer than an inactivated vaccine and will not affect the patient's body 100%. It's just that he needs to agree on the price in advance. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng patted Lu Xinru on the shoulder and said, "Wait a minute, I have a way, but I have to discuss it with them." "Yes." Lu Xinru nodded, and then instructed, "Hurry up. She doesn't have much time." "Okay," Jiang Cheng responded, and immediately pulled open the curtain and walked out. As Jiang Cheng walked out, Xiang Lao, Lin Yi, Ho Yin, and other people from the Chudu base immediately surrounded him. Lin Yi asked anxiously, "What's the situation?" Jiang Cheng's face sank, and he shook his head and said, "It's very bad, much worse than yours." "More serious than me?" Muttering, Lin Yi suddenly said excitedly, "Brother Jiang, please save Ziyi. No matter what method you use, no matter what price we have to pay. You get up first." Jiang Cheng said helplessly, "No, if you don't agree, I won't get up." Lin Yi insisted. Looking at this stubborn thing, Jiang Cheng had to look at Xiang Lao. Elder Xiang also understood the seriousness of the problem and immediately said, "Young friend Jiang, please go ahead and tell us. If you need our help, we will definitely cooperate." Jiang Cheng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and said, "There are ways, but I can't guarantee success." "What way?" Lin Yi asked hurriedly. Elder Xiang also looked over. At this moment, he could only try his best. Ho Yin was like a curious baby, with a face full of expectations. Jiang Cheng's mind moved, and he took out a red potion from the space ring and said, "This is a first-level awakening potion. Ordinary people can awaken their abilities without any side effects by injecting one. The price is 40,000 zombie crystals." Awakening potion? Ho Yin heard a new term and quickly remembered it in his mind, while staring at the red liquid in the glass tube in Jiang Cheng's hand. Awakening potion? Awakening without any side effects? Wouldn't that mean it can be mass-produced? After hearing the introduction, Mr. Xiang's breathing became a little rapid, and his face flushed. Regardless of whether Ziyi could be successfully treated this time, he would definitely trade this awakening potion with Jiang Cheng. At least it would be exclusive. Jiang Cheng looked at Mr. Xiang's excited expression and continued, "Because Miss Ziye's awakening crystal in her dantian is broken, and the only way we can think of at present is this one. It depends on whether you are willing. We can't guarantee the success rate. We only know that this potion is helpful for the repair of the awakening crystal. Inject it." Mr. Xiang made a decision immediately, and at the same time said helplessly, "One of our Chudu base's treatment methods. Ziyi will die here. Instead of lying in bed waiting to die, it's better to take a chance." "Okay, then I'll make it clear first, after I inject the stuff, no matter whether Ziyi recovers or not, the crystal stone cannot be missing," Jiang Cheng reminded. "Of course." Mr. Xiang nodded. In his opinion, if these 40,000 zombie crystals were spent, whether Ziyi could wake up or not, they, Chudu, could gain Jiang Cheng's friendship, so this deal was definitely worth it. "Then I'll go in first." Jiang Cheng nodded, turned around, and walked into the curtain. After entering, Jiang Cheng handed the first-level awakening potion to Lu Xinru without saying a word. Lu Xinru immediately pushed the potion into Ziye's body, and at the same time, she covered Ziye's lower abdomen with both hands again. The healing light was activated again, and scattered green light spots slowly entered Ziye's skin. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng simply took out another bottle of spiritual water and slowly poured it into Ziye's mouth. It must be said that with the blessing of the 2 potions and the spiritual water and Lu Xinru's healing light, the broken bones were repairing at a miraculous speed, and the damaged internal organs began to grow strips of granulation. In particular, the green crystal in the dantian was wrapped by a light red liquid, and at the same time, the green light was constantly injecting energy into the crystal. Soon, a magical scene happened. With the infiltration of the light red liquid and the injection of green light, the cracks on the crystal that were originally like spider webs began to heal slowly. About 2 hours later. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Lu Xinru's face was pale, and she fell back after wiping the sweat from her forehead. This treatment was not unexpectedly much more troublesome than treating Lin Yi. When treating Lin Yi, she only ran out of energy, but her spirit was still fine. But this time, her mind was exhausted. Jiang Cheng hurriedly hugged her, took out another bottle of spiritual water, and brought it to her mouth, pouring it in little by little. After a while, Lu Xinru finally felt more comfortable, and Jiang Cheng helped her to a chair on the side. And just at this moment, where am I? Am I dead? A blue-haired woman slowly opened her eyes, stared at the ceiling blankly, and muttered to herself. But soon she came to her senses, stretched out a hand, and pinched her cheek hard. Hiss! Feeling the pain on her face, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she took a deep breath of cool air suddenly, and her brain resumed functioning at the same time. I'm not dead. As if they heard the sound of the woman waking up in the hospital bed, a group of people opened the curtains and rushed in impatiently. Zai, you wake up. Lin Yi looked at the woman sitting up in surprise and said, Captain, are you okay? Ziyi said in disbelief. She remembered that all 3 members of the team were seriously injured at that time, especially the captain Lin Yi, who took a hit from the mutant in order to block the attack for her and Chiyue. Just as the 2 were reminiscing about old times, another voice sounded from the side. Ziyi, how do you feel now? Zai turned his head in surprise, and when he saw the white-haired old man looking at him with a smile, he immediately stood up and saluted. Mr. Xiang waved his hand and interrupted. Okay, you are now recovering from your serious injury. Just have a good rest today. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Zai said seriously while sitting on the bed. Also, the one you really want to thank is not me, but these 2. Mr. Xiang said, pointing to Jiang Cheng and Lu Xinru beside him and introducing. This is Jiang Cheng, the leader of Shuguang Base, and next to Shuguang Dr. Lu at the base. It is these 2 who can restore you and Lin Yi to your original state. Otherwise, it will be difficult to save your lives with the methods of the Chuda base. Jiang Cheng, Dr. Lu? Zai looked in the direction pointed by Mr. Xiang, and then realized that there was someone else beside the hospital bed. One of them is a man wearing a white robe. Although he is not as handsome as Lin Yi, he has more masculine beauty. And those eyes, as if they could see through everything. Looking at Jiang Cheng, Zai slowly said, Is it you who saved me? Meeting the woman's gaze, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, The one who really saved you was Dr. Lu from my base. Of course, what you have to thank more is the commander-in-chief of your base. He paid a high price. Haha, it's just 40,000 crystals. Compared to you heroes who protected the Chuda base, this is just what the base should do. Mr. Xiang shook his head. 40,000 crystals. Hearing this number, Zai couldn't help but take a breath. You know, as a Chuda base, the total inventory is only 2 million crystal stones. Their Doomsday team only supplies 10 first-order mutant crystals every month. Now the base has taken out 40,000 crystals in one go. Although they are ordinary zombie crystals, they are definitely considered a big deal. Zai glanced at Xiang Lao gratefully, then turned to look at Jiang Cheng and said seriously, No matter what, it was you who saved my life. If anything happens in the future, just let me know, and I, Zai, will never frown. Half a brow. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded in response. Then he helped Lu Xinru, who had regained some strength, and looked at Lao Xiang and said, Lao Xiang, we have rescued him, and now it's time to talk about business. Yes, Xiaoyu Jiang is absolutely right. Mr. Xiang reacted immediately and ordered Lin Yi beside him. Lin Yi, I'll leave this to you. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Lin Yi raised his hand in salute. Mr. Xiang nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Without further delay, little friend Jiang, please come with me." "Okay," Jiang Cheng responded. Xu Guang's group, including Wang Chong, followed Xiang Lao and walked to the conference room. At the same time, in the conference room, the rectangular solid wood conference table of more than 10 meters was filled with people early, and everyone was whispering and discussing. "Lao Yang, do you think those people can really kill that monster?" A general couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man beside him and asked. Yang Guangming shook his head and said, "The situation is not clear yet, and I don't know much about it either. It's hard for me to see whether it's clear or not." After hearing the conversation between the two, Zhou Gui said directly, "Yes, although these people are quite strong, we have all seen how powerful that mutant is. I think we should evacuate early before the mutant has conquered Chudu." Liu couldn't help but said, "Evacuate." Hearing these two words, Yang Guangming immediately frowned and shouted, "Liu, do you know what evacuation means to the Chudu base? But if we don't evacuate, the Chudu base and us will be burned to the ground. Do you want everyone to accompany you to die?" Liu responded mercilessly, "As a soldier, we would rather be shrouded in horse leather than deserters. What's more, the entire Chu province is watching us. If we all retreat, will Chu province have a future?" Yang Guangming patted the table and stood up. "What about wrapping a corpse in horse leather? This is called surrendering. As the backbone of the counterattack against zombies, we should fight flexibly and retain our vitality." Liu said, just when the two were having a heated argument. The door slowly opened. A majestic voice came. "Who's talking about retreat?" "Commander-in-Chief." Everyone looked towards the door, and when they saw clearly who was coming, they all stood up and saluted. Xiang Chu strode to the head of the conference table, looked at everyone, and said calmly, "Who is talking about retreating?" A power from the superior slowly spread. The entire conference room was silent. A long time. Liu still couldn't help but said, "General, Commander, in the face of such a powerful mutant, retreat does not mean failure. It is just a temporary strategic shift. I also think about the Chuda base. Doesn't it mean failure?" Xiang Chu glanced at Liu coldly, then looked at the generals who bowed their heads and said nothing, and said angrily, "If fleeing in embarrassment doesn't mean failure, then what does it mean?" Having said this, Xiang Chu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said loudly, "Chudu has been an important place in the Zhou dynasty since ancient times, and as soldiers of Chudu, we should stick to such an important place. Not to mention, this, do you understand what a withdrawal means? All the strategic materials of our base are concentrated here. If we retreat, these materials will definitely not be moved out in time. By then, we will no longer have the ability to counterattack. Everyone, it will be difficult for us to come back then." After Xiang Lao said this, he sighed heavily, and his whole person looked a little older. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. "The Chudu base will not retreat." When the voice fell, everyone looked at the direction where the voice came from with a surprised look on their faces. I saw a handsome young man in his early 20s standing at the door, followed by several men and women. What a loud tone! Everyone secretly thought in their hearts. Naturally, they knew the young people around them. After all, the battle on the big screen was impressive. Young people, confidence is a good thing, but if you are overconfident, you will lose your life. Zhou Gui slowly spoke. "Whether you are conceited or not, everything depends on the facts," Jiang Cheng said lightly, then turned his head and walked straight towards Mr. Xiang. Seeing this, Xiang Chu immediately said, "This person, I don't think you need to introduce me. You should already know it, but I still want to talk nonsense for once. This is Jiang Cheng, the leader of Shuguang base from Linxian. As for Comrade Jiang Cheng, Comrade Miao Feng, who once assisted our base, killed 5 awakened ones in the Soul base, one of whom has level 3 strength. 3rd level." One general was so surprised that he lost his voice. Even Zhou Gui couldn't help but widen his eyes. That's him. He knew that Miao Feng was kidnapped by the awakened ones at the Soul base, and he also saw from the report that the other party had 4 2nd-level awakening people and 1 3rd-level awakening person. However, he did not expect that the person who would help solve the problem would be Jiang Cheng. It turned out to be him. Liu also looked surprised. Yang Guangming, on the other hand, lowered his head and pondered. The rest of the people looked at Jiang Cheng and started discussing enthusiastically. If that's the case, we might have a chance. But that mutant is far more than just the third level, I'm afraid. Didn't the commander-in-chief summon the awakened ones from various bases this time? Quiet. As soon as Mr. Xiang's voice was mentioned, the entire conference room became quiet again. Mr. Xiang looked at Jiang Cheng and raised his hand and said, "Little friend Jiang and everyone from Shuguang, please take a seat." Jiang Cheng nodded, and the people behind him took their seats. Xiang Laofeng just spoke again. "This time I invited Xiaoyu Jiang to come here just to deal with rage. Of course, before discussing the plan, there is one more thing related to the Shuguang base headed by Jiang Xiaoyu, which is related to the future of the Chudu base." "Is it related to the future of Chudu? Is it related to this young man?" Hearing this, everyone looked over curiously. They wanted to know what it was that the commander-in-chief valued so much. Feeling everyone's gaze, Mr. Xiang nodded secretly, and then said loudly, "Everyone must be aware of the batch of medicines and firearms transported from Linxian base to Chudu base some time ago. I know, I have to say, that thing is amazing. After I injected it, all the old injuries disappeared." A general said excitedly, "That gun is also very powerful. I am also a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles, but the recoil of that gun made my hands numb for a long time. Of course, the power directly knocked over a first-order mutant." Again, a general said excitedly, "Why don't you talk about that armor? It's a first-order mutant. I wasn't paying attention and was attacked from behind by that thing. I almost thought I was going to die, but in the end, I only scratched my skin." The general sighed. Listening to everyone's talk, a smile gradually appeared on Mr. Xiang's face, and he said, "Since you have used this batch of materials, don't you want to know where they come from?" "Commander-in-chief, what do you mean?" At this time, everyone also understood the meaning of the commander-in-chief's words, and couldn't help but look at Jiang Cheng in shock. "Yes, that's what this little friend Jiang provided," Xiang Lao affirmed. "Hiss. Even though everyone has gone through hundreds of battles and experienced many things, their minds have long been as hard as a rock. But when they heard the news, they still couldn't help but take a breath, and their hearts were filled with huge waves, and they were all lost one by one." Expression management. So, before we discuss dealing with mutants today, we have to discuss cooperation with Shuguang base. Of course, before talking about it, Mr. Xiang said, looking at Jiang Cheng with a smile, and said, "Let Xiaoyu Jiang introduce it to us. Check out his belongings." "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect that the promotion of medicines would go so smoothly, but he also saw the urgency of the war in Chudu. So he said, "Generals." As he spoke, Jiang Cheng raised his hand, and a black pistol appeared in his hand. He said slowly, "This is a first-level doomsday pistol that can penetrate first-level mutants." Space powers? Yang Guangming, Zhou Gui, and Li Yu were all stunned, feeling that the young man in front of them was even more mysterious. After the introduction, Jiang Cheng put down his pistol, took out a grenade from the space ring, and said, "This is a first-level doomsday bomb that can seriously injure first-level mutants." Next, this is a first-level doomsday submachine gun that can penetrate first-level mutants. This is a second-level doomsday submachine gun that can penetrate second-level mutants. This is a second-level doomsday bomb that can seriously injure second-level mutants. With the appearance of the second-level items, everyone sitting here became uneasy. What does it mean to be able to seriously injure a second-level mutant? You know, when the mutant reaches the second level, even tanks, artillery, aircraft, and rockets are difficult to deal with. Only missiles can cause damage to it. But the damage range of the missiles is really too large, which is equivalent to damaging the enemy by 1,000 and damaging themselves by 800. They don't want to use it unless it is a last resort. As for the nuclear bomb, that's for dying together. Apart from weapons, facing the second-level mutants, even the Doomsday team would have a very difficult time dealing with them, and ordinary people would simply die if they went up to them. There have been cases like this before. The purpose of a battalion of soldiers to intercept a second-level mutant is not to kill it, but to delay its progress and create favorable conditions for the Doomsday team. But even with such a seemingly simple method, heavy casualties occurred after confronting the second-order mutant. An entire battalion of soldiers were killed within a minute. The only survivor had all his limbs broken off when he was found, leaving only one breath left. How could such a terrifying guy be injured with just such a bomb? Can it be penetrated with just such a gun? Where are the modern weapons at their base? Everyone is subconsciously disbelieving. But they had already seen the first-level Doomsday pistol, but they had no choice but to believe it. These are the weapon samples we are currently trading, Jiang Cheng said, and then added, next is the potion. As soon as he finished speaking, a light green potion appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he said calmly, this is a first-level ancient virus vaccine, which can be immune to infection by first-level mutants and zombies below. A seemingly indifferent sentence was tantamount to a nuclear bomb attack at this moment, which shocked everyone present. One of the generals stood up excitedly, opened and closed his mouth tremblingly, and said, Jiang, little friend, this vaccine you are talking about is really immune to the virus? You must know that in the battle against the zombie army, the casualties caused by mutants to the soldiers are not the greatest. The biggest casualty is the infection caused by being scratched by zombies. It was just a small wound, perhaps only the size of a blood spot, but it could turn a healthy soldier directly into a zombie, so that the Chudu base, which originally had more than 300,000 soldiers, had lost more than half of its soldiers so far. To be precise, it can only be immune to the virus of zombies of the first-order mutants and below. When facing the infection of the second-order mutants, it can only play a delaying role. Jiang Cheng explained lightly. Enough, enough. After receiving the affirmation, the general was almost speechless with excitement and could only nod. After hearing Jiang Cheng's introduction, the other generals also changed their views on Jiang Cheng. In their opinion, in today's zombie-ridden world, the value of such a potion is almost priceless. They all admired the broad-mindedness of being able to come up with such a potion. Even Zhou Guo and Li Yu, who had a lot of opinions about Jiang Cheng, put away their hostility. Apart from these generals, even the head of the Chudu base, Xiang Lao, was also excited and flushed, but he had been a superior for many years, but he did not show it as obviously as the general just now. Looking at this group of excited generals, the Shuguang people seemed very calm. Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, Zhang Ye and others still had a faint smile in their eyes. They even looked at these people from Chudu with a feeling of looking at bumpkins. But they also knew in their hearts that if they had not joined the Shuguang base, they would definitely not be much better than these people. As for Wang Chang, who followed the Shuguang people, at this moment, he was extremely proud and complacent in his heart, with his chest held high, as if saying, look, this is my brother Jiang Cheng. Look, I have used these potions a long time ago. And Jiang Cheng, looking at the excited eyes of the crowd, was calm in his heart. This is just an appetizer. Then, he took out a potion from the space ring and began to introduce it. This is a first-level gene enhancement potion that can strengthen the body. This is a first-level agility potion that can increase running speed. Every time he introduced one, the hearts of the people in Chudu would be more shocked. Until Jiang Cheng took out the last one, the red liquid rippling in the glass tube, and slowly said, this is a first-level awakening potion, which can awaken to a first-level awakener without any side effects. After these words fell, the last calmness of the crowd also completely disappeared, and they all lost their voices. If the first-level ancient virus vaccine is an atomic bomb that blows their hearts to pieces, then the first-level awakening potion is a million hydrogen bombs that directly change their cognition. Because of the appearance of this first-level awakening potion, the entire conference room was silent for 5 minutes. The kind of silence that could make a pin drop. 5 minutes later, everyone looked at each other. Even the opponents who had disagreed with each other before surprisingly reached a consensus at this moment. And everyone stood up together and said to Xiang Lao seriously, Commander-in-Chief, no matter what, please cooperate with the Dawn base. Ha ha, little friend Jiang. Look, all the subordinates have already said this. Do I, the leader, still have a reason to refuse? Mr. Xiang laughed and looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng nodded seriously and said, I understand what Mr. Xiang means. In that case, let me introduce the prices of these items. Please. Xiang Lao spread his hands. Jiang Cheng nodded and began to introduce them one by one. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 1,000 zombie crystals. Level 2 Doomsday Bomb, 10,000 zombie crystals. Level 1 Submachine Gun, for 1,000 zombie crystals. Level 2 Submachine Gun, 40,000 zombie crystals. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, 1,600 zombie crystals. First level Doomsday Bullet, 200 zombie crystals. Level 2 Doomsday Bullet, 2,000 zombie crystals. First level Gene Enhancement Potion, 1,000 zombie crystals. First level Agility Potion, 4,800 zombie crystals. First level Ancient Virus Potion, 6,400 zombie crystals. Level Awakening Potion, 40,000 zombie crystals. Listening to the price, Xiang Lao said directly without thinking, "No problem, deal, but I don't know how much Jiang Xiaoyu can offer now." Of course, the focus is on this first-level Awakening Potion. In his opinion, although the power of first-level and second-level weapons is powerful, there are times when they are exhausted. Only one's own strength is the real strength. I wonder how much Mr. Xiang needs. Jiang Cheng asked after thinking for a while. He wants to earn crystals, but at the same time, the supply is not unlimited. Especially for this first-level Awakening Potion, at least for now, the restrictions must be increased. Otherwise, in the future, the other party will rebel, and a large number of first-level Awakening people will be interested in Dawn. It's quite a troublesome thing to say. Of course, if your strength is enhanced enough to ignore everything, you can naturally supply unlimited amounts. Mr. Xiang was slightly stunned. He did not expect Jiang Cheng to ask such a question, but thinking about the current inventory of crystal stones in the Chuda base and the remuneration that needed to be paid to Jiang Cheng, he thought about it and came up with a more reasonable amount. In this way, there are tentatively 10 first-level Awakening Potions, 10 first-level Ancient Virus Potions, 10 first-level Agility Potions, 50 first-level Gene Enhancement Potions, 10 first-level Doomsday Bombs, and 10 second-level Doomsday Bombs. There are 10 first-level submachine guns and second-level submachine guns, 10 first-level Doomsday Pistols, 1,000 first-level Doomsday Bullets, and 1,000 second-level Doomsday Bullets. Speaking of this, Mr. Xiang couldn't help but ask, I wonder if apart from the zombie crystal payment, it can be exchanged for materials, such as weapons and equipment or food, fruits and vegetables. Of course there is no problem. I just don't know when Chu Du is going to buy it. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he said hurriedly, although the current material storage capacity of Shuguang base is barely enough for everyone in the base, the more materials are needed in the future, the growth rate of crops in the cultivation room is limited, so he would be happy to be able to exchange for one material. In that case, let's do it in a week. Mr. Xiang said with a satisfied smile, feeling relieved in his heart. The current inventory of zombie crystals in Chudu is less than 2 million. After paying Jiang Cheng 800,000 as a reward for killing the zombies, there are less than 1.2 million remaining. This batch of trading materials requires more than 3 million zombie crystals. It can't be taken out at all. But if we let this opportunity go in vain and let other bases take the lead, it will be more of a loss than a gain. That's very good. Then it's a deal. The two said in unison, shook hands and smiled at each other, and the deal was concluded. Next, Mr. Xiang looked solemn and said, now that the cooperation has been reached, let's talk about dealing with Fury. Having said this, Mr. Xiang turned his head and glanced at Zhou Xi and said, Zhou Xi, first explain the situation of the rage to everyone. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Zhou Xi nodded, picked up a piece of information and read, currently, Fury lives near Longjiang Tower. His strength is predicted to be at level 3. There are about 500,000 zombies gathered around him. The variants and second-order mutants have not yet been counted, and tomorrow, the number of zombies gathered will reach 1 million. What about our military strength? Xiang Lao asked. There are 120,000 ordinary combatable soldiers, 50 first-level awakened people, and 3 second-level awakened people. If we add the currently awakened Doomsday team, our second-level awakened people can reach 6. Zhou Xi said. What's the number of awakened people who came to support? Xiang Lao asked. Zhou Xi said, leaving Dawn base aside, there are 38 awakened people in the first level and 3 in the second level. In other words, excluding Jiang Xiaoyu's base, we have a total of 88 first-order awakened people and 9 second-order awakened people. Mr. Xiang nodded and couldn't help but frown. According to this situation, their combat power is far from enough, unless heavy weapons are used for large-scale bombing. But this is only against ordinary zombies. You must know that when hundreds of thousands of zombies are dispatched, there must be at least hundreds of first-order mutants among them, and at least dozens of second-order mutants. Conventional human weapons are simply not enough to cause damage to such mutants. Although heavy weapons can cause damage, they cannot hit the target at all. Thinking of this, Mr. Xiang asked, "This is the current situation. Can you tell me how we should deal with it?" After finishing speaking, Yang Guangming took the lead and said, "Such a large number of zombies, gathered together, have strong defense, and in the process of my battle with zombies, I found that these zombies would overlap each other when facing heavy weapons, forming a flesh wall, which greatly reduced the damage of heavy weapons to them. So I suggest that we use the division tactics to cut these zombies into several waves, and then break them one by one. This man has some tricks." Jiang Cheng listened to the speech of the middle-aged man and looked over in surprise. When he saw the man's face, his pupils shrank. Is it him? Short eyebrows like ink dots, round eyes, a beard, a big body, but there is no scar on his face that runs from the left eyebrow to the right face. The rest is completely consistent with a certain base leader in the previous life. I remember before rebirth, about the second year after the end of the world. At that time, the Chudu base was breached by the zombie army, and the bases in various parts of Chu province were independent. Jiang Cheng went out to search for supplies, but was unfortunately discovered by a first-order mutant. Just when he was about to die, he was saved by this man. The second time he met this man, Lin Xian captured an awakener, and this man brought people to rescue him. The two sides had a big encounter. The man was seriously injured. In order to repay the man's life-saving grace, Jiang Cheng privately took the man in and helped him with treatment. He also learned from the man that he came from an organization called the Salvation Society. However, the next day, the man left, leaving a badge with sun eyes, telling him that he could go to Chudu to find him if he had anything. Since this time, the two have never seen each other again. Now seeing him again, Jiang Cheng was a little dazed. But with the speech of another person, Jiang Cheng quickly came back to his senses. I don't agree with Lao Yang's opinion. It was Zhou Gui who spoke. Zhou Gui Dao. Although General Yang Guangming's move can separate the zombies and attack them separately, this tactic is based on the situation that the numbers of both sides are equal or much higher than the other side. As for our situation, the commander-in-chief has just said, 120,000 people against 1 million people. How can we divide and attack? At this point, Zhou Gui sneered. I think General Yang Guangming's understanding of tactics needs to be relearned in the military academy. Then what do you think we should do? Yang Guangming said angrily. Zhou Gui Dao said, I think the more this situation happens, the more we should unite our forces together and destroy the boat. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyu will behead the opponent's high-level zombies. It is said that to capture the thief first, capture the king first. Once the wrathful dies, the zombies will naturally be leaderless. The offensive weakened, and we took this opportunity to counterattack, so that we could have a chance of survival. That makes sense. Mr. Xiang nodded. Jiang Cheng also nodded secretly. As far as the tactics of the two are concerned, what Zhou Gui said is not unreasonable. Dividing the zombies means that Chu Du's military strength also needs to be divided, and the first order awakened people and the second order awakened people naturally need to be divided. In this way, the combat power will be scattered, and they may in turn be annihilated by the opponent. But the requirements for him when joining forces are a bit high. Needless to say, the strength of a third-level mutant is even more difficult to kill. With Jiang Cheng's current level, under normal conditions, it's okay to deal with the lower level 3, but it's okay to deal with the upper level 3, unless the spirit is in the open state. See if you can win. But in this case, it would be impossible to estimate Lin Ro and the others. While Jiang Cheng was thinking about it, two groups of people were already arguing at the conference table. We must join forces together. I don't agree. The best strategy is to divide and attack. Just as the two sides were arguing fiercely, Mr. Xiang's voice said, Okay, stop arguing. This time we need Xiaoyu Jiang to deal with rage. Why don't we all listen to Xiaoyu Jiang's opinion? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent, and all turned their attention to Jiang Cheng. Feeling the gaze directed at him, Jiang Cheng was slightly startled, thought for a moment, raised his head, and said, Actually, both generals' methods are pretty good. Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng analyzed. Chudu base is close to Longjiang and faces Longjiang Tower across the river. If zombies attack from the direction of Longjiang Tower, they must pass through Longjiang Bridge. Of course, this only targets ordinary zombies and ordinary mutants. Variation, and we can arrange heavy weapon guards on the Longjiang Bridge to prevent anyone from opening it. The second is the first-order mutants and the second-order mutants. There are 3 ways for them to attack the Chuda base. One is through Longjiang Bridge, the second is through Longjiang, and the third is to attack from behind the Chudu base. So we can divide the awakened people into 3 waves. One is led by the Doomsday team to guard Longjiang. The second is headed by our Shuguang base to guard the land and water. The third is headed by Wang Zhendong from the Huangshan base and Yi Tianxin from the SH Tian base. From the rear, this way, there will be no obstruction from all 3 sides. How to deal with anger? Xiang Lao asked. Jiang Cheng said, just wait until tomorrow, and you can lure him out, and I will go and kill him. How confident is Xiaoyu Jiang? Mr. Xiang asked again. The other generals also cast glances. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, I dare not make a conclusion until I see raged. Hearing this, Mr. Xiang's face darkened. The other generals also looked solemn. After thinking for a while, Xiang Lao said, how about this way? The rear of the base will be handed over to Yang Guangming and Zhou Gui, and the battles on Longjiang Bridge and Longjiang Bank will be left to my full command by Xiaoyu. Jiang. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. After Xiang Lao finished speaking, he looked to the side and ordered, Jusi, you will take Xiaoyu Jiang and others to rest in a while. At 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will all gather in the base hall. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. After Xiang Lao's instructions, Jiang Cheng, Xu Guang, and others followed Jusi out of the conference room. Wait until Jiang Cheng leaves. Yang Guangming, who had held back for a long time, frowned and said, Mr. Xiang, is it appropriate to hand over the awakened ones to a layman's command? Zhou Gui was not convinced and said, yes, we are all experienced warriors, and he is just a young boy. What qualifications does he have? Before he could finish speaking, Xiang Lao interrupted with a wave of his hand, glanced at Zhou Gui lightly, and said, then leave it to you. Can you deal with rage? With one sentence, Zhou Gui swallowed back the words he was about to blurt out. Are you kidding? That is a 3rd-level mutant, and he is just a stronger ordinary person. So what is the difference between letting him go and dying? In an instant, all the generals present understood what Mr. Xiang meant. I hope you will remember that we, Chudu, paid 800,000 zombie crystals. Meeting dismissed. After Xiang Lao said a word, he left with his hands behind his back, but the ruthless decisiveness of the superior in what he just said made all the generals feel terrible. Yang Guangming, in particular, murmured in his heart, Lao Xiang is still the same Lao Xiang he was back then. He really hasn't changed at all. However, what no one knew was that just after they ended the meeting, a mosquito slowly flew out behind them. The other side, Juicy led a few people to a room with a VIP reception room and said, this is your lounge. There are a total of 5 rooms in it. They are used as rest rooms for everyone. As for what you need, there is a button in front of the door. Give the order and someone will come. After the introduction, Juicy handed over a metal room card and said, this is the room card for this room. Please keep it, Mr. Jiang. Thanks. Jiang Cheng took the room card and thanked him. Wang Chong, who was standing next to him, said angrily, no, Major Juicy, where's my room? Isn't it the same room as Brother Jiang? Juicy glanced at Wang Chong lightly and said, this is the lounge of Shuguang Base. As for Lincian, please come with me. Then, okay. Wang Chong nodded depressedly. However, he was already under the management of Chudu. Juicy was equivalent to her superior in a sense, so she had no choice but to follow him and leave. However, before leaving, Jiang Cheng came from the space. He took out a bracelet from the ring and handed it over and said, Brother Cheng, take it. This is... Wang Chong looked at the silver bracelet curiously and wondered. Jiang Cheng didn't explain and said with a smile, I borrowed it from you, and you will know later. Although he didn't understand what Jiang Cheng meant, Wang Chong felt that Jiang Cheng would definitely not harm him, so he thanked him and followed Juicy to leave. Watching Juicy leave, Lin Ro, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but say, Jiang Cheng, for tomorrow's battle, we will really follow Chu Du's instructions. Shadash. Jiang Cheng raised a finger and put it in front of his mouth, then took out his key card and swiped it towards the door. The door opens. Everyone followed silently. Huh. The door closed. Jiang Cheng looked around. This type of suite is spacious, with a living room area of about 50 square meters. The floor is covered with thick red carpet, which makes no noise when stepped on. There are no glass windows on the four walls, but fortunately there are ventilation equipment, so it is not so stuffy. Looking at the wall again, one side is hung with a whole wall of giant display screen, and the remaining three sides are placed with several red-painted solid wood chairs and round-table coffee tables. The tea on the coffee table has been brewed in advance, with a faint hot steam, and the elegant tea fragrance wafts from time to time, which is very pleasant. The ceiling of the living room is a circle of yellow and white color-changing light strips. Although it is not as luxurious as a five-star hotel, it is also spacious, bright, simple, and comfortable. In addition to the living room, there are two doors on each of the three sides. After opening, there is a green bed and bedding inside. Except for the bathroom, all the equipment is available. After the inspection, Jiang Cheng activated several mosquito infrared scanners to investigate the living room. After confirming that there were no listening devices or pinhole cameras, he explained, "Just now, I walked along the way and found that every corner of the corridor was filled with listening devices. Although our Shuguang is not weak, it is a period of cooperation now. There is no contradiction on the surface, so it is better to be careful." Who? Lin Ro also breathed a sigh of relief at this time and complained, "I am almost suffocating. Since we asked Shuguang to come to support, why are you still so cautious? It's too much. He looks kind, but I didn't expect him to be an old fox." Lu Xinru also complained. Luo Fan leaned aside and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't like to play tricks. Just like when he was at the Tian'an base, he turned a blind eye to the many small actions of old 7 Yen Bin under his hands. Of course, this does not mean that he is afraid. With just a word from Jiang Cheng, he can kill the group of people in Chudu without hesitation. Compared to the others, Zhang Yi seemed quite calm. Having experienced the ups and downs of the business world, he had seen countless tricks. As a big boss in Chudu, it would be strange if he didn't act like this. Well, as the highest commander of the Chudu base, how could we easily trust people? We just need to complete the support mission, be careful, and don't trust these people easily. Jiang Cheng added. In his previous life, he suffered a lot and was plotted against countless times. Now that he was reborn, he was mentally prepared when he came to Chudu. Long before entering the Chudu base, he released mosquitoes 1 to 4 to detect the traces of mutant zombies, while mosquitoes 5 to 10 entered the Chudu base to investigate. The picture in the conference room was transmitted by Mosquito 10, which confirmed his guess. Haha, they are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why bother talking about Liao Zhai? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng did not get too angry, but directly found a chair to sit down, looked at the hot tea on the table, glanced at it lightly, and then skipped it, looking at everyone, and continued. "Okay, everyone sit down. I will arrange our action plan for tomorrow." "Yes, leader." Everyone sat down in unison. Jiang Cheng said directly. Just now in the conference room, everyone already knows that tomorrow the Longjiang Bridge and the Longjiang Riverbank will be defended by our Shuguang and other awakened bases, but I still need to make specific arrangements for our Shuguang's combat plan. First of all, the Longjiang Bridge. Most ordinary zombies and first-level zombies will pass through it. After all, the first-level mutants have poor ability to cross the river and move slowly, and cannot cross the river directly. So tomorrow the number of zombies on the Longjiang Bridge must be extremely large, but the advantage is that the strength is not high. So I decided that tomorrow, Zhang Yi and Lin Ro will defend the Longjiang Bridge. Yes, leader. Zhang Yi and Lin Ro said in unison. Jiang Cheng nodded, and then looked at Lu Xinru and Luo Fan and said, "Those crossing the river must be powerful zombies. Luo Fan, your current strength has reached the level of level 2. You will be responsible for dealing with these high-level zombies. Remember, you don't have to kill them, just stop them from getting ashore." "Yes, leader." Luo Fan nodded. "Leader, what about me?" Lu Xinru looked at her teammates and said anxiously. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Don't worry. Your mission is the most important. As the doctor of our base, once Xu Guang's teammates are injured, you will go to rescue them in time. Yes, Lu Xinru said with satisfaction. The mission has been arranged, but before you go to the battlefield tomorrow, I still have to say one more thing. No matter what happens, even if the defense line is broken and the Chuda base is facing defeat, you must guarantee your own safety for me. Everything is important for your own life. If you can't win, run away. Do you understand? Jiang Cheng said. Yes, leader, we understand. Hearing this, everyone knew that Jiang Cheng was worried about their safety, and their hearts were warm. Very good. Jiang Cheng said this, and took out a metal bracelet from the space ring, and said lightly, Level 2, Doomsday Warrior 9, 10, 10-1, 12. Master, what do you want? After the words fell, the 4 bracelets immediately turned into a pool of metal mucus, crawling to the ground, and then slowly condensed into 4 metal men. Of course, their appearance was more human than that of the Level 1 Doomsday Warrior. The only difference from humans was the shiny silver skin. These are the second-level Doomsday Warriors, with the strength of the second-level Awakeners. They will ensure your safety when necessary. Jiang Cheng introduced them and ordered the 4 second-level Doomsday Warriors. Remember, your mission is to protect the safety of my Dawn members, even if you are destroyed in the end. Yes, Master. The 4 second-level Doomsday Warriors nodded in unison, then turned around and turned into a pool of metal liquid again, attached to the wrists of Lin Ro and the other 4. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng felt a little relieved. Lin Ro and the others already have the strength of the first-level Awakeners. In the spiritual state, they are even comparable to the second level. They have also been assigned the first-level Doomsday Warriors as guards. Now with the second-level Doomsday Warriors, unless they encounter the third-level mutants or are besieged by a large number of second-level mutants, they are generally safe enough. Moreover, he has done a lot. As a core member of Dawn, he cannot live under his feathers blindly. If he unfortunately dies in this battle, it can only mean that his strength is not good enough, and he cannot blame others. Thank you, leader, everyone said in unison. Well, I'll stop here. You guys should have a good rest. Follow me to the lobby at 3 a.m. tomorrow. Yes, leader. After that, everyone found a room and went in. Jiang Cheng also found a room, locked the door, and then fell directly on the bed, took out the display screen from the space ring, and watched it with relish. The picture on the display screen is divided into 10 small squares, corresponding to the real-time monitoring of Mosquito 1 to Mosquito 10. Jiang Cheng glanced briefly, and when he saw the person appearing in one of the pictures, his face turned playful. The picture showed an old man with silver hair and a man in his 30s, with a woman standing next to them. He knew the old man. It was Mr. Xiang, but the identity of this young man surprised Jiang Cheng. Within the screen, Xiang Laoduan sat at his desk, staring straight at the person in front of him. His index finger tapped the desk surface regularly. When the young man lowered his eyes, he slowly said, Wang Chong, I remember you were going to Chudu. Before, he was the deputy battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 369th Regiment of the 103rd Special Forces Brigade. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I was serving in the 103rd Special Forces Brigade before. Wang Chong didn't know why Mr. Xiang was looking for him. He felt a little nervous, but he still replied calmly. Very good. You remember it very clearly. I thought you had forgotten it. Mr. Xiang took a sip of tea and said. When Wang Chong heard this, his heart tightened and he hurriedly said, Commander-in-Chief, I have never forgotten it. Never forgotten? Huh. Mr. Xiang sneered a few times and said in a sarcastic tone, Then tell me, what did you do when our Chudu soldiers rushed into the underground laboratory today? When Wang Chong heard this, he still didn't understand what Xiang Lao meant. He was going to raise an army to hold him accountable. However, he felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He hesitated and said, Commander-in-Chief, I just did what a person should do. Then he explained, You may not know that after I established the base in Chudu, I was responsible for searching for supplies. As a result, I was attacked by a first-order mutant in Walmart. 15 soldiers in our team, including me, died. A total of 13 people. If I hadn't met Brother Jiang, my life would have been sealed there. After the Lincian base was established, several waves of awakened forces attacked. It was Brother Jiang who helped us deal with the foreign enemies and killed more than 5,000 zombie groups surrounding the base, so our base was established. In the Battle of Seoul, I was seriously injured and on the verge of death. If Brother Jiang had not endured the pain and took out medicine to treat me, my life would have been lost. In the Battle of Tiananmen Base, Brother Jiang helped us retake the base. In addition to saving our lives, Brother Jiang was also a benefactor to our Lincian base. During this period, he sold us potions at low prices, helped us strengthen our strength, and helped me successfully awaken. I, Wang Chong, am not the kind of person who never repays a favor. Wang Chong gave examples one by one. The more Xiang Lao listened, the more his frown became tighter. He couldn't help but say at the end, Jiang Cheng has helped you a lot. But do you know that you are first of all a warrior of Chudu? And what is the vocation of a warrior? You tell me. Commander-in-Chief, I know. Before Wang Chong finished speaking, Xiang Lao scolded and slapped the table and said, Stop talking to me about this, Commander. Tell me now, what is the bounden duty of a soldier? Defend the home and the country. Wang Chong said loudly. What else? Mr. Xiang shouted. Obey orders. When Wang Chong said this, his voice became smaller and smaller. Haha, I thought you had forgotten. Mr. Xiang sneered a few times, sat down slowly, and then said, Since it is your duty to obey orders, why did you betray the Chudu base for an outsider? I didn't betray. Wang Chong argued excitedly. He had gone through life and death for Dazhou so many times, and he had never thought of betrayal. Xiang Chu's eyes mocked. Disobeying the command, standing on the opposite side of the Chudu base, and fighting with his comrades. What is it if it is not betrayal? Seeing this, Jiang Cheng secretly sneered. In his impression, Wang Chong was a simple man and a pure warrior who cared about his family and country. However, he was too simple and pure and could easily be kidnapped by someone who wanted to do it. Of course, his status as a soldier is also a shackle on him. Whether he can get over it depends on Wang Chong himself. He can't help Wang Chong. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng continued reading. At this time, Wang Chong remained silent. A long time. With a sudden change of heart, he took off his clothes and looked at the stitching marks on them, with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Mr. Xiang was also surprised by Wang Chong's actions and said in surprise, What are you doing? Wang Chong said lonely. Commander, I'm sorry, I'm not qualified to wear this clothes. I'm sorry for it. Having said this, Wang Chong raised his head and said with red eyes, But I can't be sorry to Jiang Cheng. At least my conscience. The education I received since childhood tells me that a life-saving grace should be repaid with life. But loyalty cannot be dealt with twice. Since I have violated the basic principles, I am not qualified to wear this clothes. What do you want to say? Mr. Xiang secretly said something bad. Wang Chong said bitterly, I voluntarily quit the base. Hearing this, Mr. Xiang stared at Wang Chong with wide eyes. This was not the result he wanted, and it was absolutely impossible to agree to it. He said angrily, Wang Chong, did you retreat at your request? If everyone in the base is like you, how can I lead the troops? As he spoke, Mr. Xiang's voice softened a bit, and he changed the subject. Of course, I don't ask you to do anything to your brother Jiang Cheng. After all, we are all defending our country and fighting zombies. Our starting point is right, and we have a common goal. Yes, but as a soldier, you should obey orders. But Wang Chong was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Old Xiang waved his hand and said, In this way, I can forgive the past, but after this battle, you should withdraw from Lincian base and return to Chuda base. I will arrange a position for you. Wang Chong instinctively wanted to refuse, but saw Old Xiang waved his hand and said, Go out. Yes. Wang Chong swallowed his words again, saluted, and left a little lonely. After Wang Chong left, Zhu Ci was a little puzzled and said, Commander-in-Chief, given the current situation, you shouldn't be so anxious. This is not like your style. Aren't you afraid that Wang Chong will tell Jiang Cheng about this? Old Xiang waved his hand and said, Don't worry, Wang Chong is a pure and principled person. He knows the importance and won't tell anyone. After that, he sighed and said, I know you, girl, have a lot of complaints about the old man's actions, but there is no way. You have seen the current situation in Chudu. Our combat power is too weak. We need to face the third-order mutants. Asking for help from other bases is not what a provincial capital base should do. Speaking of this, Xiang Lao's eyes became extremely fierce and said, Chudu cannot be lost, and Chuda base cannot be lost, so I have to be the bad guy and forcibly absorb the awakened people from other bases. When Chuda base is fine, I will resign. After speaking, Xiang Chu looked a little older, rubbed his head, and said, Okay, you go to rest first, and ask them to gather in the hall at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning on time. Jusi looked complicated and nodded slowly. Yes. After closing the door to the conference room, Wang Chong stumbled down the corridor back to the lounge like a ball that had been drained of air. Captain, what should I do? At the same time, Jiang Cheng lay on the bed and watched this scene quietly. This was Chudu Base's own family matter, and he had no reason to interfere. Not to mention that both parties were still cooperating, so he had no reason to break this barrier for Wang Chong. But if Wang Chong asked him, it would be a waste of time. Brother Chong, I hope you can step forward. After muttering, Jiang Cheng shifted his gaze to the other surveillance screens. There was no special action inside the Chuda base, but there was chaos outside the Chuda base. The moon is bright, and the stars are sparse. The pitch-black river water looked sparkling when blown by the summer wind, but when the next wave hit, the little bits of silver light were instantly swallowed up. Looking down from the river through Mosquito Yi's perspective, the Longjiang River, which is hundreds of meters wide, is like a ghostly and bitter water, with countless resentful souls struggling in the water. Z, check the situation on the other side, Jiang Cheng ordered. The mosquito immediately flew across the river against the night wind and flew towards an ancient building on the other side of the Longjiang River. The 5-story ancient building is a landmark building in Chudu and the spiritual pillar of the people of Chudu. It was built in the late Han Dynasty in 200 AD. It has a history of thousands of years. It has been renovated by successive dynasties, and even famous poets the poem, In the past people have taken the Longjiang River, but here is the Longjiang Tower. The name has been passed down through the ages. But now, Longjiang Tower is devastated. Countless zombie heads are surging in the open space below. Most of them are ordinary zombies and mutants. They are entangled with each other and occasionally bite each other. Among the hundreds of zombies, there are a first-order mutant will be mixed in, and the scene will be extremely chaotic. Following the perspective of the miniature insect-type surveillance robot, Jiang Cheng watched it for about half an hour. After really not noticing the raging third-level zombie that Chudu Base said, he simply put the display screen into the space ring and continued his thoughts. A move. A nearly 2-meter-long zombie appeared out of thin air in front of the bed. The moment the zombie appeared, it did not attack Jiang Cheng. Instead, it stared blankly at Jiang Cheng with its cute gray-white pupils and said in a hoarse voice, Master, Master. Data eyes open. Jiang Cheng looked at Aaron. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Aaron's information panel immediately appeared in front of his sight. Name, Aaron, mutated zombie. Race, zombie. Level, 0 level. Wisdom, 0.15. Strength, 22.6. Agility, 3.1. Comprehensive combat power, 25.85. Looking at the data panel, Aaron's previous energy saturation state has disappeared. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng directly took out 25 ordinary zombie crystals from the space ring and handed over 22 mutant crystals and said calmly, Eat it. It's the Lord Man. Aaron looked at the many zombie crystals in Jiang Cheng's hand. A flash of excitement flashed in his dull eyes. He reached out and slowly took the zombie crystals and then put them into his mouth one by one. At the same time, Jiang Cheng secretly observing the changes in Aaron's attributes. Aaron devoured it very quickly, swallowing all 47 zombie crystals in less than 3 minutes. Jiang Cheng looked at the properties panel. Name, Aaron, mutant zombie. Race, zombie. Level, 0 level. Wisdom, 0.15 plus 0.05. Strength, 22.6 plus 13.5. Agility, 3.1 plus 0.2. Comprehensive combat power, 39.6. Looking at the panel, Jiang Cheng nodded secretly. Today, the wisdom has reached 0.2, which can be regarded as being able to understand some instructions. The strength attribute of 36.1 has almost reached the power level of a first-order mutant. The agility is 3.3, which is 3 times that of ordinary humans. The comprehensive combat power is also infinitely close to the first-order mutant. Variance. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng looked at the status in Aaron's information panel, and the word energy saturation did not appear. In other words, Aaron can continue to devour. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Cheng simply took out 10 more ordinary zombie crystals and handed them over, saying, "Aaron, do you still want them?" "I want to." Aaron nodded. Compared with before, his height has increased to 2.5 meters, and his arms are particularly thick, somewhat similar to the shape of a chimpanzee, but the arms are thicker and the muscles on his body are stronger. "Then take it," Jiang Cheng said. Aaron nodded. His hands moved much faster than before. He quickly took it, then opened his mouth and poured 10 crystals into his mouth. Strength, 36.1 to 37.1. The energy is still not saturated, and the strength attribute has increased by 1 point. This time, Jiang Cheng simply took out 50 zombie crystals and 50 mutant crystals, threw them over, and said, "Swallow these all." "It's the Lord, man." Aaron was still very fast. After taking it, he looked at the ordinary crystal and then at the mutant crystal. His eyes soon fell on the ordinary crystal, and he raised his hand and put the crystal into his mouth. Jiang Cheng took a closer look and saw that Aaron's power attributes had changed again. Power, 37.1 to 42.1. The strength attribute of 42.1 has exceeded the ordinary first-order crusher. Jiang Cheng muttered and looked at Aaron. After devouring the ordinary zombie crystals, Aaron seemed to be still a little unsatisfied. He glanced at the 50 mutant crystals in his palm. After hesitating, he took out 10 crystals from inside. The remaining 40 crystals Aaron moved toward Jiang Cheng. He handed it over and said, Master, no? Need. Aaron's wisdom reached 0.2. Although he cannot speak as fluently as ordinary people, he can still basically express what he means. Jiang Cheng is the master who controls Aaron, so he can naturally understand what he means. Received 40 mutant crystals and put them into the space ring. When Aaron saw Jiang Cheng taking the remaining crystals, he put the 10 mutant crystals in his hand into his mouth without any difficulty. Gulu, spar lower belly. Aaron's 2.5-meter body began to skyrocket again. This time it reached a full 3 meters before stopping, and the muscles on his body were also more developed. Overall, he looked more than a circle bigger than before. "I have data." Jiang Cheng looked at Aaron. Name, Aaron, mutant zombie, evolving. Race, zombie. Level, 0 level. Wisdom, 0.3. Strength, 42.1 plus 5. Agility, 3.3 plus 0.2. Comprehensive combat power, 50.9. This is... After scanning the data, Jiang Cheng was slightly startled when he saw the 3 words evolving. That's when Aaron suddenly let out a painful cry and suddenly opened his hands to grab his shoulders, and the sharp claws on his fingers pierced directly into his shoulders. Perhaps this was not enough to relieve the pain. Aaron pulled out his claws and began to injure himself on the rest of his body. Suddenly, dark red blood spurted out from his shoulders. But the strange thing is that after the dark red blood flowed out, it did not just flow on the ground. Instead, it started to spread along the whole body like a living thing, until it formed a 1 meter 5 meter high red giant egg and wrapped its entire body inside. Then it stopped. Is this evolving? Jiang Cheng was dumbfounded. He had seen the evolution of Meowth and had also seen the evolution of many awakened beings, but he had never seen the evolution of zombies. He really didn't expect that the evolution process of the first-order mutant would be so cruel. Looking at the giant red egg again, I saw red lines that looked like blood vessels all over it. Within the lines, bright red liquid continued to flow, and the entire giant egg also beat regularly. After observing for a long time, and finding nothing unusual about the giant egg, Jiang Cheng waved with one hand and threw the giant egg directly into the space ring, then yawned and fell directly onto the bed to sleep. However, what he didn't know was that just after he fell asleep, waves of black waves were coming towards Chudu in the streets and alleys around the Chuda base. August 5th. It's 3:30 in the morning. The morning star twinkles. The east has not yet turned white. The loudspeakers in various lounges of the Chudu base rang out loud assembly calls. Assemble. All awakened people go to the hall to assemble. No way. It's so early. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. An awakener rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up from the bed impatiently, put on his clothes in a hurry, and rushed out the door in a panic. At this time in the combat hall, the awakeners of Chudu have already assembled, with their heads held high, standing in a row in groups of 3, waiting for the arrival of Xiang Lao. The awakeners of other bases seemed much lazier, standing in scattered positions, and some wanted to gather together, standing in groups of 3 or 5, talking. Hey, where do you think we will be arranged today? According to the inside information I got, there are a lot of zombies this time, and there are even more first and second level zombies. We are in danger this time. Don't talk nonsense. We have so many awakeners. Even if they are second level, we can kill the opponent. Just when everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Brother Luo Fan. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. Everyone around stopped talking and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a bald man in a military green short-sleeved shirt, touching his head with one hand, and slowly walking out of the gate. Seeing this, everyone around was a little moved. Isn't that Wang Zhendong from the Huangshan base? That guy is very strong. Why don't we form a team with him? When everyone was ready to act, Wang Zhendong had already walked in front of a young man. Regardless of the other party's cold face, he directly hooked the other party's shoulder and said enthusiastically, Brother Luo Fan, how about it? Do you want to go to the battlefield with me later? With our strength, we must be a strong combination and unstoppable. As soon as these words came out, those who were still thinking about it all stopped. Well, Wang Zhendong and Luo Fan formed a team that was a strong combination, and I was just dragging them down. If it were me, I would definitely not be willing. So, one by one, they immediately gave up the idea. On the other hand, Luo Fan, whose shoulders were hooked, had a row of black lines on his forehead. He naturally slapped Wang Zhendong's arm that was hooked on his shoulders and refused. No, the leader has already made arrangements. Is that so? What a pity. I was going to kill everyone with you, Wang Zhendong said with some regret, but soon, he seemed to think of something and turned to look at Jiang Cheng and said, Brother, since Luo Fan is your team member, how about I join your team and listen to your command as long as you arrange me and Luo Fan together? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Luo Fan didn't react at all and coughed violently. When he calmed down a little, he looked at Jiang Cheng for help, with a hint of begging in his eyes. Leader. He was just short of saying leader, you understand what I mean. Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Zhendong, this funny guy, and his mind moved. Wang Zhendong is quite powerful. If it weren't for the 3 demon-killing swords and 3 small pills he exchanged for Luo Fan's own ability alone would really be unable to deal with Wang Zhendong. It can be seen from this that being able to suppress Luo Fan means that his strength is very strong. Now that the other party is willing to temporarily join his camp, no matter what the purpose is, it is generally a good thing. In this way, the people of Shuguang on the battlefield will be safer. Even if there is something, he can see it through the monitoring mosquito, and he is not afraid of the other party doing something wrong. He blurted out, Okay, but everything has to wait for Xiang Lao to come. Hee. Thank you, brother. Wang Zhendong was overjoyed and stood beside the Shuguang people. However, in less than a few minutes, the hall was briefly quiet again. Luo Fan looked at the door. His pupils shrank suddenly and said hatefully, He's here. Wang Zhendong followed Luo Fan's gaze and was slightly stunned when he saw the handsome and evil young man with long hair at the door. Jiang Cheng showed an intriguing look. Although Yi Tianxin looked lazy and harmless, only after fighting with him could one know that he was a ruthless person. If he hadn't taken action earlier, Luo Fan would have returned to Shuguang and lay down by now. Such a person, if they were to form a team on the battlefield, would be 100% backstabbed. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng smiled even more and secretly said, I wonder how Mr. Xiang will deal with such a tricky guy. The others didn't know as well as Jiang Cheng. Everyone's mind became active again. Isn't this Yi Tianxin from the Yishida base? Luo Fan is not his opponent. Why don't we form a team with him? Yes, Captain Yi also looks easy to talk to. While everyone was discussing, several people had already walked over. However, at this moment, The microphone in the hall sounded. A majestic, old voice came. Everyone, please be quiet. As soon as the voice came out, everyone present fell silent. Most of these people were soldiers of Chudu before. When they heard the commander-in-chief speak, the smiles on their faces disappeared immediately, and they turned serious. Jiang Cheng glanced at the Shuguang people and said with a smile, "Listen. Yes. Yes." The Shuguang people nodded and turned to look at the front of the hall. On the high platform in the hall, Xiang Lao glanced at the crowd and felt quite satisfied when he saw the people looking at him in awe. However, when he glanced at Shuguang, especially when he saw Jiang Cheng looking at him with a smile on his face, he frowned secretly. He thought to himself, "In the end, our own soldiers are better, but it's a pity that none of them are as effective as others." But now is not the time to think about that. Mr. Xiang swept away his unhappy mood, held the microphone, and said loudly, "Everyone, Chudu is now surrounded by zombies and is facing an unprecedented crisis. And you are the children of Chu province and the elites cultivated by Chu province. Chudu has difficult. What should you do? Defend Chudu to the death." The awakened people in the audience said in unison, "Very good. You are worthy of being a good son of our Chu province." Mr. Xiang refreshed and said boldly. His voice slowed down and he continued, "Then, let me arrange today's defense matters." Just when Mr. Xiang was about to start arranging things for today, a soldier hurried in, rushed to Mr. Xiang, and whispered a few words. "What? So fast?" Mr. Xiang looked startled and asked hurriedly, "How is the current situation with Yang Guangming and Zhou Gui?" "General Yang said they can hold on for an hour at most," the soldier replied. "Okay, you go and reply first, and tell me that my commander will send people to support immediately," Mr. Xiang said, and immediately turned to look at everyone and said, "Everyone, my commander just received news that the zombie army has launched an attack from behind my base. The situation is urgent. I won't say any more nonsense." After speaking, Mr. Xiang immediately ordered, "Except for the Doomsday Team 1, 2, and 3, the rest of the Doomsday Team members immediately go to the rear of the base to support General Yang Guangming." "Yes." The members of the Doomsday Team immediately responded loudly, and then the captains of each team greeted, "Brothers, come with me to support." "Yes, Captain." Soon, 12 Doomsday Teams swarmed out, and nearly half of the people in the hall were instantly missing. As for what's next, Xiang Lao's eyes turned again and fell on Jiang Cheng in full view of everyone. He said directly and loudly, "Jiang Cheng obeys the order. Mr. Xiang, please speak. This commander orders you to be the temporary security consultant of Chudu. All awakened people, including Chudu, will be under your command." Old Xiang said word by word, "Yes, boy, I will obey your order." Jiang Cheng immediately agreed. At this moment, all the awakened people present were stunned. Why did the commander-in-chief hand us over to a young boy to command? Don't say it, he has the ability. If you don't agree, go find someone else to do it. Everyone was whispering and talking about it. Some people were obviously not satisfied with the result. Even the members of Doomsday Team 1, 2, and 3 looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. As the captain of Doomsday Team 3, Yuan Ningling couldn't help but lower her voice and said, "Sister Yun, who is this person?" Lu Ziyun smiled bitterly and said, "I suggest you ask Captain Lin Yi about this question." "Captain Lin Yi?" Yuan Ningling looked at Lin Yi again. Lin Yi then said with a complicated expression, "This man is the leader of the Dawn base. Ziyi and I were rescued by this man." Him. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she would hardly believe it. She knew how fierce the battle between Lin Yi and the mutant zombie was at that time. Except for Chi Yu, the other two people in the Doomsday Team were seriously injured and dying. Until she heard from Lu Ziyun yesterday that Lin Yi and Ziyi had woken up, she was a little unbelievable. "I didn't expect it to be this person." Yuan Ningling took a deep breath and said slowly, "If he has such ability, he is really qualified to be a security consultant." Speaking of this, Yuan Ningling asked curiously, "How strong is this person?" "You know, the Chudu base has always respected the strong. If the strength is not good, there is no way to convince these soldiers." Just as the voice fell, Lu Ziyun suddenly said calmly, "Very strong. I can't survive a single move from him." Hiss. At this moment, All the members of Doomsday Team 1 and Doomsday Team 3 took a breath of cold air. How strong is Lu Ziyun? When she was running for the Doomsday Team, Lu Ziyun was the fourth in the Awakened contest in the base, and her combat power was just as strong as July of Doomsday Team 1. Her strength was below the second level, and even if Lin Yi personally faced her, it would take dozens of moves to barely defeat her. As for Yuan Ningling, as the captain of Doomsday Team 3, she ranked below Lu Ziyun. From these alone, we can see how terrifying Jiang Cheng's strength is. If he can kill Sister Yun in one move, maybe he can really deal with that mutant zombie. Yuan Ningling thought for a while and said, I hope so. Lin Yi said in a deep voice. How powerful that mutant is, he has personally experienced it. While the awakened ones were discussing, Jiang Cheng strode up to the stage, swept his eyes over the crowd, and said calmly to the microphone, I know that many of you present here are not convinced, but I give you this opportunity to challenge me, one by one, or you can find someone to challenge me. If you win, I will give up the position of security consultant, but if you lose, you must obey my orders honestly. There is only one chance. I will count to 3. 3. When the word 3 came out, the awakened ones in the audience became restless. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you, and saw the intention in each other's eyes. Hey, let's just go together. I don't believe that more than a dozen people can't beat him. Someone reminded. Brother, let me advise you. Yesterday, several second-level people couldn't beat this kid. No matter how many of us go, what's the difference between that and committing suicide? As soon as these words came out, everyone calmed down. Yes, even Yi Tianxin, who was as strong as Luo Fan, a level 2 awakener, was killed instantly by Jiang Cheng. With such strength, he must have reached level 3. What about them? They were just a group of level 1 awakeners. If they were dealing with level 2 or below, they might be able to bite them off, but the opponents were at most level 2 or above. For a moment, everyone gave up the idea. And at this time, 1. After counting to 1, Jiang Cheng spoke again. I have given you the opportunity. If anyone keeps giving orders next, kill without mercy. As soon as the voice fell, the aura of the innate warrior was released immediately, and a strong sense of oppression immediately pressed towards everyone. What is going on? I feel like my body is about to fall apart. I can't hold on any longer. Is this still a human? Faced with this pressure, the level 1 awakeners all felt as if a mountain was pressing on them, and they couldn't breathe. The slightly stronger ones were like Su Wenwu from the Juju base. Lin Yi and others from the Doomsday Team all felt like babies in front of this aura. Just when everyone was about to give up, the aura suddenly subsided. Everyone was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Jiang Cheng again with a deep awe in their eyes. Such a strong man is qualified to lead them. Lin Yi, who had previously held a grudge against Jiang Cheng because Lin Ro joined the second team of the base, now understood his sister's choice. Such a strong man is enough to convince people. The only people who were not affected were the members of the Dawn base, and even Wang Zhendong, who was standing next to Luo Fan, was not oppressed by the aura. Everyone in the Dawn base looked relaxed, and their eyes were full of pride when they looked at these sweaty awakeners. This is their leader, the man who can defeat everything. This boy's strength is really terrifying. If he is allowed to develop in the future, Old Xiang, who was standing next to Jiang Cheng, looked at this scene and took a deep breath. A mysterious and complex look flashed from the depths of his eyes. Jiang Cheng didn't know what Old Xiang was thinking. He just looked at everyone and said, Do you understand? I understand. Everyone said loudly. Such a fierce man. If anyone doesn't listen, he might die on the spot. Very good. Now I will start to assign tasks. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction and said loudly, Luo Fan, step out. Yes, leader. Luo Fan took a big step, held his head high, and said loudly, I order you to be the captain of the awakening team. You will lead Wang Zhendong and 20 other awakeners to defend the bank of Longjiang River. Do not allow a zombie to cross Longjiang River and go ashore. Do you understand? Jiang Cheng said. Yes, leader. Luo Fan agreed, waved his hand, and said, Choose 20 people and follow me to defend the Longjiang River. As soon as the voice fell, 20 people stood up immediately, and among them, Su Wenwu shouted, We are willing to follow Captain Luo Fan. Very good. Everyone will form a team of 3 and follow me to the Longjiang River. The order was given, and the 20 awakened people immediately followed it. In less than a minute, the team was immediately integrated. Next, Jiang Cheng looked at Lin Ro again and said loudly, "Lin Ro, Zhangya, step out." "Yes, leader." The 2 women shouted and walked out of the team. "Lin Ro, I order you to be the captain of the awakening team 2, and Zhangya to be the deputy captain of the team 2. You 2 will lead 20 awakened people to defend the Longjiang Bridge and not allow a single zombie to cross the bridge." Jiang Cheng said loudly, "Yes, leader." Lin Ro and Zhangya responded, and looked at the remaining awakeners and said, "The rest of you, form your own teams, 3 people in a team, and follow me to Longjiang Bridge." "Yes, Captain Lin." Although Lin Ro and Zhangya are 2 women, the remaining awakeners did not dare to be careless at all. They had previously seen the strength of Luo Fan and the leader Jiang Cheng in this Dawn base. Compared with being able to join the Dawn base, the strength of these 2 people is not much worse. After the awakeners of each base were assigned, Jiang Cheng looked at the 3 doomsday teams of the bottoming base, as well as Yi Tianxin and Wang Chong standing aside, and said again, "Lin Yi, listen to my orders. I order your team to obey Lin Ro's orders and assist the awakening team 2 in combat." "Yes, consultant." Lin Yi responded immediately. To be honest, if it was to help other people, he would still be a little dissatisfied, but he would be very satisfied to help his sister. In this way, he can always protect his sister. "Captain, is that your sister? She is so beautiful, look at me." Chiyue looked at Lin Ro, his eyes lit up, and he just opened his mouth to Lin Yi, and before he finished speaking, he felt a murderous aura-like substance enveloping him. "July, choose a way to die." Turning around, July happened to meet Lin Yi, whose eyes were cold and his body was emitting waves of coldness. She shivered unconsciously and thought to herself that it was not good. She quickly changed the subject and said, "Captain, I was joking. I just wanted to. You can't even think about it." Lin Yi said firmly, and then stared at July fiercely and said, "If I know that you attacked my sister, I promise to destroy your thing." "Yes, yes, yes, Captain, I was wrong." July nodded like pounding garlic, and dared not have any thoughts at all. Ziyi, who was watching this scene, flashed a teasing look in his eyes. "Lu Ziyun, listen to my orders. I order you to assist the awakening team 1, and you lead the team to fight under the command of the captain of the team, Luo Fan." Jiang Cheng looked at the doomsday team 2 and said. Lu Ziyun immediately responded, "Yes." Luo Fan and Wang Zhendong were both stronger than her, so she had nothing to be dissatisfied with. After the Doomsday Team 1 and Team 2 were assigned, Jiang Cheng finally looked at Team 3, thought for a moment, and said, "Lu Xinru, step out." "Yes, leader." Lu Xinru, dressed in a white doctor's robe and with a cold face, responded, "You are responsible for staying behind and treating the wounded." Jiang Cheng arranged. Lu Xinru nodded immediately and said, "Yes, leader." Doomsday Team 3 is responsible for protecting Dr. Lu. "Yes." Yuan Ningling replied immediately. "Well, everyone, take action immediately." Jiang Cheng gave an order, and the personnel in the entire combat hall rushed out. At the same time, on the bank of the hundreds of meters wide Longjiang River, the rolling river water constantly hit the reefs on the shore. More than 50 meters along the coast, there is a towering city wall of dozens of meters, completely blocking the bank of Longjiang River. Inside the city wall is a huge military building complex covering an area of 100 acres, with guns and cannons everywhere, and dozens of naval guns are set up on the city wall, just like a steel city. At this time, it was still dark. The stars were faint in the dark night sky. Looking down from the top of the city wall, rows of black waves were rushing towards the city wall. If you look down carefully, you will find that the black waves were actually wriggling human heads, and behind the human heads, there was a huge mutant zombie. Yang Guangming commanded the battle in a hoarse voice. "Don't be stingy with bullets. Empty the magazine for me. Don't let them climb the city wall." "Yes, General." The soldier roared in response, picked up the machine gun beside him, and fired wildly at the bottom. Bullets fell like raindrops, and flames spit out from the muzzle, illuminating the dark surroundings. From time to time, there were a few beams of fire rising into the sky, or a group of fireworks bloomed in the center of the black waves. However, the number of zombies was too large. Soon, the gaps that had just been blown out were quickly filled by the zombies that followed behind, forming a rolling black flow again. Less than 10 minutes. A soldier ran over anxiously and reported, "General, there are too many zombies. The barrels are almost melted. If this continues, our machine guns will be scrapped." FCK. Yang Guangming was so angry that he burst into a swear word, grabbed his hat, wiped the hot sweat on his face, and then said, "FCK, where are the Doomsday Squad? What are they doing?" The commander-in-chief called them at around 3 o'clock. They should still be holding a combat meeting. The soldier replied. Yang Guangming listened and cursed again in a low voice. Why not start at any other time? At this point, he put the hat on his hand again and said, "Forget it. I can't care so much." As he said, he ordered, "You go, order the machine gunner to stop the attack temporarily, contact the missile unit behind me, and bomb the ground. Also, if the bullets are used up, you can use bayonets for me. In short, if a zombie crosses the city wall, I will only ask you." "Yes." The soldier responded helplessly and turned around to convey the order. Looking at the back of the soldier running away, Yang Guangming looked at the black tide under the city wall and murmured, "Damn, if you don't come, I really can't hold on." The battle lasted for another 10 minutes. The bullets made fist-sized holes in the zombies, but as long as they didn't hit the crystal in their brains, they continued to roar and sprint forward as if nothing had happened. Finally, the first zombie climbed up the city wall. The soldiers immediately rushed up, kicked it to the ground, and then picked up the rifle in their hands and shot it in the head twice. The zombie stopped roaring immediately, lying on the ground and twitching for a few times, and then there was no movement. The soldiers looked at it and breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could recover, another zombie rushed up, and the soldiers rushed up again. In this way, the soldiers' physical strength was constantly consumed, but the zombies seemed to be endless and kept climbing up. "Brothers, kill it for me." A squad leader panted heavily, pointing at a zombie that climbed up the wall and shouted. The other soldiers were already exhausted and panting, and their movements were much slower than before, but they still rushed forward and knocked the zombie to the ground with great effort. But at this moment, roar! A large zombie about 3 meters in size soared into the sky, jumped onto the city wall, and at the same time pinched the machine gunner on the side, like a toy, and threw it towards the city, and then pointed at the surrounding people. The soldiers looked up to the sky and roared, "It's the First Order Smasher. Shoot me." The appearance of this big man was so familiar to them that it could even be said that it was engraved in their bones. During previous urban counterattacks, many of their comrades had died at the hands of this guy. Bang, bang, bang. The gun muzzle spit out tongues of fire, but it was like scratching the body of the crusher, leaving only a shallow dent on the skin as big as a little finger, and then bounced to the ground. Such an attack would not only fail to cause damage to the First Order Crusher, but would also make the opponent angry. Roar! With a loud roar at the surrounding warriors, the First Order Crusher leapt forward and rushed to a warrior. He raised his arm and punched the warrior in the head. Bang! Just like beating a watermelon, the soldier's head instantly shot out a ball of blood. He froze, and his eyes flew to the ground. Little Plum, seeing the sacrifice of his comrades, the old squad leader beside him roared angrily, and then shouted, "Cover me." After saying that, he took off the 2 grenades from his waist, pulled the latch straight away, then supported the rifle with one hand, pointed it at the crusher's eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A shuttle came down. Although it did not cause any damage to the crusher, the bullet hit it, and it was unable to open its eyes for a while, forcing it to take a few steps back. Seeing this, the squad leader took the 2 coins in his hand and threw them at his feet, and then shouted, "Lie down." At the moment when the soldiers fell down, boom, 2 fireballs rose up. The bullets fired from the grenade blasted several small holes in the zombie's legs. Feeling that his legs were injured, the crusher looked up to the sky and let out a roar. His eyes gradually turned red. His body suddenly grew by half a meter, and his size increased even more. "No, it's in a furious state. Retreat. I'll move back." The old squad leader roared and went to harass them with a rifle. It's just that this bullet has no effect at all, and the crusher's fist is already getting bigger and bigger in his sight. "Am I going to die?" The old squad leader had a look of despair on his face. But the next moment, a strong wind blew past his ears, and at the same time, a roar like a wolf's roar sounded, making his head feel dizzy. The blue wolf roars to the moon. A circle of sound waves spat out from the bloody wolf's mouth, knocking the smasher less than 1 meter away from the old squad leader and flying down the city wall. Seeing the crusher being expelled, the soldiers of the Doomsday Squad who turned into wolves quickly turned to look at the old squad leader and said, "Brother, are you okay?" This is... Hearing the sound, the old squad leader slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the giant gray wolf in front of him, not only was there no trace of panic in his eyes, but his nose was a little sore and his eyes quickly turned red. He choked and said, You are finally here. Brothers, you have done a good job. Now leave this place to us. You can go to the rear first," said the member of the Doomsday team. After hearing these words, the old squad leader categorically refused. No. The members of the Doomsday team who turned into wolves were startled when they heard this. Then the old squad leader said emotionally, "How many of my brothers have died on the battlefield? If I don't fight to the last bit of my strength, I will never leave the battlefield." After saying that, he picked up the rifle that fell on the ground, carried it behind him, and trotted towards the city wall on the side. Looking at the thin figure leaving, the members of the Doomsday team suddenly stood in awe. With mortal bodies, monsters that are beyond the reach of human beings are what we are talking about. This group of ordinary but great people. After the trance, the member of the Doomsday team who turned into a wolf came back to his senses. At this moment, he only felt an indescribable heat surging in his blood vessels. Looking at the zombies climbing up the city wall, he said angrily, "Brothers, kill these monsters. Come on." With the support of the Doomsday team, the situation behind Chuda Base was quickly stabilized. At this time, 4:41 in the morning. At the same time, in front of the Chuda Base, there was a faint fish belly white in the distant sky. The rolling river water lapped at the shore, creating waves of waves. Longjiang Tower stands on the river bank opposite the Chudu city wall, reflecting the glow of the sun, showing its history to the world and telling its vicissitudes. But for such a witness of history, a black shadow more than 10 meters high at his feet was rapidly rising up until it climbed to the top of the building and raised its head to the sky. Ouch! The roar that shook the sky spread from the other side of the Longjiang River, making the mighty river water lose some of its color. As the roar spread, the soldiers on the city wall woke up. They raised their spears and sat in the operating position of the naval gun to deal with the upcoming threat. "Old Lu, go and inform the commander-in-chief that a giant zombie was found on Longjiang Tower. The specific type is not yet clear," a company commander said to the soldiers beside him. "Yes, company commander." Lao Lu immediately responded, turned around, and was about to run towards the base, but at this moment, a large group of people walked out of the base, especially the young man at the head. Seeing the panic-stricken soldier, he asked directly, He is the Chudu temporary security advisor appointed by the commander-in-chief and is responsible for commanding the front combat command of the Chudu base. Please tell me what happened." "Security consultant?" The soldier looked hesitant for a while. Seemingly seeing the confusion in the soldier's eyes, Lin Yi immediately stepped out and said, "Old Lu, this is the security consultant appointed by the commander-in-chief. We will all follow the command of Consultant Jiang in the next battle." Captain Lin Yi. When Lao Lu saw Lin Yi, he immediately became excited and raised his hand to salute. He didn't know Jiang Cheng, but Lin Yi was the god in the hearts of the Chudu base soldiers. His miraculous methods fascinated countless soldiers. Therefore, I firmly believe in Lin Yi's words. He immediately reacted, looked at Jiang Cheng, raised his hand and saluted again, and said, "Consultant Jiang." "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded and motioned for Lao Lu to explain the situation first. "It's like this. We found giant zombies on the Longjiang Tower and are going to report it to the commander-in-chief." Lao Lu replied, "Giant zombie?" When Jiang Cheng heard this word, he looked curiously towards the other side of Chuda base. But at this moment, a soldier exclaimed, "Zombies are on the bridge." Hearing the sound, Jiang Cheng took 3 steps and stepped forward, looking towards the other side of the Longjiang Bridge. I saw, about 3 kilometers away, below the bridge pier, gray zombies seemed to have received some order, swarming up and climbing up the bridge pier. Just a few meters after one climbed up, one of its hands lost its balance and fell, followed by another zombie. In this way, with countless zombies at the bottom, one zombie after another stepped on the bodies of the same kind and climbed onto the bridge, and then spread towards the base at an extremely fast speed. And the same is true on the water. But because the river was flowing very fast, after a few zombies struggled and were washed away by the river, the remaining zombies seemed to have become smarter. One zombie stood on the shore, and another zombie bit the zombie's arm. Just like this, one after another. Although the river was fast, it was unable to disperse the zombies for a while. And as the flesh chains formed by the zombies continued to lengthen, and along the current, the distance to the Chudu River bank became increasingly large. Near. What a smart guy. Seeing the zombie attack, Jiang Cheng immediately turned around and said, Lin Ro, Zhanya, Luo Fan, and Wang Zhendong, please take your positions immediately and prepare to fight. Yes, leader. Yes, counselor. After receiving the order, the crowd immediately divided into two groups. The Awakening Team 2, led by Lin Ro and Zhanya, galloped towards the Longjiang Bridge. Seeing that the speed was too slow, Lin Ro moved her hand, and a huge ball of water condensed into shape, and then she shouted, Water Dragon Cannon. Bang! The water ball immediately turned into a water column and shot towards Longjiang Bridge. Seeing this, Lin Ro immediately jumped onto the water column and flew towards Longjiang Bridge with the help of the force. My God, Lin Yi, your sister is awesome, July exclaimed at Lin Ro's operation. Lin Yi also stared blankly at Lin Ro's back as she flew onto the bridge, and a question popped up in his mind. When did his sister become so awesome? But he quickly reacted, and his hands emitted bursts of cold air, and he shouted, Go! In an instant, a huge ice cone shot out of thin air towards Longjiang Bridge. Lin Yi jumped directly, just like Lin Ro's operation, and flew onto the bridge. Seeing the captain on the bridge, July and Yi were not willing to lag behind, and immediately used all their skills to fly towards the bridgehead. On the other side, the Awakening Team 1, led by Luo Fan and Wang Zhendong, ran towards the bank of Longjiang River. Luo Fan saw that the speed was too slow, so he simply moved his mind. His body floated out of thin air. Whoosh! The wind was howling, and in less than a few seconds, it had landed steadily on the bank of Longjiang River. The other awakened people who followed also made their own unique moves. In less than half a minute, all the personnel were in place. Sister Shinru, you stay here, Jiang Cheng said, and then looked at Yuan Ningling and said, If there are casualties later, you will be responsible for picking them up. Yes, consultant. Yuan Ningling replied immediately. After Jiang Cheng repeatedly instructed Lu Xinru, he looked up at the huge figure on the top of Longjiang Building. With a thought, he took out the second-level aircraft from the space ring, put it on his back, and pressed the operation button. Whoosh! A strong airflow sprayed out from his back, and Jiang Cheng flew into the air in the blink of an eye. When he arrived at a safe position, Jiang Cheng looked at the figure on the top of Longjiang Building again. I saw that the guy was really big. Longjiang Building itself is more than 60 meters high, and the length of this zombie is almost a quarter of the height of the entire building, which is at least 15 meters. On the huge head, there are a pair of big eyes like lanterns, and the mouth is round and protruding forward, and the specific appearance inside cannot be seen. As for the body, it is even more sturdy and powerful, like the muscles of a mountain, with blue veins like coiled dragons, and a thick tail hanging behind it, occasionally slapping the air to make bursts of explosions. It doesn't look like a crusher, nor a reaper or a killer, and it is far from the glutton we dealt with before. Jiang Cheng looked at the appearance of this zombie and muttered to himself. He asked himself that he had seen many zombies, but this kind of zombie was the first time he saw it. Overall, it looked like yes, it was like a big lizard that could walk upright. Forget it, don't worry about other things for the time being. What is it? Let's check it out first. Thinking of it, Jiang Cheng said secretly. Data, eye open. Name, Rage. Race, Zombie. Level 3 or above. Wisdom, 1.5. Strength, 30,000. Agility, 200. Skills, Earthcrack, Sky Claw, Second Stage Transformation. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 30,202.5. Hiss. When he saw the level of this mutated zombie, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but gasped and exclaimed, "It's actually the third level." Looking at its power, no matter which data of agility it is, it completely crushes itself under normal conditions. The most important thing is that this thing has intelligence that is no less than human. 800,000 crystals are far from enough. With a murmur, Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth. But in the next moment, "Jiang Cheng, be careful!" Lu Xinru's shouts sounded from below. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank, and he saw a burst of energy coming through the air. He immediately controlled the secondary aircraft and dodged sideways. Crackling, there was a sound of shattering metal behind him. His body floated in the air for less than half a second before he began to fall upside down. Under the acceleration of gravity, the scenery on both sides of the line of sight quickly retreated, and their falling speed became faster and faster. Seeing this scene, all the Awakeners and everyone in Dawn were stunned. Their leader, their advisor, was shot down with just one move. Leader. After reacting, Luo Fan, who was standing on the bank of the river, shouted and was about to jump up to catch Jiang Cheng, but at this moment, roar. The thundering roar sounded again. A huge scythe stepped on the zombies on the river and rushed towards them at great speed. Luo Fan, be careful on the left. Wang Zhendong shouted quickly. Luo Fan stopped immediately as he rushed forward. He turned around and saw that a second-level Death Reaper was less than 3 meters away from him, and a huge sickle slashed vertically from his head. Damn it! Luo Fan used his strength to jump towards the edge. Boom! A large crater was suddenly blasted out on the river beach, and the gravel spread on it was scattered in all directions. At the same time, midair. What am I? Jiang Cheng looked sideways in surprise and found that the left wing of the aircraft had disappeared, leaving only the debris with sparks and black smoke, and from time to time, a burning smell drifted over. He was about to fall into the Longjiang River. Jiang Cheng reacted immediately and shouted, "The wind is coming." Swish! A breeze rose and dragged his body. His falling body stopped less than half a meter away from the river surface. His head was facing the river surface. The rolling river current was rushing under his head, and the sound of rushing water filled his ears. Edge noise. What a risk! Jiang Cheng secretly thought to himself, controlled the direction of the wind, and slowly adjusted his direction. When he stood upright again, he took off his secondary aircraft and threw it into the river. Then he said to Luo Fan, who was coming over, "I'm fine. You deal with the zombies on the shore first, and leave the monster on the Longjiang Tower to me." "Yes, leader." Seeing that Jiang Cheng was fine, Luo Fan was relieved. Then he turned to look at the second-level Death Reaper. He slowly raised one hand, pointed it in the direction of the second-level Death Reaper, and shouted, "Repulsion!" And on the river, Jiang Cheng's body gradually rose into the air, his eyes staring straight at the big guy who attacked him, his eyes cold. One confrontation cost him a second-level aircraft. He had to settle this debt with this guy. The body rose into the sky again, and with a flip of his wrist, a black tang knife appeared in the palm of his hand. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Linkai!" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a surge of inner energy in his dantian, and the skin all over his body began to gradually turn red, like boiling water, and bursts of white energy rose from his skin. The moment his spirit opened, a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Cheng's body. At this moment, all his physical attributes increased by 2.4 times. The surrounding air was also stirred up into strong winds. Feeling the familiar sense of oppression coming from the sky, all the awakened people fighting on the ground were startled. They instantly recalled the feeling of insignificance facing Mount Tai in the base. What a terrifying guy! Yi Tianxin, who was fighting, looked at Jiang Cheng in the sky, licked the corners of his mouth, his eyes full of yearning. Wang Zhendong was also startled by Jiang Cheng's momentum, and then laughed and said, "Brother Luo, your leader is really strong." Snort. Luo Fan snorted coldly and turned his head away, but the proud expression on his face betrayed him. The leader is strong and proud. Except for the few people fighting on the shore, Lu Ziyun, the captain of the second team of the Chudu-based Doomsday team, also had a look of shock on his face and murmured, "Is this the true strength of Advisor Jiang? It's too scary." Bar. Galu, Zhang Wenba, and Zhou Hao, who were standing next to them, both swallowed their saliva and opened their mouths in surprise, speechless. As for Lin Yi, the captain of the Doomsday team on the Longjiang Bridge, feeling Jiang Cheng's momentum, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He couldn't help but look at his elder sister and said, "Sister, what level of strength is your leader?" Lin Ro looked at the figure in the sky with admiration, shook her head, and said, "I don't know. The leader has never lost in my memory. I'm afraid he has already reached the strength of a third-level awakened person." Chi Chiu lost her voice. Third level. Listening to Chi Chi's guess, Zai also looked at the figure that looked like a god and demon in the air and murmured. As everyone watched, Jiang Cheng's momentum continued to rise. When it reached its peak, he flipped the Tang's sword in his hand, and a circle of air explosions sounded behind him. At the same time, his figure suddenly shot out. Until he flew to the side of Longjiang Tower, Jiang Cheng held the Tang's sword across his chest and shouted, "Thunderbolt!" Immediately, the internal energy poured into the Tang sword like river water. With the irrigation of internal energy, the Tang sword exuded a faint silver light, and Jiang Cheng's figure turned into a silver lightning, rushing straight towards the monster on the Longjiang Tower. As if feeling a little threatened, Gluttony, who had been lying on the top of Longjiang building, slowly turned around, his eyes full of interest, and then he said to a second-level killer at his feet, "Kill this human." "Yes, my king." The second-level killer slowly turned around and faced Jiang Cheng, who was flying towards him. He bent his legs, left a crack on the ground, and dived out, raising the more than 1-meter-long bone spur on his forearm high. Until he came to the front, his arm stabbed directly. "Human die." As he spoke, the silver lightning transformed by Jiang Cheng had arrived in front. The two figures crossed each other, and at the same time a metal collision sounded. Zheng. The sound was sharp and piercing, shaking the ears of the surrounding mutant warriors, and the ordinary zombies were overturned to the ground by the airflow generated by the collision. But the next moment, puff, an arm with bone spurs was thrown high, and the sticky green blood in the air fell into the sky. After cutting off the arm of the second-level killer, Jiang Cheng did not slow down at all, holding the Tang sword and stabbing straight at Bao Wu. Useless thing. Seeing the second-level death killer's arm being cut off, a hint of anger flashed across Bao Wu's face, and he turned his head to look at the stabbing Tang sword, and raised his claws calmly to meet it directly. Zheng. The Tang sword slashed straight at the furious long claws, creating waves that spread out in circles, rustling the branches around, and causing the fallen leaves and dust on the ground to fly around. After the slash, a recoil force spread along the handle to his hand. What? Feeling the force spreading to his arm, Jiang Cheng felt a sharp pain in his right wrist, and the Tang sword he was holding was shaken out of his hand, and his forearm made a crisp sound. A cloud of blood exploded on it. Regardless of the pain from his upper arm, Jiang Cheng quickly grabbed his powerless right hand, tapped the ground, and quickly retreated hundreds of meters, suspended in the air, before he began to check the injury on his arm. He saw that the wrist of his right forearm was completely broken, and the bone pierced directly from the skin, revealing the yellow bone marrow inside. His right hand was completely connected to the skin to prevent it from falling. Not only that, he felt the inside of his forearm again. Countless tiny bone spurs pierced into the flesh, and the remaining bones were pitted and cracked like spider webs. This fury is really f-king terrifying. Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly. Just one move. Not only did it not hurt him at all, but the recoil force shattered one of his forearms. Fortunately, the second-level super-speed regeneration ability was immediately activated, and the broken bones began to rapidly split into bone cells, and the broken parts of the arm also grew strands of bright red granulations, which wriggled and entangled with each other, like knitting a sweater. In less than a minute, the damaged skin and flesh were restored to their original state, and the bones inside were completely restored after half a minute. Rubbing his recovered wrist, Jiang Cheng looked at Fury again. Coincidentally, the other party was also staring at him. For a moment, the two sides' eyes met, colliding with invisible sparks. He stared at Jiang Cheng furiously, and his long cylindrical mouth slowly opened, revealing the dense teeth that were as numbing as lampreys. And he spoke in human language. "Ka-ka-ka?" Human, are you tickling me? The tone was full of sarcasm. Damn mutant zombie. Jiang Cheng's chest rose and fell violently with anger, but soon he calmed down again. He knew that this third-level mutant was different from any zombie he had encountered before. Thinking of this, he took out a pendant with flame patterns and a blue gem in the middle from his space ring. It was the reward he received after passing the first-level spiritual practice hut. At first, he wore it on his body, but later he felt that it was a bit of a hindrance when practicing, so he put it in the space ring. The pendant has a 10% power suppression on zombies below the third level, and for zombies above the third level, the suppression power decreases by 5% for each level increase. That is to say, facing this level 3 rage, there is a 5% reduction in strength. It's just right to use it now. The moment the lone hero took it out, an invisible force instantly spread around. Wherever he passed, the zombies all paused and looked at Jiang Cheng with fear. Even the level 3 rage felt a suppression from the blood. The range of the lone hero's suppression was extremely wide, spreading for a full kilometer before stopping, and this kilometer was enough to cover the battlefield on the shore of Longjiang Tower. Human, what did you do to me? Rage had to look at Jiang Cheng at this moment. Jiang Cheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He turned his wrist and took out a black Tang sword from the space ring again. This was the level 2 Tang sword he won in the previous lottery. Although it was a little worse than the level 3 Tang sword, it was barely enough. Jiang Cheng no longer dared to be careless after holding the Tang sword in his hand. He waved his wrist towards the ground, and 13 silver bracelets flew towards the ground. The bracelet melted in the air, and when it was about to land, it squirmed and condensed into metal humanoids. Level 1 Doomsday Warriors 13, 14, 15, 21, 22. Meet the Master. Level 3 Doomsday Warriors. Number 23, number 24, number 25. Meet the Master. Looking at the 10 metal men on the ground and the 3 level 3 Doomsday Warriors beside them who looked almost the same as human women, but with a somewhat stiff expression, he directly ordered. 13 to 21. Kill all zombies of the first level mutation and below, and pick up crystals. Yes, Master. The 10 level 1 Doomsday Warriors nodded in response, and then transformed their arms into silver long blades and chopped at the zombies beside them. Level 3 Doomsday Warriors. Number 23, number 24, number 25. You kill all zombies below level 3, and pick up crystals, and pick up crystals. After killing them, help me kill the mutant zombies. Jiang Cheng ordered. Yes, Master. As soon as the words fell, the 3 level 3 Doomsday Warriors instantly disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, dozens of zombie heads soared into the sky. Next, Jiang Cheng looked at the bloody giant egg in the space ring. Unfortunately, the giant egg showed no signs of hatching. He looked at the Doomsday Warrior who was hacking and killing zombies. He was refreshed and said to himself, after getting rid of these bastards, I can devote myself to the battle. Once his strength is fully unleashed, there is no doubt that his body will be damaged, and he may faint due to exhaustion of his internal energy and mental strength. If a zombie attacks him at this time, his situation will be very dangerous. Although he can recover even if only a piece of meat is left, it may take a long time to recover to a normal person with the current second-level super speed regeneration. I should have brought Meow Pass to Chudu earlier. Thinking of Meow Pass, who was left at the Dawn base to protect him, Jiang Cheng shook his head. Next, Jiang Cheng clenched his Tang sword and shouted, Hard Qigong, open! Bang! As his internal energy was running, his muscles began to swell like an inflatable ball. Not only muscles, but also bones on his body were further raised. Soon, he, who was originally 1.8 meters tall, suddenly grew to 2 meters, and his clothes were directly torn into strips of cloth because of the expansion of his body. After a few breaths, the hard Qigong transformation was completed. From a distance, Jiang Cheng, who originally looked a little thin because of his height, completely turned into a tall, muscular man. However, if he only activated the hard Qigong, the attribute could only double at most, which was not enough to face the rage of the third level. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng silently took out a bottle of spiritual water and poured it into his stomach. The energy contained in the spiritual water immediately refilled the internal energy in his dantian, and the internal energy in the acupoints around his body that had been reduced due to the opening of the spiritual energy was refilled. After he was ready, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and shouted loudly, "Spirit, explode!" Ah! The moment the spiritual explosion was activated, Jiang Cheng screamed in pain. The internal energy stored in the 720 acupoints in his body gushed out, forming a huge cyclone around his body, stirring up everything around him. But it was too much of a stretch to activate the spiritual explosion state with the current physical strength. The skin on his body began to crack inch by inch because he could not withstand the sudden burst of internal energy. At the cracks, a large amount of blood oozed out from the surface of the skin due to the rupture of capillaries. The moment it flowed out, it was evaporated by the high temperature generated on the surface of the skin, turning into a thick blood mist that rose up. From a distance, it looked like being bathed in blood. Fortunately, at the moment the body was damaged, super-speed regeneration was immediately activated. Threads of granulation tissue grew out of the cracked skin on both sides, wriggling and entangled together, like weaving clothes, gluing the wound together. In this way, the wound kept cracking and gluing together, reaching a strange balance with the damage caused by the spiritual explosion. Jiang Cheng shrugged his shoulders, gasping for air, blood and sweat oozing from his forehead, looking extremely embarrassed. Sure enough, it's too difficult to activate the spiritual explosion at this time. It seems that I have to hurry up, Jiang Cheng said bitterly. He could clearly feel that the speed of super-speed regeneration was far behind the damage caused by the spiritual explosion. He could only last for 1 minute at most in his current state. He exhaled again, and the blessing of the spiritual explosion was finally able to stabilize. Jiang Cheng glanced at his attributes. Strength, 2,824.5, 50,841. Agility, 152.35. 1368. Spirit, 180.7, 1626.3. Based on the current data, it was enough to kill this monster. Exiting the attribute panel, Jiang Cheng looked at the more than 10-meter-long Fury on the Longjiang building with bloodshot eyes. He grasped the handle of the second-level Tang sword with both hands, took a deep breath, and whispered, "Thunderbolt flash." The moment he said it, the internal energy wandering on the surface of the body rushed back into the black blade, and bursts of black light appeared on the blade. Whoosh! After a burst of air explosion, Jiang Cheng merged with the blade and turned into black lightning and slashed directly at Fury on the Longjiang building. Go to hell. He was hundreds of meters away from Fury. The moment he used Thunderbolt Flash, he arrived in front of Fury and chopped the Tang sword horizontally at Fury's head. Human, what a fast speed. Feeling the blade close at hand, Fury reacted quickly and immediately raised his left arm, and 5 claws about 2 meters long with cold light directly met it. As expected, the claws and the knife collided with each other, rubbing sparks. After a knife, Jiang Cheng retreated several meters and looked up at the furious left claw again. There was a long scratch on it. This guy's defense is too terrifying. Jiang Cheng was slightly shocked. In the state of spiritual explosion, the force generated by the Thunderbolt Flash reached 101,682 kilograms, more than 50 tons of force. With such a force, even the strongest stone in the world can be easily split, and even the strongest tank of mankind can be deformed. And looking at the second-level Tang sword in his hand, the blade on it was also curled up, which made Jiang Cheng frown. It seems that the toughness of the second-level Tang sword is still a long way from that of the third-level Tang sword. So he simply put this second-level Tang sword into the space ring, took out another second-level Tang sword, and set up defense. Compared with Jiang Cheng's surprise, as a third-level peak mutant, the Furious One was also shocked by Jiang Cheng's sword. Since it became a third-order mutant, any human it faced was not its opponent, and it also beat the 3 top awakeners sent by the Chudu base to the point of death. Such a record is enough to make it proud. But facing this human, it felt threatened for the first time. It raised its head and looked at Jiang Cheng seriously for the first time, and then slowly said, "You are the strongest human I have ever seen, but unfortunately, you can only stop here. Then I want to see how you stop me." Jiang Cheng made a knife flower, holding the second-level Tang knife across his chest, and the internal energy in his dantian began to slowly inject into the blade. Human, it seems that you don't understand the gap between us. Furious and regretful, shook his head, his figure flashed, and his huge body instantly disappeared from the Longjiang building. When he appeared again, he appeared in the small square in front of the Longjiang building. Its lantern-like eyes flashing red light, turned slightly, and stared at Jiang Cheng. On the drooping right claw, white energy slowly gathered, and the surrounding air began to become agitated. The next moment, it swung its right claw from bottom to top, and the white light on the claw turned into 5 crescent-shaped claws more than 3 meters long, flying towards Jiang Cheng with the sound of breaking through the air. Sky-splitting claws. What a strong energy fluctuation. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart was immediately alert. He could feel that if he was hit by this move, his body would be torn apart. The Tang sword in his hand was also not vague, and the internal energy was continuously poured into it. A black blade light quickly appeared on the blade. The body flashed, and the sword was raised to chop at the claw. The first move of the 3 swords to kill demons slashed the demon. The long sword swung out and quickly chopped on the 5 white energy claws. At the moment of slashing on them, Jiang Cheng felt a huge recoil force coming, which made his hands numb and his wrists holding the sword felt a sharp pain. However, Jiang Cheng still gritted his teeth and chopped with both hands. Bang! The next moment, an explosion sounded, and several shock waves spread out from the center and rolled towards the surroundings. Swish! For a moment, sand and rocks flew, and the big trees as thick as buckets were almost knocked to the ground by the strong wind. The Longjiang Tower, which had stood for many years, was also overturned by the shock wave. As the shock wave spread, the river water along the coast was also washed up by a huge wave of more than 3 meters high, rushing towards the opposite coast. The aftermath of this attack lasted for a long time before it subsided. Look at the center of the explosion again. Jiang Cheng had already retreated dozens of meters. Although he was panting heavily and his skin was cracked and bleeding, he managed to hold on. Haha. No, there is not much time left for the spiritual explosion. If I continue to waste time like this, I will definitely be the loser in the end. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng stabilized his breathing and rushed forward with his sword. Come again. The second move of the 3 swords to destroy demons, subdue demons. This time, the black blade light was even stronger. Under the wrapping of internal energy, the blade body extended several meters. Because the blade light was too strong, even the surrounding air began to swirl, forming a small wind roll. Whoosh! The figure disappeared, and the Tang sword slashed towards the furious one with a whistling sound. Human, this move is of no use to me. Fury opened his mouth lightly, and his pair of vertical pupils glowing red were particularly calm. But very quickly, its expression changed. No, the power of this knife seemed to be more powerful than the one just now. Sensing the difference in Jiang Cheng's move, furious claws gathered white energy at the same time, and then struck out with 2 claws in succession. Sky claw, swish! 2 white energy claws shot out of the air and quickly hit Jiang Cheng. Second form of the 3 demon-killing swords, subjugate the demon. Jiang Cheng roared angrily and slashed at the energy claw with Tang Dao. Bang! Bang! 2 knives were swung down in succession, and the moment they hit the sky-splitting claw, there was only a slight hint of obstruction before the tip of the knife drove straight in, splitting it from the middle. The ensuing claw attacks were also easily split. Breaking through the sky-splitting claw's attack, Jiang Cheng raised his Tang Dao high and slashed at the furious head. Human. After being attacked twice in succession, the red light in its furious eyes became even more intense, and there was a hint of anger in its tone. However, facing Jiang Cheng's offensive, it did not panic. It only waited until its blade reached 3 meters in front of it. He clenched his claws together and punched the ground hard. Roared, the earth is cracked. With both hands pounding the ground, with fury as the center, cracks like spider webs appeared on the concrete floor, and the cracks continued to extend around, spreading for more than 50 meters before stopping. Not only that, huge rocks exploded from the ground when he got up. Jiang Cheng, who was about to behead Fury, had to change his position to avoid the attack of the boulder. Avoiding Jiang Cheng, He furiously bent his legs and stepped into a depression in the ground, shooting out like a cannonball. He raised his claws and grabbed at Jiang Cheng with a sound of breaking through the air. "Human, watch me chop you up." The next moment, the sound of metal hitting was heard. Zheng. It stings people's ears, and at the same time it shoots out bursts of sparks. In this way, one person and one zombie fought in the air for hundreds of rounds, entangled together. At the same time, above the Longjiang Bridge, seeing that Jiang Cheng had temporarily held back the zombie leader, Lin Ro breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the bridge warily. "I saw it, only 1 kilometer away." A mutated zombie first appeared in everyone's sight. It was like a vicious dog, running at twice the speed of a human, with its mouth wide open and its rotten tongue hanging upside down. Seeing this scene, Lin Ro immediately said loudly, "Everyone is ready." After saying that, the ordinary soldiers behind him all opened the safety, pulled up the bolt of the gun, took a slight breath, and their heartbeats accelerated a little. This is not the first time they have fought against zombies, but this time the battle is different from the previous battles. This is a group of zombies headed by a third-level super mutant. They are much stronger in terms of quantity and level, so everyone is actually wondering whether they can make it to the battlefield alive. And what's more, they are much more powerful. Before entering the battlefield, he wrote a suicide note early. As everyone was getting ready, as expected, a row of dark, wriggling heads appeared on the horizontal line behind the mutant. They followed closely behind the mutant, walking with twisted steps. Coming from the bridge. The Longjiang Bridge is 3,688 meters long. At the running speed of the mutant, it took more than 4 minutes to reach more than 300 meters, but more than 300 meters was already within the effective range. Lin Ro immediately took out the first-level Doomsday pistol, took aim, raised the gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Sparks erupted from the muzzle, and the first-level Doomsday bullet was shot out at an extremely fast speed. Puff! Without any accident, the bullet entered from between the eyebrows, exploding a pair of blood sprays, and then shot out from the back of the head, splattering dark red mucus mixed with gray and white. In an instant, the mutant fell to the ground without moving. Captain Lin Ro, well done. This shot also had a great morale-boosting effect, making the ordinary soldiers who were a little nervous relax a little. Another 4 minutes passed. The zombie army finally arrived. Looking up, they saw rotten and hideous faces covering the entire bridge deck, spreading towards the Chudu base like a tide. Lin Ro immediately shouted, "Fire!" An order came down. Countless tongues of fire spit out, under the dense rain of bullets. Although some zombies were not hit in the head, their bodies were cut off by the bullets. They could only scream and crawl towards this side. Of course, more of them were shot by machine guns. Into a puddle of minced meat. Looking at this tragic scene, Lin Ro couldn't help but sigh. In fact, if there were not powerful mutants like the second and third levels, such a zombie army would still be far from enough in front of human thermal weapons. But it is a pity that they are facing a group that can evolve and be able to zombies that quickly transform humans. The battle on Lin Ro's side has already begun. Most of them are ordinary zombies, which are relatively relaxed. However, Luo Fan and Wang Zhendong on the riverbank are not as relaxed as Lin Ro. I saw it, above the river. A second-level crusher stepped out, and after drawing an arc, its huge body jumped high, and then landed on a rope formed by ordinary zombies in a parabola. It used the force to jump up again, and this time, jumped directly to the shore. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, and the second-order Death Crusher beat its chest and rushed towards the awakened ones on the shore. At this time, Luo Fan had already been fighting with a second-level Death Harvester, leaving only Wang Zhendong, Lu Xun, and Su Wenwu, 3 second-level awakeners. Leave this second-level Death Crusher to me. Seeing the second-level Crusher coming, Wang Zhendong rushed out first without saying a word and punched it. In addition to this second-level Crusher, more and more ordinary zombies on the other side of the river went into the water, biting their companions' arms to form a new zombie meat bridge. And there were also several first-level harvesters and crushers stepping on their companions' bodies and rushing over. Looking at the zombies rushing over, Lu Xiyun ordered, "All members of the Doomsday Team 2 are ready to fight." "Yes, Captain." Zhou Hao and Zhang Wenba responded in unison. Zhou Hao even turned into a several-meter-high thorny boar after a roar. Zhang Wenbo was naturally unwilling to fall behind and looked at the zombies on the other side. His eyes gradually flashed red light, and then with a bayou, they turned into two burning rays of light and shot out. Seeing this, the other awakened ones also showed their abilities. Some beasts turned into giant pythons, some could swing out of thin air, and some even turned their arms into Gatling guns. The three-way battlefield started completely at this moment. And at this time, in the Chudu base, staring at the picture of the giant monster fighting a young man on the display screen, Xiang Lao asked Zhu Xi beside him, "Do you think Jiang Cheng can win?" "I can't say for sure." Zhu Xi thought for a while and shook his head. "Really? This third-level zombie is so powerful. Everything is an unknown." Xiang Lao sighed, staring at the screen with flickering eyes. After a moment, he looked at Zhu Xi with a firm look and said, "Come on, follow me to the laboratory." "Do you need me to notify Dr. Ho Yin?" Zhu Xi asked. Elder Xiang shook his head and said, "Let's not look for Ho Yin. Let's go to him." Hearing this, Zhu Xi's face showed a solemn expression, and he asked again, "Commander-in-Chief, I think you need to think carefully." Elder Xiang listened, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, I will just go to see the progress first. I won't activate it unless it is absolutely necessary." After saying this, Zhu Xi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, once that person and the things he studied were activated, the entire Chu would be doomed. More than 50 meters underground in Chudu, Xiang Lao and Zhu Xi stood in front of a pure white door. Unlike Ho Yan's plastic film door, this white door is made of all metal, 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, and looks extremely solid. There is also an inconspicuous Arabic numeral 2 on this pure white metal door. "Zhu Xi," Xiang Lao said lightly. "Yes." Zhu Xi nodded and walked straight to the camera in front of the door. "Do not move, scanning." "Identity confirmed. Please come in, Major Zhu Xi." The moment the mechanical sound sounded, the door slowly opened to both sides of the wall. At this time, you will find that this door is 1.5 meters thick, which is more solid than the bank's vault door. It can completely withstand the bombardment of tanks and even armor-piercing bullets. "Commander-in-Chief, please come in." "Yes." Xiang Lao strode in. What came into view was a laboratory with a pure white ceiling and 4 walls made of pure metal. The entire laboratory covers an area of about 4 acres and is very spacious and bright. In the center of the laboratory, there are 3 glass jars filled with nutrient solution with a diameter of about 3 meters and a height of 6 meters. Inside the jars are mutants that are curled up in a completely different appearance from the zombies outside. And in front of the glass culture jars, a handsome young man looked at his masterpiece with obsession and said with a crazy look on his face, "What a perfect body this is, the pinnacle of genetic evolution." After saying that, he looked at the staff beside him and urged, "Quick, increase the input of Z virus to experiment number 1. Doctor, if the concentration of Z virus continues to increase with the physical strength of experiment number 1, I am afraid that it will not be able to carry such a large amount of virus in a short time." The staff hesitated. "Keep increasing." The young doctor did not listen to the dissuasion of the experimenter at all and continued. The experimenter looked embarrassed, but after seeing that the doctor in charge of the experiment didn't listen to what he said, he could only say to the experimenter next to him, "Continue to increase the input of Z virus to the number 1 experiment subject." "Yes." As the voice fell, the experimenter pressed the button. Immediately, the valve opened, and the green viscous liquid flowed out of the container. If you look closely, you will find that something seems to be wriggling inside. The Z virus was injected through the glass pipe, and the thick green liquid slowly dispersed in the culture medium. But these liquids seemed to have their own consciousness, and they gathered together again, turning into a strange insect the size of a baby's palm, with tentacles all over its body. The insect's tentacles swung quickly, and countless white bubbles were stirred behind it. It was like a launcher, and it suddenly ejected more than half a meter away. After 3 consecutive ejections, the insect finally attached to the epidermis of the experiment subject in the culture tank and then plunged into the skin. A bun-sized bulge formed on the skin, moving along the blood vessels until it reached the brain, as if it had drilled into the brain. The bun-sized bulge on the top of the head was like a deflated ball, gradually becoming smaller. Until the bulge disappeared, the curled-up body experiment subject in the culture tank began to twitch immediately. As time went by, the twitching became more and more intense. The next second, alarm, alarm, the heart rate of experiment subject number 1 is abnormal. The body temperature is higher than the normal standard. The red alarm light flashed, and the heart rate on the display screen next to it was getting faster and faster, reaching a terrifying 358, and the temperature also increased from the original 38 degrees to 52 degrees, and was even rising. The surrounding staff were in a mess. Quick, inject 1 milligram of adrenaline. 20 milligrams of tranquilizer. The young doctor was not panicked at all. On the contrary, he looked at the nutrient tank with crazy laughter. Ha ha ha, why are you panicking? If you want to complete the evolution, pain is an inevitable process. Only in this way can it transform into a perfect super zombie. Looking at this scene, Josie's forehead faintly showed a row of black lines. She turned her head and looked at Xiang Lao in confusion. Commander-in-Chief, do you think it is really appropriate for such a person to stay in the base as the head of a laboratory? Xiang Lao shook his head and laughed. You don't understand. People say that there is a fine line between genius and madness, but in my opinion, the more top scientists are, the crazier they are, such as Einstein and Tesla. But he, Yi Xinyu, is crazier than them. So the achievements he can achieve are far beyond what you and I can imagine. Take a good look. After Xiang Lao finished speaking, he continued to stare at the messy laboratory in front of him with a smile. On the other hand, Zhu Xi had only one sentence in his mind. Isn't Xiang Lao crazy too? But seeing the old man's interested look, she silently kept this sentence in her heart. This person is a tough guy who has experienced countless wars. Perhaps only such a person can allow these things to exist. Time passed by. Yi Xinyu didn't notice the person at the door at all, but stared at the changes of the number 1 experimental subject, looked at his watch from time to time, and then recorded it with the recorder in his hand. Recording object, number 1 experimental subject. Heart rate, 368, body temperature, 53, blood pressure. At the same time in the culture tank, the curled-up number 1 experimental subject stretched out completely. It looked weird, with a face similar to that of a human, 2 fangs exposed at the corners of its mouth, and ears like elves in movies and TV. The upper body muscles are very developed, the chest muscles are bulging, and the 8 abdominal muscles are like square iron blocks embedded in them. On top of this body of muscles, dark red scales are attached. Looking at the pair of arms, they are twice as thick as the arms of the strongest silverback gorilla. Following the arms downward, the wrists are not like ordinary wrists, but a pair of blood-red sickles more than 1 meter long like praying mantises. With such power, it is estimated that a casual wave can easily cut off a person's head. Even the strongest marble can probably be cut in half. Following the body downward is a pair of slightly bent and powerful legs, with clear muscle lines. Just a casual movement, the muscles bulge high, like a hill. In addition, the most special thing is the thick tail behind him, which is covered with red scales. The tail end is like a scorpion's tail, and the barbs flash with cold light. Overall, this body is at least more than 5 meters long, like a small building. Another half an hour passed. The alarm stopped abruptly. The data on the display screen returned to normal. The mutant in the glass jar curled up again, but no one noticed that its eyes, which were originally tightly closed, slightly opened a gap. A yellow brilliance flashed, and then quickly closed again. Huh! All the researchers present breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, someone just noticed the 2 figures at the door and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Commander-in-Chief, why are you here?" Hearing the cry of the experimenter, Yi Xinyu also reacted, glanced at the door from the corner of his eye, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, turned around, looked squarely at the old man in front of him, and said with a faint smile, "Why does Mr. Xiang have time to come to my place? Or are the soldiers at the base unable to stop the mutant outside?" Mr. Xiang's face froze slightly. Then he regained his smile and said, "Xiaoya, you also know that I don't go to the 3 Treasures Palace for anything. Is that true?" Yi Xinyu shook his head and sighed. "Look what I said at the beginning. If you want to fight against mutant zombies, you need to rely on mutants. Just relying on the self-strengthening of ordinary humans and the human genes studied by old guy Ho, yin awakening your potential doesn't work. The human body is too fragile compared to mutated zombies. On the contrary, zombies can withstand bullets, rockets, and even nuclear bombs. Such a genetic structure is perfect at the biological level. Or in other words, this is an evolution of survival of the fittest. Hearing this, Mr. Xiang's face darkened and he blamed. Xiaoya, 1.6 million years have passed since we humans appeared to dominate the Earth. During this period, there were many powerful predators, but now, they are all extinct, and we are the only ones. Human beings live well. Do you know why? After saying that, without waiting for Yi Xinyu to speak, Mr. Xiang pointed to his head and said, "It's because we humans are intelligent and can create civilization. As for the zombies that appear now, they are just like the predators in the past. They have no thinking, no wisdom, and cannot create. So their final result is that they will eventually perish." No, no, no. Yi Xinyu shook his head and said, "Ignorance and ignorance only exist in ordinary zombies. Zombies above the third level are intelligent, and their brain areas will continue to expand with the higher the level of evolution. Sooner or later, they will also form their own civilization." Mr. Xiang's face turned dark. If he hadn't been the commander-in-chief, he would have wanted to beat this guy directly for fear of losing his identity. Damn it, act like you're not human. But if this is the case, as a human being, you, your relatives, and your friends will eventually perish. Xiang Lao gritted his teeth and said. Yi Xinyu said disapprovingly, "If that time comes, I will transform myself into a zombie, or transform them into zombies, and then..." "Okay, Xiaoya, do you have a plan to deal with this third-level rage?" Mr. Xiang was so angry that he wanted to draw his gun. Yi Xinyu said, "Oh," then waved to Mr. Xiang and said, "Follow me." Mr. Xiang followed with a dark face and Jiao Ci gave Mr. Xiang a look that said, "This man is an idiot." Mr. Xiang could only shake his head helplessly. He also understood that it was useless to talk about the country and humans to this group of people. In the eyes of a madman, there was no difference between humans and monkeys, or they were just a bunch of carbon-based organisms. They only care about the truth of the world and are more consistent with the laws of natural evolution. Sighing softly, Mr. Xiang came to his senses and walked to a giant glass jar with the number 1 marked on it. Yi Xinyu pointed at the glass jar, looked at the experimental subject inside with obsessed eyes, and said, "Look, this is the solution. The most perfect creature in the world. I call it Artificial Warrior number 44, taken from Journey to the West. The scorpion spirit in the Pipa Cave of the 44th Dilemma. Can you give us a detailed introduction to its strength?" Mr. Xiang asked, looking at this weird creature. "Of course," Yi Xinyu said slowly. "The first is its brain. The brain area is 3 times that of normal people. You can understand it as 3 times as smart as ordinary humans. It has unparalleled learning ability. It can use the knowledge of ordinary people, photographic memory, and then total absorption. The second is its eyes, which have infrared heat sensing and kinetic energy capture, and the viewing angle can reach 360 degrees. The third is its sense of smell. Nothing within a kilometer can escape its tracking. Fourth, its hearing is 10,000 times that of normal people. Even if you exhale slightly from a kilometer away, it can hear clearly. The fifth is its body. The scales covering its whole body can withstand 10,000. To put it another way you can understand, it is invulnerable. Unless it is bombed with 15,000 tons of TNT explosives, nothing can destroy it. Breakdown. Sixth is its extraordinary strength. An average punch can exert 5,000 tons of force. Ordinary steel is like paper in its hands. Its running speed can reach 3,000 meters per second, and it only takes about 4 hours to circle the Earth. The most noteworthy thing is that it has a highly toxic poisonous hook at its tail. You can also call it a poisonous hook. The venom contained in it only needs 0.01 grams to melt a person instantly, and it can also melt a 1-meter thick steel plate. Corrosion wears. When Xiang Lao heard this, he asked again, "Then what is its strength?" Yi Xinyu thought for a while and said, "If we use the current zombie standards to measure it, it will probably be at the level of the 4th level. Level 4. Xiang Lao lost his voice. You know, a level 3 zombie has left their entire base helpless. If it were level 4, Wouldn't it be a matter of a few steps to destroy the entire Chuda base? Well, it can also continue to evolve and learn its skills by devouring other zombies, but its current swallowing capacity is limited. This is its only flaw, Yi Xinyu said with some regret. When Jiao heard this, he looked at the monster in the glass tube in a daze and felt a chill in his back. If this monster escaped, what would Chu Du face? She didn't dare to imagine it. Maybe it was really as Xiang Lao said before, Chu Du would be in big trouble. And Xiang Lao nodded heavily and said, "Can this artificial warrior number 44 obey our orders completely?" Yi Xinyu shook his head regretfully and said, "It is currently equivalent to a blank sheet of paper, just like a human baby. It may take about half a year to make it obedient." "Half a year? I can't wait that long. What if I let it out now?" Xiang Lao said with a sharp look. Yi Xinyu listened. The arc of his mouth became bigger and bigger, and finally he even raised his head and laughed wildly, as if he heard something funny, which made Xiang Lao frown. Soon, the laughter stopped, and he stared at Xiang Lao like a madman and said, "Then, it will become the most terrifying killing machine in the world. You, me, will all die under its sickle. No, such a creature is too dangerous. I suggest destroying it immediately." Jiao couldn't listen any longer and spoke up immediately. She absolutely couldn't allow such an unstable thing to exist. "You want to destroy it?" Yi Xinyu's face suddenly changed when he heard Jiao words. Like an old hen protecting her calves, she stared at Jiao fiercely and said, "Then you kill me first." "Okay, then I'll kill you now." Jiao was furious, and he took out the pistol from his waist, immediately opened the safety, pulled the bolt, put his finger on the trigger, and was about to pull the trigger. But the next second, "Okay." Xiang Lao raised his voice, grabbed Jiao gun, and scolded, "Put the gun away for me." "But Commander-in-Chief, this thing is too dangerous," Jiao said unwillingly. "You don't even listen to the commander's orders?" Xiang Lao's eyes widened, and Jiao had to take back the pistol with difficulty. Watching Jiao take back the pistol, Xiang Lao looked at Yi Xinyu again and said lightly, "I will only give you 1 week. If this so-called artificial warrior number 44 is still unusable, you will destroy it." After that, without waiting for the other party to speak, he turned around and left directly. Jiao watched the commander-in-chief leave, anxiously glared at Yi Xinyu, and immediately trotted after him. Yi Xinyu, on the other hand, showed a winner's smile on his face. But what these people didn't notice was that when Jiao said the word destroy, the barb on the tail of the experimental subject curled up in the number 1 glass jar slowly stretched out, and the eyeball under the eyelids turned again and again. Fortunately, Jiao took back the gun later, and the barb slowly retracted, and the eyeball stopped moving, as if everything just now didn't exist. Seeing the two leave, Yi Xinyu turned around and said to everyone with a smile, "What are you looking at? Keep working." After he finished speaking, the staff who were watching the excitement lowered their heads. The entire laboratory number 2 began to get busy again. In the corridor, Jiao quickly caught up, then looked at Xiang Lao and said, "Commander, are you really going to let such a dangerous guy appear?" Xiang Lao paused, looked sideways at Jiao and said, "What? Do you have any good ideas?" Jiao was also stunned by Mr. Xiang's question. He hesitated and said, "But it is really too dangerous. If it is released, the entire Chu capital may be in danger." "Isn't it dangerous now?" Xiang Lao said. Jiao wanted to say something else, but Mr. Xiang raised his hand to interrupt. He walked forward without looking back and said, "I am aware of your worries. I will never make such a decision until the last moment. Okay, let's go and let me see how the battle goes." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Juicy stood there for a moment, then trotted after him. At the same time, outside Longjiang Tower, Jiang Cheng stood in the void. The spiritual blast stayed on his body was completely lifted, and the cracked skin on his body began to slowly heal. His shoulders were rising and falling, breathing like an ox. His eyes were blazing as he looked at Fury, who was also breathing heavily on the ground, and felt in his heart the secret passage is not good. Oops, the spiritual explosion state has been completely released, and only 1/3 of the inner energy in the Dantian is left. If this continues, I will definitely lose. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng poured a bit of thought into the space ring. After seeing the spiritual water suspended in it, he took it out with a thought, unscrewed the bottle mouth, and took a big drink. Gulu, gulu. The Adam's apple moves up and down. Jiang Cheng drank a full 550 milliliters of spiritual water into his belly. Immediately, a feeling of coolness penetrated the whole body, immersing some dry cells in it. At the same time, as an innate warrior, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was constantly pouring in from the heavenly spirit above his head and the springs under his feet. Under the influence of Xianyuan Gong, it is transformed into inner energy and re-injected into Dantian. On the other hand, Fury's pair of lantern-sized red eyeballs looked at the figure in the air with a complex look, and a long tail also flapped regularly on the ground, making a crackling sound, as if he was thinking. After about 3 seconds, Fury made a decision and slowly said, "Human, you are very strong. You can still stand up to me at the 3rd level. You're not bad either." Jiang Cheng's voice was cold. He was not angry, but instead had a look of regret on his face and said, "As a human being, it's such a pity for you." "What's the pity?" Jiang Cheng didn't understand what the zombie wanted to say, but taking advantage of the gap in the conversation, he frantically circulated Xianyuan, trying his best to restore the missing inner energy. "Of course it's a pity." Fury shook his head and said slowly on his lizard-like mouth, "As human mutants infected with the virus, our genes are more perfect than humans, and our bodies are stronger. It is said that this world is more suitable for zombies to survive, but humans are too fragile and can only disappear into the dust of history. So I am now considering whether to transform you into a zombie." "Transform me," Jiang Cheng sneered. He actually saw some sincerity in the zombie's words, and couldn't help but mockingly said, "You want me to turn into a pair of rotten meat with maggots? Dragging my stiff body and walking in a daze. On the street, when you see a prey, you go up to it and drink its blood? No, you were just talking about those low-level zombies. To me, they are just ants. But with the transformation of the original virus in my body, you can evolve into the most perfect mutant next to me." The angry pair of yellow vertical pupils moved up and down, with a slight smile. "How?" Jiang Cheng refused without hesitation. "Your invitation is very sincere, but as a zombie, you still don't understand one thing." "What's going on?" Fury's lamprey-like mouth opened slightly, a slender tongue slowly stretched out, and he looked at Jiang Cheng with burning eyes. Jiang Cheng said, "Humans have survived on the earth for more than 1 million years, and countless predators that are 10,000 times more ferocious have died in front of humans, which is enough to prove that humans are the most perfect evolution on the earth. What's more, humans has its own civilization, its own beliefs, and its own things that need to be protected, but these are things that you beasts cannot understand." Hiss! Hearing this, his furious eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous light flashed in the slits of his eyes, and he said with a ferocious smile, "Then you mean you won't agree? You can understand it that way." Jiang Cheng was not to be outdone. At this moment, most of the internal energy in his Dantian had recovered. "Very good. To use a saying from you humans, it's called an opportunity that can't be missed. It will never come back. I've already given you the opportunity. It was you who sought your own death, but it just gives you a taste of what true terror is." Fury slowly closed his eyes, seeming to feel regret, while an invisible aura was gathering around him. Suddenly, it opened its eyes suddenly, and the circles of fangs in its long mouth were completely exposed in the air. The sound was extremely sharp, and the shaking river began to become more and more turbulent, stinging the ears of the fighting awakened ones. Quickly took a few steps back and covered his ears with both hands. Second stage transformation. The violent roar roared out, shattering the sky and causing a gap in the clouds in the sky. As the sound slowly fell, the skin on its surface began to squirm, and the bones in its body made a popping sound like fried beans. Crackling. The body of more than 10 meters long seemed to shrink and began to condense continuously. Rows of bone spurs grew on the tail, and something seemed to be about to break out of the skin on the back. In less than a few seconds. After a long roar, the furious transformation was completed. Looking carefully, there was a creature about 3 meters tall, with 2 horns on its head, a face like a lizard, and a slightly cylindrical mouth with circles of sharp teeth like lampreys. Following the head down, the gray skin on the neck folded and drooped, just like a Komodo dragon. And the body, the chest muscles of the year-old were side by side. The abdominal muscles were like knife-like carvings, and they were extremely explosive. On the pair of arms, the 5 fingers grew together, the claws were sharp, and the cold light flashed, as if they could cut through everything. Finally, there was a pair of contracted flesh wings like a western dragon on its back, and a thick tail covered with bone spurs that whipped the ground. Not only did it look strong and powerful, but it also exuded a dangerous atmosphere. At the moment of transformation, the zombies around them trembled at the same time and moved to the side, as if they were trying to escape from some kind of monster. Seeing the moment when the furious transformation was completed in front of him, Jiang Cheng only glanced at the other party and felt a palpitation, and his skin was unconsciously covered with goose bumps, as if some kind of fierce creature had descended. Forcing himself to stabilize his heart, Jiang Cheng looked alert and said to himself, "This guy feels more dangerous than before." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed. The data I quietly opened. Name, Rage, second transformation. Race, Zombie. Level, upper level 3, lower level 4. Wisdom, 1.5, 1.8. Strength, 30,000, 80,000. Agility, 200, 300. Skills, Earthcrack, Sky Claw, second transformation. Comprehensive combat power, 30,200, 1.5, 80,300, 1.8. Lower level 4. When Jiang Cheng saw the data of Rage, he was stunned. Since he had seen the strange bird by the Yang River last time, he had never seen a 4th level mutant. He did not expect that this Rage would have the strength of a lower level of 4th level after the transformation. Not only Jiang Cheng, at the moment when Rage completed the transformation, the aura it exuded made the awakened people within a radius of 3 kilometers feel a chill in their backs. They all looked over here unconsciously. When they saw the short figure, they all trembled a little. Zhou Hao, who was still fighting on the bank of Longjiang River, suddenly stopped and looked at the little figure on the other side with trepidation, and said with a knot in his mouth, "What kind of monster is this?" As an awakened person with the ability to transform into a beast, his animal instinct immediately felt the threat of death, as well as the suppression from his blood. As a strong man below the 2nd level, Lu Ziyun also noticed something was wrong. Her brows were furrowed on her charming face and her fists were clenched tightly. Luo Fan and Wang Zhendong also looked at the figure on the Longjiang building, and then looked at each other. Both of them could see the worry in each other's eyes. As for Lin Yi on the Longjiang bridge, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He seemed to recall something terrible, and his face suddenly turned pale. Noticing Lin Ye's change, Lin Ro couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Yi, what happened? And what is that guy? Why does he make me feel palpitations?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi suddenly turned his head, put his hands on Lin Ro's shoulders, and said nervously, "Sister, listen to me. From now on, you leave the battlefield immediately. No, you leave Chudu immediately. The farther the better." "Why?" Lin Ro asked puzzledly. In her heart, Jiang Cheng is invincible. Lin Yi seemed to be too excited, and he shouted fiercely with a raised voice, "Don't ask why. Leave quickly. It will be too late if you don't leave." "No." Lin Ro immediately slapped Lin Ye's arm with one hand, shook her head, and said seriously, "I believe in my leader. He will get rid of that monster." "No, you don't understand how terrifying that guy is. Just one blow." Lin Yi showed a painful look on his face, and then continued, "Sister, I beg you. You go. Your leader will never be." The words have not been finished yet. Boom. A loud noise sounded behind him. Lin Yi, Lin Ro, and others looked over hurriedly. They saw a cloud of gray smoke slowly rising. And at this time in the smoke, Jiang Cheng was lying in the huge collapse, his mouth full of bright red, one eye closed, and his face in pain. Damn, cough, cough, cough." Muttering, Jiang Cheng raised his head and spit out a large mouthful of thick blood mixed with unknown fragments. He felt as if his lower abdomen was hit by a train, his internal organs were all shattered, and at least 3 ribs were broken. If it weren't for the 2nd-level super speed regeneration ability and the protection of the 4th-level venom armor, he would have been skinned alive by this punch. Just as he was in pain. Ta, ta, ta. A trivial sound of footsteps came. He raised his body with difficulty and looked up. He saw a huge black shadow looming in the thick smoke, moving towards him. Suddenly, the black shadow flashed. A pair of yellow vertical pupils looked at him, less than 10 centimeters away from him, and a thin blue tongue spit out from the monster's mouth, sliding from Jiang Cheng's face to his chin, and then retracted, and then said jokingly, "Human, how do you feel?" As expected of a 4th-level mutant zombie, you are very strong. Jiang Cheng opened his mouth, and a trace of blood slid down the corner of his mouth. This furious one was very strong, so strong that it reminded him of the situation when he was almost killed by the 1st-level killer of Yang's school. For a moment, his thoughts raced, thinking about how to deal with it. However, the furious voice sounded again. "Don't worry. As a human who can fight me to such an extent, I will let you die comfortably." After saying that, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a sense of danger coming and subconsciously shouted, "Unbreakable golden body." Zheng. At the moment when the golden light flashed around him, a big hand suddenly chopped diagonally with its fingers together and directly hit the golden light shield, causing the light shield to shake. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng endured the pain, kicked his feet, and his body retreated immediately, suspended in the air. When retreating, he immediately dropped the 10 fist-sized melons in the space ring. When he flew hundreds of meters, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, cracks appeared on the golden light shield around him. Crack! In a sound like breaking glass, the golden light shield turned into fragments and dissipated in the air, which made Jiang Cheng stunned. Unbreakable golden body was broken? He still couldn't believe it. You know, the unbreakable golden body is his life-saving and self-defense skill. It has always been invincible in defense. After he upgraded to the 2nd-level awakener, he was able to defend against the 3rd-level zombies. But at this moment, the unbreakable golden body was broken for the first time. The opponent only made one attack. Invincible. 3 words suddenly appeared in his mind. And the next second, boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion brought him back to his senses. He quickly dodged, and a group of scorching air immediately passed by him. Looking down, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters rose slowly. "Is it injured?" Jiang Cheng murmured. Logically speaking, the power of the 2nd-level doomsday bomb can directly blow up the 2nd-level mutant into serious injury, and the 3rd-level mutant will also be slightly injured. 10 2nd-level doomsday bombs exploded at the same time. Even the 4th-level mutant should be injured. But the moment his thoughts fell, the huge fireball was torn apart by a gust of wind, and then it broke into 2 halves and quickly disintegrated. As the flames split, a huge humanoid monster was looking up at him with its wings flashing. Looking at its body, except for a little burnt, it was not hurt at all. How is it possible? Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he didn't believe the facts in front of him at all. But soon, as the other party flapped its wings and swooped down, he came back to his senses, and his face became extremely serious. "No, if this goes on, I will definitely die." Looking at Jiang Cheng, who was gradually approaching, he made up his mind and shouted, "Spirit!" Puff! Before he could shout, he was shocked to see an arm thrown high up, and the blood at the broken part spilled a dazzling blood rainbow, and then fell vertically. Jiang Cheng's brain was blank immediately, and only one sentence was left. "This is my arm?" Puff! Another sound of a body being penetrated was heard. The left arm was torn off from the shoulder with the flesh and fell downwards. Reacted. An indescribable pain spread from the empty shoulders. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes and fell straight from the sky. Whoosh whoosh. Under the acceleration of gravity, the whistling wind kept passing by his ears, causing a little stinging on his face. He just woke up from the fainting, but his brain was still a little confused. Bang! Soon, there was a sharp pain in his back, and he fell hard on the side of Longjiang building, smashing a deep dent in the concrete floor. His body was covered with concrete stones, and his brain was shaking. However, such an impact was not fatal to him, and even with his current physical strength, such an impact could not seriously injure him. He lay there for a few seconds. Jiang Cheng just shook his dazed head and looked forward. The double images in his sight began to overlap slowly. It seemed that he had noticed the master's injury. The two level 3 Doomsday Warriors who were fighting on the side quickly dodged, picked up the two broken arms on the ground, and the level 3 Tang sword that had been knocked aside for a long time, and rushed towards Jiang Cheng. After approaching Jiang Cheng, a level 3 Doomsday Warrior picked up Jiang Cheng from the ground and placed his arm on Jiang Cheng, while the other threw the remaining arm over and turned to rush in a certain direction. Whoosh! The level 3 Doomsday Warrior who hugged Jiang Cheng was very fast, so fast that Jiang Cheng only felt that the scenery in front of him changed. He ran for about half a minute. "Okay, stop," Jiang Cheng said. The level 3 Doomsday Warrior stopped immediately. Wind. Jiang Cheng's mind moved, and the creation started. A strong wind wrapped the two arms in front of his chest and sent them to his broken arms. In an instant, the arm attached to it, and at the broken shoulder, a circle of pink, thin flesh stretched out like a worm, quickly catching the broken arm, and on the surface of the arm, there was also transparent white mucus extending tentacles to stick to the mucus on the shoulder. The whole process took about a minute. Feeling that the bones and flesh of the arm were completely connected, Jiang Cheng struggled to climb up from the arms of the third-level Doomsday Warrior. "You did a good job." Jiang Cheng nodded to the third-level Doomsday Warrior with lingering fear, then rubbed his shoulders and said to himself with lingering fear, "It was a close call. I almost died." The speed of the fourth-level mutant was too fast, and he couldn't open the spiritual explosion in time, causing his two arms to be cut off directly. If it weren't for the timely reaction of the two third-level Doomsday Warriors, I'm afraid he would have died by now. After all, the super recovery ability of the first-level super speed regeneration is based on the awakening crystal in his lower abdomen. If the crystal is destroyed, he will definitely die. As long as the crystal is not destroyed, even if there is only one cell left, he can be resurrected. However, this battle also reflects a problem. With the current recovery speed of the second-level super speed regeneration, the role it can play is very limited when facing such an extremely fast opponent. What should I do? Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. He actually had some intention of retreating at this point in the battle, but he immediately gave up. He was not the only one participating in this battle, but 4 people from the Dawn base, including Lin Ro. He could retreat, and he could also abandon the other Awakeners. But what about the members of the Dawn base? He couldn't just ignore them. And facing the 4th-level mutant, Jiang Cheng could almost imagine the miserable situation after he retreated alone. "I definitely can't retreat," Jiang Cheng murmured, and his eyes gradually became firm. In this case, then, just as he lowered his head and thought, footsteps came from not far away, making the ground clatter, and at the same time, a female voice came intermittently. "Master! Master! Hurry!" Jiang Cheng immediately raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. A 3-meter-tall monster with 2 large wings on its back, a face like a lizard, a mouth like a lamprey, and a pair of eyes flashing cold yellow light, came over with a sense of oppression. Jiang Cheng also saw that the monster's 10-centimeter-long claws tightly grasped half of the body of a level 3 Doomsday Warrior, and the broken part was still wriggling with metal liquid. "This is number 23. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank, and he looked at Fury with a sharp look. On the other hand, when Bao Nu saw Jiang Cheng's intact arm, he showed a cruel smile, threw away the half-broken number 23 in his hand, and said sarcastically, "Human, you didn't expect me to catch up so quickly." "I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly either." Jiang Cheng grinned and forced a smile, saying, "But it's just right. It saves me from looking for you." "Human, do you want to die so much?" Bao Nu was so angry that he laughed at Jiang Cheng's tone, and the metallic claws in his hands kept rubbing against each other, making a creaking and harsh sound, and his eyes flashed with fierce light. At this moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly shouted loudly, "Number 24, stop this zombie for me." "Yes, master." Number 24, who was standing aside and alert, responded. His arms squirmed, condensed into 2 long metal blades, stepped forward, and swooped down. With number 24 buying time, Jiang Cheng quickly retreated thousands of meters and shouted, "Spirit explosion!" Bang! The internal energy in the 720 acupuncture points gushed out, and Jiang Cheng released a huge momentum in his body. With the opening of the spiritual explosion, the body felt a tearing pain, and drops of blood oozed from the cracks, and were quickly vaporized by the rolling hot flow on the surface of the skin. Damn, this body strength is really poor. Jiang Cheng grimaced in pain, but at least he successfully opened the spiritual explosion. His physical attribute panel suddenly changed. Strength, 2,824.5 to 25,420.5. Agility, 152.35 to 1,371.15. Spirit, 180.7 to 1,626.3. As the attributes changed, Jiang Cheng's hair was blown up by the white air, and the blue veins on his body were like a coiled dragon, attached to the muscles, and looked full of explosive power. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air. With the attribute bonus of the spiritual explosion, Jiang Cheng's speed alone was far higher than that of the rage. But even so, it was not enough. There was still a gap in strength, not to mention that the physical strength of a fourth-order mutant was far from what he could match as a second-order awakener. Regardless, he shouted again. Hard. Chi. Gong. Bang. His thin figure began to grow taller, his muscles expanded rapidly, and he returned to the height of 2 meters a few minutes ago. His attribute panel changed again. Strength, 25,420.5 to 50,841. Agility, 1,371.15. Spirit, 1,626.3. Not enough, far from enough. Jiang Cheng looked at his data and still shook his head. Even though his current body was very exhausted, such data was far from enough to deal with the rage of the fourth-order mutant, and the strength gap was nearly 30,000 points. But he didn't wait for him to think again. Bang! A metal figure flew out and passed by him. The strong wind he stirred up made his cheek hurt slightly, and it also knocked down the street shop behind him. Number 24? Jiang Cheng's face was extremely ugly. I didn't expect that a level 3 Doomsday Warrior couldn't withstand the level 4 rage for 2 seconds. Human, go to hell. A shout sounded. Looking up, a huge fist enlarged in his sight. Just when it was about to hit his face, Jiang Cheng quickly blocked it with the level 3 Tang sword that he had lost and found. Zheng. The Tang sword was hit by a punch. Fortunately, the level 3 Tang sword was tough enough, and it was slightly twisted and restored to its original shape. With the help of the force of this punch, Jiang Cheng slid back hundreds of meters, dragging 2 long white marks on the ground, and then retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing his body. Feeling the pain in his wrist, Jiang Cheng frowned. The power of the level 4 rage was very strong. If he wanted to kill it, it was not enough to just activate the hard Qigong and spirit explosion. At this time, rage attacked again, and the arm was raised to grab. Sky Claw, swish. 5 crescent-shaped white energies rushed towards him with overwhelming force. According to the amplification after the transformation, it is estimated that there are 8,000 tons of force. Jiang Cheng was not bad. With a flip of his wrist, the Tang sword moved in response and shouted. The second of the 3 swords to destroy demons, subdue demons. The internal energy poured into the blade like a surging river, and the blade light stretched for more than 10 meters, slashing towards the Sky Claw with an irresistible force. Compared with the Sky Claw, it has nearly 2,000 tons more force. In a moment, the sound of gas explosion sounded again. At the center of the explosion, ripples spread out and rushed in all directions with a rolling force. The Sky Claw was easily cut off by this knife. Jiang Cheng cut off this claw, raised the Tang sword in his hand again, and shouted again. On the other hand, the 4th-level Fury was not willing to be outdone. The third move of the 3 demon-slaying swords, Demon Slaying. Double Sky-Splitting Claw. Bang! The blade light of more than 10 meters cut through the sky. As the blade fell, the white energy condensed from the double-layer Sky-Splitting Claw immediately dissipated in the air. With the power of the blade, Jiang Cheng held the Tang sword in his hand and slashed directly at Bao Nu. Damn human, annoying fly. Seeing Jiang Cheng's Tang sword coming, Bao Nu shouted angrily and grabbed the Tang sword with both claws. Clang! The metal collision sounded again, accompanied by a click. A nail was cut in the middle by the Tang sword. Come again. After a successful move, Jiang Cheng's face was happy, and he turned the blade in his hand, drew an arc in the air, and slashed at Bao Nu again. The third layer of the three swords of demon extermination, demon extermination. Open it for me. The moment he shouted, the internal energy poured into the Tang's sword like a river, and the silver blade immediately shone brightly, and the blade wrapped around it continued to extend, turning into a blade light of dozens of meters. A knife came out, and the wind and clouds rolled. It chopped down from the top of the head of the wrathful man like a rotten wood. Human, you deserve to die. Feeling the threat from above, the wrathful man's eyes turned red, and he turned around, and the thick-boned spur tail behind him whipped the air and rushed straight to the Tang's sword. Bang! The bone spur tail whipped the Tang's sword, and the air vibrated in circles under the collision of the two. What a great power! Jiang Cheng secretly exclaimed, because he felt a huge recoil force spreading from the handle to his wrist. He used the force to fly backwards for hundreds of meters and hovered in the air, then immediately stretched out his left hand, palm facing outward, and shouted softly, "Big flame bomb." Bang! A ball of fire with a diameter of 2 meters condensed in front of the palm of his hand, like a small red sun. Because of the extremely high temperature, the hot air wave even burned the air a little distorted. Faced the palm to the wrathful man. Bang! The flame bomb was instantly fired from the wrist, rushing straight to the 4th level Fury. Just a fireball. Fury showed disdain on his face, turned his waist, and swung out his long bone spur tail again. With just a light tail, he directly dispersed the 2-meter fireball, then stared at Jiang Cheng, flapped his wings, opened his 5 claws, and swooped up. Swish! The 5 claws were sharp, cutting the air apart, carrying streams of air, and in an instant they were in front of Jiang Cheng. Go to hell. At the same time, behind the Chuda base, the heads of the zombies surged, like a wave, constantly impacting the dozens of meters high base wall. If you look closely, you will find that rows of zombies are constantly climbing up along the wall, but just halfway up, they are shot down by a ball of fire. The zombie fell to the ground, and before he could get up, the other zombies stepped on him, and soon, this zombie was submerged in the zombie group. Some zombies were pulled down by their companions as soon as they climbed up the wall. In this way, the zombies under the wall pressed one on top of another, overlapping each other, and stacked higher and higher, forming a meat ladder built by zombies. With the zombie meat ladder, the rest of the zombies had no more obstacles and swarmed towards the wall. Quick! Zombies are rushing up. Open fire! A soldier shouted to his comrades beside him, and at the same time raised his rifle and shot at the zombies crazily. But it seemed that the zombies would never be finished. One was killed, and another followed. A scream sounded. The soldiers on the side looked over and saw that a soldier was bitten on the neck by a zombie. Although the saber in his hand kept stabbing into the opponent's body, the zombie did not feel any pain and kept tearing his neck. He could only wail crazily and vomit blood from his mouth. In less than a few seconds, the strength in the soldier's hand was getting weaker and weaker. Lao Nyo, seeing that his comrade was only breathing his last, the soldier next to him kicked the zombie in front of him away angrily, pulled the trigger suddenly, and shot at the zombie that was biting his comrade. Tut, tut, tut. The flame spit out. The zombie was hit by the bullet, let out a roar, then stood up and rushed over, but as soon as he raised his head, he was shot in the head by the soldier. After getting rid of the zombie, the soldier rushed over and picked up the opponent's upper body, saying angrily, "Lao Nyo, how are you?" Looking at the soldier holding him, the soldier named Lao Nyo opened his bloody mouth, and his lips moved up and down, as if he wanted to speak, but because he was too seriously injured, he could only make a sound of ah. Unable to do anything, Lao Nyo could only use his bloody right hand to tremble and reach for the pouch on his chest and take out a photo from it. Inside was a family photo of 3 people. One of them was Lao Nyo in military uniform, and the one next to him was a chubby little kid under 3 years old and a woman in her early 30s with short hair and wearing a yellow dress. However, Lao Nyo's hand dropped down just after he picked up half of the photo. The soldier holding Lao Nyo looked at the blood-stained photo on the ground. His eyes were already red. He choked and picked up the photo and put it in his pocket, then gently put Lao Nyo on the ground, raised his gun, and sobbed. "Lao Nyo, go with peace of mind. I will definitely help you find your family." After that, The soldier decisively pulled the trigger at Lao Nyo's head. Bang! The red and white stuff on his head splashed out. The soldier turned around and shed a tear, then roared and rushed towards the zombies climbing up the wall. This was just a common scene on the battlefield. In addition to ordinary soldiers, the awakened ones of the Doomsday Squad are also not at an easy time. Captain, a first-level killer, has rushed up, and none of U.S. brothers can defeat him. An awakened one of the Doomsday Squad said to the middle-aged man in his 40s beside him. I know. I'll leave this to you and Yongbin, and I'll take care of the first-level killer. After giving the order, the middle-aged man trotted a few steps and roared. Beast transformation, subgod species, King Kong, demon ape. The moment he shouted, the middle-aged man's body continued to grow. His clothes were instantly torn apart. Black hair grew on his skin, and he beat his chest and rushed towards a zombie that was shuttling among the awakened people. Asshole, take my King Kong fist. Bang! The first-level killer was knocked away by a punch before he could react, and the middle-aged captain took advantage of the victory to pursue him. Just when everyone was fighting fiercely. A strange soprano came from a distance, and everyone was slightly stunned. Everyone looked over curiously in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, an invisible sound wave swept in from a distance. Before everyone could react, the ripples had already arrived in front of them. They were almost thrown back by the sound wave without any preparation, and the King Kong demon ape, who was fighting against the first-level killer and had the upper hand, was no exception. He directly crashed into the wall of the base behind him. Puff! A mouthful of reverse blood spurted out, and the King Kong demon ape covered his chest with a look of doubt and said, What on earth? What happened? Just then, an awakened person suddenly exclaimed and pointed forward. Look! What is that? Listening, everyone looked in the direction pointed by the awakened person. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, they all showed deep fear in their eyes. This, what on earth is, what? Within everyone's sight, what was coming towards them was a giant zombie that was about 20 meters tall and was like a hill. Her breasts are high and her buttocks are round, and her features can be seen as feminine, but her appearance is extremely terrifying, with a green face and fangs, eyes as black as ink, and a big mouth, revealing that it is filled with inverted triangle-like fangs. Every step he took made the ground tremble, giving people a sense of visual impact and oppression. The female zombie slowly opened its mouth and emitted a very rhythmic high-pitched voice, like a sperm whale. Circles of sound waves spread outward from the mouth and turned into an extremely turbulent shock wave, rolling up the sand and dust on the ground and heading straight towards Chudu. Come to the base. Lu Weigua. Tell those ordinary soldiers to pull them down. Also, notify the commander-in-chief that there are at least second-level zombies here, and ask for support from high-level awakeners. A captain of the Doomsday team had blood pouring from the corner of his mouth, covering his ears, and yelled wildly at his teammates around him. But as soon as he finished shouting, he vomited another mouthful of blood. Captain, are you okay? Lu Weigua asked worriedly. Leave the hell alone with me. Follow my orders and go quickly, the captain shouted, pushing Lu Weigua away. Seeing the captain's resolute look, Lu Weigua gave a straight salute and then suddenly ran in the direction of Yang Guangming. Looking at Lu Weigua's leaving figure, the captain's face showed a touch of relief. Then he turned his head to look at the huge female zombie. His expression became determined again. He stood up against the wall, took a deep breath, and shouted with a loud voice. All teammates, be prepared for a fight to the death. Yes. The 12 Doomsday teams responded in unison. They all climbed up from the ground, staring resolutely at the behemoth in front of them, and let out their final roars. Beast transformation. The subgod species, Wind Blade Mantis. Open it, Metal Storm. Beast transformation. Subgod species, Lightning Leopard. At the same time, the commanding heights of the Chudu city wall. General Yang. Lu Weigua raised his hand and saluted to the middle-aged man standing in the stands, observing the battle on the front line with a telescope. Who are you? Yang Guangming slowly put down the telescope, turned to look at the shirtless man in front of him, and couldn't help but speak. Lu Weigua immediately said, I am a member of Doomsday Team 4, Lu Weigua. I am here to tell you that there are high-level zombies attacking from the front. Our team captain Sun Yuan hopes that you will withdraw from the battlefield with ordinary soldiers to prevent unnecessary casualties. Let this general retreat. Yang Guangming's eyes became sharp. As a general who has fought many battles, retreating is equivalent to being a deserter. Holding back his anger, he said, "Go back and tell Captain Sun that I would rather die in battle than be considered a deserter." Seeing Yang Guangming's refusal, Lu Weiguo said earnestly, "General Yang, I'm not asking you to be a deserter, but there are indeed second-level mutant zombies above the battlefield ahead. Even the people of our Doomsday team are no match for them. If you were an ordinary soldier, I'm afraid we don't even have a chance to take action. We don't want to see other brothers sacrifice in vain." Mutated zombies of the second level and above, Yang Guangming muttered, and he was so busy that he raised the telescope and looked forward. But the next moment, ong ong ong, a sound like a whale's roar came from a distance, accompanied by billowing waves of dust, sweeping over like a destructive force. He was about to hit the city wall before his eyes. Not good. Lu Weiguo secretly thought something was wrong, and threw Yang Guangming to the ground. And the next moment, the shock wave was unable to reach the lying deputy commander beside Yang Guangming, as well as the platoon of soldiers on the city wall, and was knocked upside down. Bang! Bang! On the city wall, soldiers kept bumping into it. Lu Weiguo and Yang Guangming only suffered some internal injuries because they dodged in time. Half a minute later, the two slowly got up. Yang Guangming rubbed his swollen temples, and then looked around hurriedly, but when he saw the surrounding scene clearly, he was stunned. "I saw blood flowers blooming on the city wall. If you look closely, you can still see some small pieces of meat, and the mutilated corpses of soldiers are scattered on the ground, and blood gathers. It turned into a stream and spread towards the ground. What a miserable scene from hell. It's hard to imagine that these corpses were still alive just now. What the hell is going on?" Yang Guangming's lips trembled, and a strong sense of regret surged in his heart. He regretted that he should have listened to Lu Weiguo's words just now. Lu Weiguo looked at the tragic scene in front of him and remained silent. After a moment, Lu Weiguo said bitterly, "General Yang, now is not the time to be sad. You should quickly order the surviving soldiers to retreat." "Good." This time, Yang Guangming rarely refuted, but stood up with red eyes and said, "Brothers, follow my order and retreat. Retreat. Get them all out." There was a deep reluctance in his voice, and for the first time, he, a veteran of many battles, experienced what it meant to be frustrated. After listening to Yang Guangming's words, the soldiers who were lucky enough to survive immediately shouted to convey the order. "General Yang ordered us to retreat. Brothers, General Yang tells us to withdraw." Soon, some of the remaining soldiers got up from the ground, and some were supported by their comrades and evacuated into the base. Seeing the soldiers obeying the order, Lu Weiguo looked at Yang Guangming and said, "General, let's withdraw too." Yang Guangming nodded and stared straight at the giant zombie in the distance, as if he wanted to engrave the scene in front of him firmly in his mind, and then he walked down the commanding heights and retreated towards the base. However, when he walked down, he saw a familiar face lying in a corner of the city wall. The man's eyes were wide open, blood was flowing from the corners of his eyes, and his face was full of unwillingness and determination, but his eyeballs were dim, indicating that the owner of this body had been dead for a long time. Yang Guangming's eyes were complicated, and his mood was full of emotion. He and Liu had fought for more than 20 years, but he didn't expect that the other party would die on the battlefield before him. At this moment, all the previous hatreds disappeared. At this moment, in Yang Guangming's heart, Liu was an excellent warrior who was not afraid of life and death. He stood up solemnly, raised his hand, and saluted heavily, and then, at Lu Weiguo's urging, leaned over and ran towards the base. Just as he entered the base, a wave of sound swept up the city wall again. At the same time, in front of the Chudu base, next to the Longjiang Tower. "What's that sound?" Jiang Cheng was slightly stunned when he heard the sound and felt something was wrong. "Human, dare you be distracted when fighting with me?" Double sky-splitting claw. Whoosh! Two milky white energy claws shot out of thin air and flew towards Jiang Cheng. Not good. After reacting, Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was not good and immediately shouted, unbreakable golden body. Buzz. The claw hit the light shield of the unbreakable golden body, making a sound like a huge bell. Because of this huge impact, Jiang Cheng flew back several hundred meters before he stabilized his body, then stared straight at the fury in front of him and raised his knife again. On the Longjiang Bridge. What's that sound? Lin Ro, Zhang Ya, Lin Yi, and the other awakeners were all stunned, and then turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. Especially Lin Ro, her brows were furrowed, and she felt a little irritated. But the war was tense at the moment, and she couldn't afford to be careless. There were also a large number of first-order mutants rushing along the bridge. She had to gather her mind again, looking at the large wave of first-order mutants rushing over, and shouted, "All teammates, fight hard." "Yes, Captain Lin." The awakener next to him responded immediately. Lin Yi naturally obeyed his sister's order, looking at the hundreds of first-order mutants rushing over with sharp eyes, and his whole body was cold, and he shouted, "Sister, do me a favor. You control the water in the Longjiang River to wet these guys." "What do you want to do?" Lin Ro asked puzzledly. Lin Yi said, "Sister, just do as I say." "Okay." Seeing Lin Ye's insistent eyes, Lin Ro immediately stepped forward, slowly raised her hands, and shouted, "Water." As Lin Ro's water control ability was activated, a vortex surged on the surface of the river under the Longjiang Bridge. "Get up." As the vortex surged, 2 water columns with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters turned into 2 water dragons rising from the surface of the river. "Fall." As Lin Ro's arms fell, the 2 water dragons roared and turned into tornadoes and rushed towards the hundreds of first-level mutant zombies rushing over. "FCK, Captain, your sister is a bit fierce." Chi Yu looked at the spectacular scenery in front of him and shouted FCK. Zhang Ya and Ziyi, who were watching this scene, had some guesses in their hearts. On the other hand, the first-level mutant zombies looked at the rushing water dragons and roared angrily. Among them, the first-level crusher roared and pounded the ground. The first-level harvester wielded his sickle, cutting through the air and whistling. The first-level killer took a step, pierced the air with the bone spur in his hand, and rushed towards the water dragon. Boom! The water dragon rushed down. The first-level crusher and the first-level harvester were directly knocked back to the ground, and the first-level killer was only slightly injured because of its stronger strength. But the ordinary zombies and mutants following the first-level mutant corpse group were not so lucky. Under the strong impact of the water dragon, many ordinary zombies and mutants were knocked off the Longjiang Bridge and washed away by the rolling river. Although the 2 water dragon attacks did not cause much damage to the first-level mutant corpse group, they basically made these zombies and the bridge surface under their feet covered with water stains. "Bridge head, is this enough?" Lin Ro looked at Lin Yi and asked. "Enough, absolutely enough." Lin Yi nodded excitedly, then flashed forward, raised his arms, and shouted, "Ice 1,000 miles." Hands with icy cold air pressed on the bridge. In an instant, sizzle crackle. From the hands, the ice continued to spread along the bridge, especially because the bridge was full of potholes and stagnant water. The speed of freezing was accelerated, and along the ankles of the zombies, it extended upward at a terrifying speed. In less than a minute, all the zombies on the bridge, including the first-order mutants, were frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this scene, the awakened people at the bridge head all cheered. "Long live Captain Lin! Long live Captain Lin Yi! Captain Lin!" At the moment, all the zombies were frozen. It was a good opportunity to launch an attack, and Lin Ro would naturally not miss it. She waved her hand and said, "Brothers, charge!" Roar, roar, roar. Everyone shouted excitedly, and then one by one, they either transformed into beasts or used their most powerful attack methods to rush forward. "Chiusi, let's go." Lin Yi immediately issued the order. Chiusi smiled a self-perfect smile and said lightly, "Yes, my captain." After that, she took a step and jumped into the sky. With a bang, a raging flame burned on her body, and then she rushed towards the zombies that turned into ice sculptures. Zai was naturally unwilling to fall behind. Her eyes flashed with green light, and a whirlwind rose from her feet, blowing the corners of her green Chong Sam into the air, and even her hair was dancing wildly in the air. Floating in the air, she spread her hands, and two black tornadoes formed on both sides of her body. And then as her hands pointed in the direction, the black tornado flew directly, watching everyone rushing up. As the captain of the Dawn base, Lin Ro was naturally unwilling to be outdone and looked at Zhang Ya. Sister Ya, let's go. Okay. Compared to the easy fight on the Longjiang Bridge, Luo Fan and Wang Zhendong on the bank of the Longjiang River had a hard time. All of their second-level awakeners added up to only 5 people, including Wang Zhendong from Huangshan base, Su Wenwu from Dezhou base, Yi Tianxin from SH Tian base, Lu Ziyun from Doomsday Team 2, and Luo Fan from Shuguang base. On the zombie side, there were dozens of second-level crushers and second-level harvesters, and even a dozen second-level death killers. Not only that, the number is still rising. It's so good. It's so good. I haven't felt so good as today for a long time. Wang Zhendong grinned and raised his hand to bounce back the sickle of the second-level death harvester that was chopped over. At the same time, he swooped forward and pressed the opponent's head hard on the ground. Compared to Wang Zhendong's rough fighting style, Yi Tianxin seemed more elegant. I have time stop. As soon as the words fell, a red light spread out from Yi Tianxin's eyes. A second-level killer just raised his hand to stab the bone spur less than 2 centimeters away from Yi Tianxin's face, and suddenly stopped. Looking at the controlled second-level death killer, Yi Tianxin smiled evilly and flashed slightly. Boom. The chin of this second-level death killer was instantly hit by a strong force, and the body flew backwards uncontrollably. Tisk. Lu Ziyan looked at Wang Zhendong and Yi Tianxin's attack methods with disdain. Speaking of single combat, she may not be as good as these two people, but in group combat, her skills can shine. Inwardly said, get up. Lu Ziyun's body slowly rose into the air, and as her arms were raised, large and small black energy balls appeared around her body, like raindrops, covering the sky. Multiple energy bombs. A finger in his hand. The black energy balls immediately fell like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. A group of second-level mutants were blown to pieces. Compared to Lu Ziyun's gorgeous moves, Su Wenwu's moves were more brutal. Iron armor collision. With a roar, the armored war turtle transformed by Su Wenwu shrank its limbs into its shell, and its body spun violently. Wherever it passed, the zombies were knocked back. Seeing that everyone was fighting fiercely, Luo Fan's eyes naturally became more eager to fight. He raised his hands and shouted at the second-level death harvesters in front of him. Double repulsion. Bang. 2 invisible ripples instantly burst out from the palm of his hand. Compared to these 2 battlefields, on the side of Longjiang Tower, Jiang Cheng kept slashing with the Tang's sword in his hand, intertwining with the 4th-level Furious figure, fighting back and forth. However, while fighting, Jiang Cheng frowned. No, the amplification time of the spiritual explosion is running out. If we continue to fight, the result will be the same as before. We have to hurry up and make a quick decision. The 3rd form of the 3 swords to destroy demons. Destroy demons. Jiang Cheng shouted angrily and swung his sword, forcing the 4th-level Fury back with 1 strike. Then he retreated hundreds of meters, suspended in the air, and stared at the 4th-level Fury with cold eyes, already making a decision in his heart. It seems that we can only fight to the death. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng held Tang Dao in his hand and whispered, meditation. Bang. The moment those 2 words came out of his mouth, Jiang Cheng's heart beat suddenly. Then, bang, 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 bang. It felt like a wild horse was about to burst out of his chest, making his face pale. Is this the consequence of meditation? Jiang Cheng looked in pain and muttered to himself, but he had to grit his teeth and persist. Bang, 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 bang. The heart continued to beat wildly. And the next moment, bang, Jiang Cheng's body trembled, and an extremely violent aura burst out from his body, with traces of red lightning all over his body. Call. The wind kept howling, and the sky changed color. The turbid waves of the Longjiang River below him were rolling, setting off huge waves of several meters. The blood on the surface of the body actually escaped directly outward at a faster speed. At the same time, a fishy sweetness surged up from his throat and overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Not only that, a stream of blood also flowed out of his 7 orifices. Cough, cough. This burden of meditation is really not something that ordinary people can bear. Jiang Cheng looked bitter, But when he looked at his data, he felt reassured. Strength: 50,841, 101682. Agility: 1,371.15, 2,742.3. Spirit: 1,626.3, 3,252.6. Drink. With an angry shout, Jiang Cheng looked at level 4 Fury and yelled, "Come on, it's time to settle things now." The voice roared out, and with the blessing of inner energy, it was like thunder, shocking the 4th level Furious face with a solemn expression. Humans, their aura has changed. It muttered to itself. Although it didn't have the rich emotions and desires of humans, it didn't understand what it meant to be afraid. On the contrary, as a 4th level zombie, the beast's instinct in its genes had already been infinitely amplified, and it instinctively felt a strong sense of fear from Jiang Cheng. Threatened, he stared at Jiang Cheng and immediately made a judgment in his mind that it was no match. Thinking of this, level 4 Fury didn't hesitate at all. He increased his speed to the extreme, flapped his wings, turned around, and ran away. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the rage disappeared. Wanna run? Looking at the furious man who ran away without any warning. How could Jiang Cheng let him run away? He stared coldly at the guy dragging the ghosts, raised the long knife, and shouted softly, "Thunderbolt, flash, call out." Immediately, he turned into red lightning and chased after him. Within half a second, he was already in front of Fury and swung his knife down. What? Fury was immediately horrified and wanted to dodge, but the speed of the knife was so fast that it felt like it was blurred in front of its eyes. Poof! An arm was thrown high, and the thick blue blood continued to escape with the hurricane in the sky. Damn humans! Tale of bone spurs. His left arm was cut off, and his eyes were red with rage. He didn't care that his left arm was broken. He turned his waist and whipped his thick tail with bone spurs towards Jiang Cheng's head with a sound of explosion. This whip is its angry blow. Even if it is a diamond, it will be smashed to pieces. However, Jiang Cheng looked extremely calm and said calmly, "Break it." As soon as he finished speaking, the level 3 Tang Dao in his hand was swelled dozens of meters by the inner energy, and he swung it down casually. Poof! A thick object that looked like a titanoboa in the Amazon forest soared into the sky, accompanied by thick blue blood flowing into the sky. With just this simple sword strike, the indestructible 4th level Furious tail was directly severed. My king's tail. His arms and tail were cut off in succession, and his pupils shrank in anger. Although there was no fearful expression on his face, his body was trembling constantly. It has only one thought in its mind at the moment. Run. Without saying a word, he opened his mouth like a lamprey, spit out a ball of green viscous acidic corrosive liquid at Jiang Cheng, turned around, and ran away. Seeing the green corrosive liquid coming, Jiang Cheng's eyes were calm, and he slowly uttered 4 words. Unbreakable golden body. Zheng. A layer of golden light mask surrounded his body. When the acidic corrosive liquid fell on it, it made a sizzling sound, and then fell from a high altitude after being bounced by the light mask. Seeing the corroded light mask on Bupagen's body, Jiang Cheng's eyes were sharp. He didn't expect that the liquid spit out in anger was so corrosive that even the inner air shield of the indestructible golden body was almost corroded and had a chip. Such a dangerous thing must not be allowed to stay. With thoughts in his mind, Jiang Cheng raised his head slightly and looked at Fury, who had already run 2 kilometers away. With the sound of wind around him, he turned into a stream of light and chased after him. Call out. Compared to Fury, his agility points were almost 9 times that of his opponent, and his speed reached a terrifying 19,000 meters per second, less than a tenth of a second. Then he stopped in front of the other party again. What? Fury let out a horrified sound and immediately turned around again. But no matter which direction it wanted to escape, it was blocked by Jiang Cheng. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Fury simply gave up on escaping. He stared at Jiang Cheng with a pair of yellow vertical pupils and said, "Human, are you really going to kill me?" So much nonsense. Jiang Cheng spoke calmly and swung another air knife several dozen meters long. Puff! Rage's right arm was cut off at the root. At this moment, both arms were lost, and Rage was extremely shocked. He didn't care whether the next state would cause damage to his body. He shouted directly, "Human, you forced me." After that, his body began to swell continuously, like an inflated ball, and even Rage's eyes were squeezed out. Looking at Rage at this moment, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. His face was extremely solemn. Suddenly, bang, there was a loud noise. Rage exploded directly in front of his eyes, and the blue blood scattered and splashed around. Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was not good, retreated dozens of meters, and said calmly, "Immortal golden body." Zheng. The light shield appeared again, isolating the blue explosive mucus outside. And the next moment, whoosh, a miniature furious creature with a body less than 1.2 meters tall, gray skin, and a pair of flesh wings flew out from the blue blood mass and punched Jiang Cheng's indestructible golden body light shield. Crack. The next moment, after a shake, the golden light shield crystal made a sound like glass breaking, and then broke into countless fragments and scattered in the air. Human, go to hell. The miniature furious creature opened its inverted triangle fangs and made a piercing and sharp childish voice, and raised its fist again to hit Jiang Cheng's face. Double-fold force. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, raised his hand, and drew a mysterious arc in the air, and the back of his hand met it. Boom. The fist and the palm intersected, making bursts of explosions in the air. And under this palm, the fourth-level furious creature was directly knocked down. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng felt his palms were numb, and he looked at the falling fourth-level fury and the dantian in his body that was about to dry up, and his eyes gradually became cold. If this guy is not dealt with today, there will be endless troubles in the future. I can't let you stay. Jiang Cheng began to stand taller, staring coldly at the fourth-level rage that smashed a huge pit into the ground, and slowly raised his hand. Big. As the voice fell, dark clouds rolled in the originally clear sky, stirring the surrounding wind and causing huge waves of more than 10 meters to rise above the river. Destroy. While thinking about the move, high in the sky behind Jiang Cheng, a palm thousands of times larger than his body slowly condensed and took shape. At this time, on the Longjiang Bridge. What the hell is this? Everyone felt the changes in the surrounding environment and looked surprised. Look there, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked in the direction that the man was pointing. Thousands of meters above the sky, a young man was slowly raising his palm, and behind him there was a palm formed by dark clouds that was 1,000 times larger than him, and there was a trace of electric arc above the giant palm. Rolling thunder. Seeing such a vision, everyone was speechless. At this moment, this young man was like a god in their eyes. Lin Yi, the captain of the Doomsday team, was also extremely shocked and murmured to himself, "Can humans really do this?" As a member of the team, Chi was so shocked that he didn't speak. Zai on the side was also looking at Jiang Cheng high in the sky, his blue pupils flickering slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Ro and Zhang Yu on the side also stopped fighting and looked in the direction of Jiang Cheng with worried expressions. Logically speaking, activating such a big move generally puts a heavy burden on the body. "Sister Ye, are we?" Lin Ro asked worriedly. Zhang Yu thought for a while and said, "You are the captain of the Second Awakening team. You still need to command the battle. You cannot leave. I will go and take a look at Jiang Cheng." "Okay, Sister Ye, please pay attention to your safety." Lin Judao. Zhang Yu nodded lightly, glanced in Jiang Cheng's direction, and then galloped away. On the shore of Longjiang River. What a powerful force this is. I won't lose unfairly. Yi Tianxin looked in the direction of Jiang Cheng with a look of obsession and madness on his face, wishing that he was the one standing high in the sky and moving the storm with his movements. Wang Zhendong looked at Luo Fan with shock and said, "Brother, is this the true strength of your leader?" Luo Fan remained silent, but his flushed face betrayed him. As for Lu Ziyun and others on the side, their expressions were a little complicated. For a fierce man with such strength, no one in the entire Chu province can restrain him. I don't know if it's good or bad. Lu Ziyun murmured in her heart. In the battlefield in front of the Chudu base, Yuan Ningling, the captain of the third team of Doomsday who had been watching the battle, was also shocked by this scene and was speechless for a long time. But soon, he was brought back to reality by a cold voice. "Captain Yuan, please escort me to Longjiang Building." Listening to the voice next to him, Yuan Ningling turned his head to look at the cold woman in white robe next to him, frowned, and said, "But Dr. Liu, the battlefield over there is too dangerous. If you go, just with our Doomsday Team 3, I'm afraid I can't protect your safety. It's okay. If something happens, I will be responsible for it myself." Lu Xinru's cold voice sounded again, and before Yuan Ningling could speak, she ducked and jumped directly from the wall of the Chuda base. "Captain, this." The team members on the side were a little confused. "Captain, let's not go. Considering the danger ahead, we might get ourselves involved," another team member said. Yuan Ningling hesitated for a moment, then said, "Consultant Jiang has already given instructions. The mission of our Doomsday Team 3 is to protect Drive Liu. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain." Having said this, he looked at his two team members and said, "Okay, you stay at the Chuda base. If anything goes wrong with me, you can also become Chudu's backup force." "Captain, but..." The team members wanted to stop them, but Yuan Ningling had already jumped off the base wall. The two team members looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. "Jiang Cheng, do you think we should do otherwise?" "Wang Han, let's just listen to the captain and stay here." During the exchange, both of them made their own choices. They cannot make fun of their own lives rashly. They are soldiers of Chudu, and the most important thing is to defend the Chuda base. If an outsider sacrifices and the defense strength of the Chudu base is lacking, they will not rest in peace until they die. The two continued to stay, and in the Chudu General Command Room, when Mr. Xiang looked at the figure of the god-demonic young man on the screen, there was no trace of joy. Instead, his brows were furrowed with deep worry. After a long while, he said, "Jiu Ci, what do you think of Jiang Cheng?" Jiu Ci thought for a while. "He is a kind person." Mr. Xiang continued, "Then do you think if I invite him to join Chudu base and obey the orders of Chuda base, do you think he will agree?" Jiu Ci shook his head and said, "No. According to the information sent by Lincian base has sent invitations to him many times, but they have all been rejected. This is the root of the problem." Xiang Lao sighed and said helplessly, "No matter how kind a person is, once he has the power to transcend the rules, he will no longer be bound by the previous rules and make things come outside the rules. Such people are often more terrifying than high-level zombies." Jiu Ci was a little puzzled when he heard this. "Commander-in-Chief, I don't think Jiang Cheng is such a person. At least he won't do anything that would harm Chudu." Based on her brief time with Jiang Cheng, especially the time when she greeted Jiang Cheng at the gate of the base, even though the other party had provoked him to his face, he still restrained himself. Even though he had the power to kill all of them, the other party was only slightly injured. This is enough to show that he is not a bloodthirsty person. "Really?" Xiang Lao smiled bitterly, then sighed. "Jiu Ci, this commander has seen too many people who have lost their way because of power. Some of them are combat heroes, some are entrepreneurs, and some are..." As he said this, he was silent for a moment and murmured, "I hope he won't be like this group of people." As soon as the voice fell, boom, the entire command room suddenly shook violently. Xiang Lao was so unstable that he almost fell to the ground, and Jiu Ci quickly held the table. "Wait until the shaking stopped." Mr. Xiang slammed the table and said angrily, "What's going on? What happened? Why is the Chudu base shaking?" "You know, although the entire Chudu base was built temporarily, it is strong enough to withstand the impact of any missile. Unless the opponent uses armor-piercing shells or nuclear bombs and other unconventional combat weapons, there will be no problems with the Chuda base." Just as he was annoyed, a hurried step stopped at the door. Dong dong dong. A hurried knock on the door sounded immediately, and a man's anxious voice came from outside the command room. "Commander-in-Chief, I am Lu Weigua from the Doomsday Team 4. I have urgent military information to report." "Emergency military information? Could it be related to the shaking just now?" Listening, Mr. Xiang frowned, glanced at Jiu Ci beside him, and said lightly, "Go, open the door." After speaking, he immediately restored his previous majestic state without sadness or joy. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." At the same time, Jiang Cheng's great destruction palm had already formed. He looked at the miniature fury that was slowly crawling out of the sunken concrete ground, and without any hesitation, he slapped it down. Great Destruction Palm. Not good. Furious felt the terrifying power coming from high in the sky and wanted to escape regardless of his body's stiffness. But when he wanted to move, he was surprised to find that he seemed to be locked by that palm. No matter which direction he ran away, he would be hit. Before hesitating, the giant palm had already arrived, covering Fury and the entire Longjiang Tower Square. With one palm falling, the situation changed color, just like a nuclear bomb dropped, destroying the world and destroying the world. The Fury under the palm subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to block it, but its power was stronger than the palm, like the light of a grain of rice compared to the bright moon, and was defeated in an instant. There was no time to scream. Boom. Only a loud noise was heard, and the Chudu base on the other side of Longjiang Tower also shook violently. In Longjiang Tower Square, the entire ground showed a giant handprint, and it sank more than 10 meters. The Longjiang Tower that originally stood above the square also completely became history on August 5, 2022. In the center of the palm, where Fury was, there was no trace of Fury. Instead, there was a sticky green-blue squirming piece of meat that stood out. And under the palm, a large number of mutated zombies died. Seeing the rage that was completely killed by him, Jiang Cheng's aura disappeared, his body became weak, and his vision became blurry. He desperately tried to control his body to float, but after using the Great Destruction Palm, no matter whether it was both physical strength and internal energy were completely exhausted. Damn it, damn it. With a murmur, Jiang Cheng's vision went dark, and his body fell vertically from 1,000 meters in the air like a free fall. Not good. Zhangya, who was halfway there, happened to see this scene, and her face immediately changed. She was so busy that she bent over and flew out, sprinting in the direction of Jiang Cheng with all her strength. Lu Xinru was slightly further away from Jiang Cheng than Zhangya. Seeing this scene, she also increased her speed to the extreme. Yuan Ningling, who was following behind, saw Lu Xinru speeding up, so she also speeded up. For a moment, the three women rushed towards Jiang Cheng's location at the same time. In Longjiang Tower Square, as the rage died, the zombies surrounding the big handprint went crazy, like maggots after smelling carrion, swarming towards the fleshy mud transformed from the rage. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was about to be engulfed by the zombie wave, a silver-white figure suddenly appeared, jumped up, and held Jiang Cheng firmly in his arms in midair. At this time, Zhangya arrived just in time. Captain Zhangya, I'll leave the master to you for the time being. I'll open up a way out for you. The cold face of Doomsday Warrior number 25 said calmly. Thank you very much. Zhangya was stunned for a moment, then reached out and took Jiang Cheng from Doomsday Warrior number 25. Looking at Jiang Cheng, who was covered in blood and had his eyelids closed, Zhangya felt indescribably distressed. Just then, Zhangya, are you okay? A voice came from the side. Zhangya quickly looked around, and it was Lu Xinru who came over. Thinking of the other party's ability, Zhangya was relieved for a moment. With Dr. Lu here, there probably won't be any big problems. Just when she breathed a sigh of relief. Ong, ong, ong. A high-pitched sound like a sperm whale came from the other side of the Longjiang River, giving everyone a splitting headache. What is this sound? Zhangya didn't pay attention, and the sound hurt her ears. I don't know. Lu Xinru also covered her ears in pain. Just when the two girls were in pain, suddenly, a loud noise that destroyed the world came from the other side of the Longjiang River. The two women endured the pain and looked. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all froze in place. Within sight, dazzling white light came from the direction of the Chudu base. In the white light, a giant figure loomed, and the huge Chudu base fell apart under the giant figure. Ong, ong, ong. The voice sounded again. As the shock waves formed by powerful sound waves swept and spread, the sky-high flames bloomed on the Chudu base. The Chudu base was destroyed? Lu Xinru looked in disbelief at the Chudu base that was engulfed in dazzling white light. Zhangya also stood there dumbfounded. The next second, boom, another heaven-destroying explosion sounded, and a mushroom cloud broke through the sky, opening a huge hole in the sky. The powerful shock wave generated by the explosion spread in all directions. Zhangya and Lu Xinru were unable to dodge, and were knocked backwards and fell unconscious. And at this moment when they lost consciousness, vaguely, I seem to hear a high-pitched female voice like a sperm whale. 10 seconds ago, on the Longjiang Bridge, as waves of high-pitched sopranos sounded and the hot white light swept over, Lin Yi shouted almost subconsciously, "Sister, run! Run?" Lin Ro turned her head slowly in a daze, but before she could see clearly, the heat was already sweeping over her. At the same time, on the shore of Longjiang River, "Run, run!" Feeling something was wrong behind him, Wang Zhendong roared with all his strength, and at the same time pulled Luo Fan, who had not yet reacted, and plunged into Longjiang. And the ordinary soldiers in Chuda base, as if they knew what they were about to face, they stood up straight and said goodbye to the world with a smile. August 5, 2022. The Chuda base was destroyed by an unknown female zombie, and the Chudu soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Except for some powerful awakeners, almost no one survived. After the violent explosion, it started to drizzle in the sky. The raindrops fell, as if telling the tragic situation on the edge of Longjiang River. The military base covering an area of 100 acres has been razed to the ground at this moment, and on the wreckage of the military base are burnt bodies that cannot be recognized. As the closest Longjiang bridge to the Chudu base, it is also a tragic scene. The 100-meter-wide bridge deck is now covered with corpses, and the faces of these corpses are some puzzled, some are full of fear, and some even maintain the excitement of fighting. They are almost all swallowed up by the explosion unconsciously. Compared with the Longjiang Bridge, the Longjiang River bank was equally horrible. The hundreds of meters wide river surface was filled with floating corpses. Because there were too many corpses, even the turbulent river water from the upper reaches could not wash away these corpses for a while. This is a real hell on earth. August 10th, 2022. Chudu. In an unknown community. Where am I? Where am I? The young man on the bed woke up faintly. Looking at the white ceiling, he was a little absent-minded. He clearly remembered that he had fought with the 4th-level Fury before and lost consciousness after using the Great Destruction Palm. Was he rescued? Muttering, Jiang Cheng slowly sat up from the bed and looked around the room. It was the most ordinary decoration. A bed, a wardrobe, and a makeup mirror next to the bed. When he saw the untied bedding on the ground, Jiang Cheng made a slight doubt. Could it be that someone had been taking care of him next to him? Just as he was guessing, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Cheng, you're awake. Looking up in the direction of the sound, I saw a charming figure standing at the door of the bedroom. She had an apron tied around her waist and a spatula in her hand. However, her hair was strange and hung down. Half of her face was covered, and the other half of her face was exposed, looking at him with eyes full of excitement and excitement. Sister Ya, where are you? What happened? And your hair? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask his doubts. All this made him feel indescribably weird. Listening to Jiang Cheng's question, the excitement on Zhang Ya's face gradually dissipated, and a trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful eyes, but she still forced a smile and said, "Eat first. I'll tell you after you finish." "No, you have to tell me now. What happened after I was unconscious? Also, how long have I been unconscious? Where are the other people in the base?" Jiang Cheng asked, staring at Zhang Ya seriously with unquestionable eyes. Well, okay." Seeing that Jiang Cheng couldn't resist him, Zhang Ya smiled helplessly, stretched out her hand, and slowly pushed away the hair covering half of her face. As the hair was hooked behind the ears, a terrifying zombie-like face was revealed, especially the eye, which was gray and covered with a gray film, and the entire eyeball was completely bulging. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's face was completely filled with chills, like an iceberg that had never melted for thousands of years, and his eyes were filled with violent, murderous intent. He almost gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Tell me, who did it?" Looking at Jiang Cheng, who was full of murderous intent, Zhang Ya felt warm in her heart. She covered her face with her hair again, shook her head helplessly, and said softly, "Eat first. I'll tell you slowly." This time, Jiang Cheng no longer refuted, nodded silently, and slowly followed Zhang Ya out of the bedroom to the dining room. Then he looked at the steaming dishes on the table that were delicious, tasty, and delicious. Somehow, he didn't have too much food appetite, but he still sat down, took the bowl of rice handed over by Zhang Ya, added some vegetables, and listened to Zhang Ya's story. "After you were unconscious, After finishing a bowl of rice, Jiang Cheng handed over the empty bowl and then understood the general situation. That is to say, after I fell into coma, Chudu was destroyed by unknown giant zombies. And because the base exploded, the nuclear bombs stored in the base were also detonated, causing your face to be burned like this, sister. Jiang Cheng roughly understood the whole story. Yeah. Zhangya filled another bowl of rice and handed it over. Jiang Cheng took a bite of the rice, and continued to ask, "What about Sister Lu, Xiao Jian, Luo Fan and the others, besides you, sister Ya?" "I don't know. The explosion was so violent that I had no time to care about the others. When I woke up, the Chudu base had been razed to the ground. After I placed you, I tried to find you on the edge of Longjiang River. I passed by, but I didn't find them, and that guy is too powerful. I am no match at all, and I don't dare to stay on the edge of Longjiang for a long time." Zhangya ate her food with her eyes already red. "In that case, sister Ya, why don't you return to Shuguang? At least the base is safer." Jiang Cheng sighed. Zhangya shook her head and said, "Almost all the 3 Longjiang bridges that can lead to the other side are occupied by the other side. I have no way to cross the river, and because of the explosion, my current strength has not been restored. A first-order killer is going to attack me. It's deadly enough." Well, hearing this, Jiang Cheng sighed again. Speaking of what happened this time, he had an unshirkable responsibility. He was the one who brought everyone to Chudu. Moreover, he did not expect that with his participation, the Chudu base would still not be able to escape the same fate as its previous life. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly, stopped asking questions, and just kept his head down while eating. After dinner, while Zhangya was cleaning up, Jiang Cheng inserted a ray of consciousness into the space ring. Fortunately, the things are still there. Seeing the intact potions and firearms, Jiang Cheng felt a little comforted. Regardless of other things, he directly took out a bottle of spiritual pond water from the space ring, as well as a milky white porcelain bottle and a carrot grown in the spiritual field. He walked up to Zhangya, who was cleaning up, handed it over, and said, "Eat it, and see if you can recover." The moment Jiang Cheng handed it over, Zhangya smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. With just a simple smell, she felt the urge to recover from the injuries in her body. Although there was some desire in her heart, Zhangya thought about it and shook her head and refused. It's better to keep such precious things for now. What if Dr. Lu and the others are found and need these? Take what's given to you. I've already prepared what's given to them. Jiang Cheng pressed the thing into Zhangya's hand without any doubt. Although the porcelain bottle in the palm of her hand was slightly cold, Zhangya's heart was warm. She nodded vigorously and said, "Jiang Cheng, don't worry. When I recover from my injury, I will go out to find Dr. Lu and the others. Take it first, I will protect you. Remember, before taking the martial arts great return pill, take the lychee water and carrots in the mineral water bottle." Jiang Cheng warned. Zhangya nodded, immediately unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and poured it into her red lips. Goo, goo. Different from the previous elegance, Zhangya drank very hastily this time, just as she was anxious to find a companion. Occasionally, water droplets overflowed from the corner of her mouth and fell down the neck of the white rhinoceros, which was like a swan neck, sliding into the depths. After all, she didn't care at all. Drink a bottle of spiritual water. Zhangya felt a cool feeling begin to flow through her body, moistening the damaged meridians bit by bit. Feeling the changes in her body, Zhangya immediately took another carrot as thick as a baby's arm and began to bite it. Almost 5 minutes later, as she swallowed the last bite of carrot, Zhangya felt that the injuries in her body had healed almost completely. Okay, now sit cross-legged, practice Xianyuan Gong, and then take the Wudao Dahuan Dan. Jiang Cheng said. Zhangya nodded and said, "Okay." She poured out the pill in the porcelain bottle and swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, a strong and majestic aura emanated from her body. She hurriedly practiced Xianyuan Gong, and suddenly, bursts of white mist began to emerge from her body, like a fairy descending to the earth. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhangya, who had already entered the state, and walked to a chair on the side, quietly observing and protecting her. Almost 2 hours passed. Break. Zhangya suddenly opened her eyes and shouted. At the same time, a powerful force was released from her body and spread out to the surroundings. At this time, The zombies that were originally wandering downstairs of the residential building suddenly turned their heads to look in the direction of the momentum, and their faces began to get excited, as if they saw a piece of fat meat. Get rid of this group of zombies. In another high-rise apartment in the community, an old lady with white hair and a childlike face looked out the window in a strange way, muttering to herself, "Huh? That little girl broke through. I'd love to hear from you." Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.